What's up with you? What's up with you? What's up with you? We're going to get into this, man. Charleston White. At first, he was in support. Now he's not in support. First, he supported him. Now he don't support him. What is it? Okay, there we go. Get these trolls out. There we go. We need to get these trolls out of here. And let me just say this: if you want to be a mod, you're going to have to be a mod because I'm pulling wrenches. Because these trolls come in here and they say all this profanity, and I can't do all this stuff. So, and there's new people, so I just give it to them. But anyhow, we're going to get into this Charleston White situation. Now, he came out and he was for Jeff Metcalf. He was for the father of Austin Metcalf. Made a bunch of videos that he was pro the father, the family, the Metcalf family. Then, some kind of way, he got in contact with the father, Karmelo Anthony, and he switched. He switched over. He started basically making deals. Now, this is the thing about that, right? Because these influencers, what you got to understand, these people, they'll get out here for money, right? You got a person with a big channel or quote unquote influencer, right? They will take a case and then influence that case or whatever towards the way you want. You got to pay them though. You know, we've seen this with the YouTubers. We've seen YouTubers pay other, I've seen that. I've seen YouTubers pay other YouTubers to support them. Even when they know they're wrong, they pay them. And you guys probably don't know, but that's what they do. Especially did it where I was. They really did it over there. And you would see people completely be wrong, but then they would pay people and they would team up and they would put out a narrative and they would hold it. So Charleston White flip-flops. He flip-flopped on the case. First he was one way, now he's this way. And we don't know what's happened, right? We don't. He no longer supports them. But we don't know why. Now the father would have to speak. We don't even know if the father's even going to address something like this. No money for appeal, bad situation. But let's go with the Charleston White because I think he had a major influence to the family, and perhaps he might have been one of the major reasons why this case was lost. Perhaps the case was lost because perhaps the case was lost, squandered. The case was squandered because of Charleston White's presence, which he said they communicated online, then they met together, and that's when he came to the conclusion that he stood behind Karmelo Anthony. Karmelo Anthony's been found guilty. They're at another point. I don't know. I don't know. Maybe they met. Maybe they didn't. Maybe the daddy told him he didn't need him anymore. He didn't want him on the case. Maybe. Who knows? Who knows? But Charleston has made a video, says he's done. In fact, Charleston said he would support the Metcalfs. Now, I don't know what that means because which is it? Look at this case. Which, I mean, you've chosen a side, right? How can you all of a sudden say you ready to be in support of the Metcalfs? Because that's not what you were saying. How do you switch like that on a case? There's a case, right? And you choose a side on, it's a case. You're not a part of the jury, it's a case. But then all of a sudden you switch. Was it the evidence? He said it was the father. Was it the evidence of the case that made you change your mind? He said it was the father. Wait a minute, it was the father. It wasn't the evidence of the case that made you change your mind? It was the father that made you change. You don't like the father, or you and him fell out? And this is typical. Let me say this. This is typical ghetto justice. I got to tell the truth. This is ghetto justice. This is how they handle things. They don't look at the world. I'm talking about the hood, not black. I'm talking about the hood. They don't see the world as right and wrong. They only see the world as what they determine is right. They do. They only see the world what they determine is right. You know, Tariq Nasheed made up a saying called "I'm white and I say so." He was saying, well, I don't know where he got it from, but anyhow, he says that right. You see a lot of that in the hood. And I'm saying, I think we're seeing that with Charleston White. I'm black, and I say it's this way because I'm street. He's got on the ski mask. What's this poo shiesty with the headphones? It was just absolutely ridiculous, which makes you wonder why would they involve this man with their kid with this case? Like, are you serious, man? And believe me, I don't. All of these, Benjamin Crumps and all of these guys, I'm not Al Sharpton. I don't support any of that stuff. But I'm saying, why would you involve this guy, some guy on social media, some guy who says a lot of shocking things? And yeah, that's his thing. He's sort of a street dude. I get him. Support him when he attacks these hip hop, these rappers. I 100% support him on that. I think that's his lane. But to get involved with this legal stuff, and a person's life is held, and to suggest he was influential in how they selected a lawyer and the decisions they made. And this is what you have, man. We got a video. Charleston White made a video a week ago before the case was decided. He went and he sat down with Say Cheese TV and he made a video. And we're going to take a look at this video. Right here. Hold up. Right here. Fair use, fair use. We're going to take a look at this video that he made. Fair use, fair use. Here we go.
Man, I was all the way wrong about that kid. I was all the way wrong about that kid, homie.
Yeah, he was just indicted.
I was all the way wrong about that kid. I met with his father. I've been meeting with his father regularly. I had opportunity to talk, piece him up. He go beat these charges. I was under the impression that he brought a knife to school. So I didn't take a knife to school.
Now we had to edit it.
He didn't even know these two white boys.
And he had to edit. We had to edit. We tried. Okay, I hope we did a good job. Here we go.
These two white boys just came over there with him because he was with another kid that knew those white boys. So he a new black kid who these big old white boys, big white boys. He a small frame kid. One of the white boys was on that side, one of the white boys on that side. So either way it go, they had him blocked in. And these some big white boys. These are some big, violent, aggressive white boys who got guns. And not only that, the one he killed whooped their daddy. See, the daddy coming into the picture playing like he been around. The dad ain't been around. We would think the black dad ain't around. The white dad ain't around. The mother don't even identify the daddy as the husband. So he must have been an abusive father. He ain't even been in their life. So he just coming and getting the light. He just coming and getting the light. So he a low down dirty cracker. His sons are bullies. They bullying on the kid they no, because he black. Get from up under the tent. Man, y'all tripping. I ain't going nowhere. And they got a reputation of beating up people. The one he had, he broke his daddy's ligaments. Big old this kid ain't a bad kid. These bully white boys just fuck with the black baby. So now they trying to make it about race. No, it ain't about race. Justice was served when he killed.
Yeah, we had to heavily edit this particular interview. It was filled with one of the racial slurs got away that he said, and it was filled with that. And of course it became sexual, which is oh man. Of course he had to bring his sex some kind of way. He found a way to insert sex or sexual references. But no, my thing was, why would you even, if you're a family and your kid is facing possible life in prison, why would you involve someone from a social media account. Now that what now allegedly, I don't know. They're saying not just Charleston. They're saying that what they do is they want these influencers to spread misinformation and lies so that they can try to influence the outcome or the people on these trials. Now, there are white people who are influencers, and they had a case. Same thing with the Chud the Builder. If you notice, we saw these people. The one guy was arrested at the Karmelo Anthony trial. I think he was trying to bail out Chud. So these influencers, a lot of them, a lot of people don't know these influencers are for sale, and they will push your narrative, your agenda, if you pay them. Now I don't know. Like I said, I don't know about this Karmelo Anthony. I saw he say he's going to raise money. He's trying to raise $1 million. He was investing money, and he's pulled his money and his support on this appeal situation, which is strange because the boy is it's a case. This is how it goes. It's unfortunate. You pray with the family. Well, the comments he made before this were inappropriate. So, but you pray with the family, and if you can, pray with both families. But no, you don't. It's not. This is not a horse race. You don't just switch. This isn't a football game. You don't switch teams. You support. And if you feel like your support is no longer necessary, wanted, then you simply move on. This is what you do. But this is him a week before the case was solved. Here he is.
Self-defense. And the reason I say that is anybody can go see the video. Why do you think the media outlets ain't promoting to go see this video? You can go up to the school to see it. And if you go up to the school and see it, we all to see this kid will be found not guilty. But because it's in an all-white town and made it about race, and somebody who works for the court have been releasing Karmelo Anthony's family information to put it online, and the white folk been going, so they've been having to move. All those lies made up, homie, they can't even get the GoFundMe money. So they can't even touch the Go. So they just trying to smear campaign. But homie,
now Ramil did a review of the GoFundMe money, and Ramil had some paperwork that said the money was delivered to the family. That's what it said. Now that's what he had. I don't know where he found it, but he went over there. He was doing a review a couple of days ago, and he showed where the family did receive the funds.
I wish I ain't got that spirit no more. So I'm saying, why black people ain't rallying around this family as they tried to rally around in the beginning? They are threatening this family. Homie, they keep having to move.
But how do you don't just lose the spirit, bro? It's either you got it or you don't.
No, you do lose it. You do lose it.
So you sold out?
No. You lose it. Everybody loses. Malcolm lost it, homie. You lose the spirit because you fight for a group of people that you shouldn't really be fighting for. Who want to make the sacrifice for black people?
He's right about that, and that is the thing, especially on social media. If you look at, if you come in on social media as a conservative, as a black conservative, you'll make millions of dollars. But if you come on social media, and you got to understand, most people don't. You got a few black influencers. He makes some money. And there are other black people who portray themselves as leaders or defenders of black people. Most people who are defenders of black people, they make nothing. And Charleston, see, this is the thing about Charleston White. He drops gems of truth and wisdom, but he peppers it with all that other stuff. But like I said, he's a necessary evil. Especially when it comes to the hip hop community, he should be commended and lauded for his positions within that. And he's right about this. What he's saying, he said, Malcolm, I don't know. He's just talking, he wouldn't compare himself to a Malcolm X. But what I'm saying is he's right. You can't defend black people because black people are just going to fight you. They don't see it the same way. If you try to defend them, they'll attack you. So, and he's right about that. You can't really do it. We see that now with these guys. With these guys now, they tell you that you got to think the way they think. And you say, what you mean? Well, you got guys on here, they say I hate white people. Well, what if you don't hate white people? Oh, then you ain't a real black man then. See, that's what I'm saying. It's like, what? So that means you're not a real black man. You ain't really down for the cause because you don't hate. And that's what I mean. That's what he's talking. I agree with him on that. It's like, bro, wait a minute, bro. What do they got to do? But that's the sad thing about it. He said, you can't tell black people how to eat and prolong their life. Well, you're right about that, brother. Oh, you'll get in a fight over that. You'll get in a fight. Black, and these are my people. These are my people, but we're messed up, man. And you can make a case what slavery did, and I know they don't want, oh, you're a victim. He's a victim. You're a victim. No, what's like? We messed up, bro. We are messed up. And Charleston, I don't know how he can do this. On one side of the fence, he supported the kid. This is a video he's doing. Now he's talking about the father. What the fuck does that man have to do with the case, brother? That's a man in jail, boy in jail. You talking about his father? What does his father have to do with your support? If you support what's right, that's what you believe in, right? Even if a case where you and the father fell out, you could easily say, well, you know what? I've made my thoughts known about that case, but no, I'm no longer I don't contact him. And I probably won't be a part of it. That's it. You don't go off on the man. And I said, we're going to play that video. We got that video. It's only about a minute and a half, but they chose to, he got it. And I think Charleston White, they got in bed with him and he influenced his case for the worse.
After you done seen what done happened, after you make the sacrifice, you done lost king. My nigga, look at us. Who want to make the sacrifice trying to save these people? Nobody, homie. Because you have to fight these people to try to help these people. So they're going to put out your spirit. If you're not going to God daily, and I ain't going to, once I got money, I'm going to be with a hoe. God. I catch God on the deathbed. Right now, live and breathing in a vibrant, thumping hip.
And that's a married man talking now.
Hip game. I'm with hoes, God.
You see what I'm saying? See, that's what I mean. Look, I mean, like you're trying to have a conversation, and he just flip flops with this. Now all of a sudden he's talking about that. What does it have to do with this man's case? And this is from a married man. Why is it so important to emphasize you mess with hoes? And see, I know where he's going, but there are certain black people, they're simply just not going to be able to keep up if they live in that dark world. They live in that black market. You can't be of Satan and of the spirit. You can't do both. And I don't know, getting credibility with hood niggas, dusty niggas. So you talk about you like hoes. Dusty niggas is not going to be able to help this dude's case at all. At all. They'll probably be joining him. They'll probably be joining Karmelo. But here we go.
Get to God in the back end of life like everybody else. But don't nobody want to have to be committed and dedicated to a cause that seems hopeless.
You met his real dad?
I met his real
Karmelo
dad.
Anthony.
Because the things I said about his son.
They reached out?
Yeah, he agreed with it. If his son was innocent, if his son was guilty. He said he got other kids. And homie, he done worked hard to get to where he at. He not fit to put this kind of time and attention beside a son who wrong. I looked the father in the eye when he said that. Homie, why would you come meet with me? All the things I'm advocating for your son to go to jail for a long time. I'm with that family. The spirit I heard in him, I brought him to my home. I gave him my address. Don't know what I'm doing. But wrong. I don't want to be wrong and act like I'm right. Did your son take that knife to school? Nah, Mr. Charleston.
Hey, believe it or not, man, we got maybe 10 people in the chat. We put up 325 views yesterday. That's ain't that something, bro? 325,000 views on this tiny little channel. We got like maybe 9 people. Now we got the subscriber mode, uh, whatever option. We have it enabled because of the trolls. There's too many trolls, and like I said, the profanity from the trolls, it messes up the stream. If they could troll and not use the wrong words, we would be fine. You do not have to disagree with me. You don't have to agree with me at all. In fact, I prefer you don't agree with me, right? But to just lace it up with all of the racial slander, we had to put this on. So here we go.
It's a grown man, homie. He said, man, I done the research on you. I looked into what you do. If my son get out of this, man, I want my son to work with your youth campaign. But man, my son didn't do this. I got other kids to raise. I'm not for to put, and he really done it. He said he didn't do it, man. It's more things that I can't say. Just go clear this kid. But just the video alone, homie. I said, that's why the media outlets ain't saying nothing about the video. That's why all the media outlets is trying to keep us focused on the campaign, on the GoFundMe, and these people can't even touch the GoFundMe. The lawyers is overcharging them because they're looking at the GoFundMe numbers. So everybody is praying on this family. Ain't nobody praying with the family. Shout out to Dr. Umar Johnson. Dr. Umar Johnson spoke with the father and gave them comfort. Shout out to Dr. Umar. I spoke with the dad today. His dad want me to come see the video.
What is this Arrested Development though? I'm serious. Like when you look at Charleston, is this like he missed a certain, and he did do, I don't know what he does. Somebody went to jail or something. He was in Texas reform school. He grew up, and he's now, like I said, this guy does wonderful work when it comes to the hip hop community. From what I just seen, he went after one of the rappers now, and there's a we'll see how that works out. But this is I don't know what's going on with him and the family, bro. You do have to wonder about the Karmelo Anthony family, that why would you entertain something like a guy or some YouTuber? You're going to entertain a YouTuber. And they're not, what influence are they going to have? What, on the people? They're going to have no influence on the jury. They're not going to have no influence on Frisco, Texas. They're not going to have no influence on that. And Charleston said he knows some niggas in the jail. Okay, well, that's good for you. Good that, because now you do need some help. Ain't that something? Why would I want to communicate with a guy whose only influence is in the jails? I mean, you need that now, and now they don't deal with each other. Now, so perhaps there was some money, a request for money, maybe, I don't know. He's no longer with the family, and we're going to get to that video.
I got to go see it. Let's have a ride. Let's have a race ride. If we really that imperative about a kid's dispute. It ain't the kids that's saying we hate, it's the adults. It ain't the kids online taking sides. You know why? Because the kids know that white boy is wrong. And their parents is telling them to be quiet. Because white people cover up one another's wrongs. Black people don't.
Yeah, I even feel the animosity. Like when that happened, I had took my daughter to the park. I was feeling the animosity with other white parents.
Well, that's why when I go around white people, you know what I do? I take my drawers off and show the white boy I got a and be grabbing that print around his women and his be grabbing, letting his head bounce like that. Yeah, that's how I give. I bring a.
Do you want this guy to be representing the interest of your family? Look, he could do what he wants. He can go on the social media and do these things, but don't you think you do have to question? No, I'm sorry, you got to question the mentality of Mr. Metcalf. I mean, Mr. Anthony. Mr. Anthony. You got to question his mentality. Why would you have conversations with this guy? You're trying to get your kid's been charged with a crime. You're trying to clear your kid. Why would you let him come into your life and rearrange things that, and then he's on the phone. Of course he put it on social media. He's crying, saying that he let him down. And people are saying that he was just in the case just to, he just involves himself so that he can get some social media clout so he can then exploit that. And he did make a statement to uh, Jeff Metcalf that he would box him. He would box him. And what would be the point in boxing him? You can generate money for who? Yourself? Or are you going to box him for money for the appeals of Karmelo Anthony? Also, yeah, let me say something. You guys need to, I've seen it on Twitter a couple of times. You guys better check before you send anything, validate, verify that this commissary, these numbers and these addresses and places you can cash app, verify those are their cash apps, their addresses. It looks like a bunch of scammers have already put up fake cash apps saying to send Karmelo Anthony money, hit this cash app. And then one guy put, and I know this is fake, there ain't no limit. You can give anything you want to his commissary. Just send it here. Man, they have limits on that. There ain't no limit. You want to send them 10,000? Send it. Man, make sure you validate that. Make sure you confirm that the money you're sending is going to the proper place. They've already done that. They've already, no, I'm saying, you're ridiculous, right? They've already jumped out there with scams and fake addresses. And, you think about how can a person do it? Well, it's just a criminal, man. They don't care. They don't care. They see an opportunity. They say, okay, let me throw up a bunch of fake. Let me take my cash app, change it to Karmelo Anthony's cash app, go on social media. Yeah, man, I'm tired of these people, man. They doing us wrong. You can hit them up. My cousin, he know them. This is private special cash app. You can't find it nowhere else. My cousin, he went to school with Karmelo. He went to school with him. So send it right over here. Karmelo Anthony, 14. This was his number when he played football. Send it here. You're going to send all that money, man. We got to get these people, man. We got to take care of that boy. Please, they're doing that. They're doing that. You can cash app a phone. You can cash app a phone, la. And yes, you know what? I'm going to say this again. Make sure you know whatever donations you make are going to where they want to go, because they're already all on Twitter. I saw them all on Twitter. I was on Twitter. It was hidden. You could see them all over the place. I said, what is all of this? The Karmelo Anthony Fund with an address and send money here. You can Venmo, PayPal. Scams, bro. A lot of that stuff's from foreign countries. A lot of stuff's from Pakistan. When you investigate that stuff, a lot of that stuff's not even from America. But there are people scamming, so watch yourself and take care of yourself. Now, another thing too, who you get in bed with. See, this is my problem. This is my problem. And this is more, in my opinion, a problem within the Black community. See, when you get in bed with these dudes like Charleston White, you know what I mean? Hey, oh man, that's some gay shit, man. That man there said get in bed with. You can't even have a conversation with Negro. Everything's homosexual. Everything is gay. He wakes up in the morning talking about gay things. So, but when you have these people in your life, people like him, these thugs, and that's what they are, these thugs and these lowlifes, they're going to stab you in the back. No, take it from me. They're going to stab you in the back because that's what they do. That's what they do. The very minute you don't start doing what they want you to do, they're going to change up on you. They're going to stab you in the back. That's what they do, man. That's what they do. They claim one thing, but they practice another. They do it all the time. And I'm not surprised that Charleston would look at the way he's praising the man, and he's talking about Black folks and let's come together in one love and one world, and we need to look out for each other. And we're going to get to the part where he throws this man under the bus, the father. Here we go. Let's go back to it.
White boy. That's why they used to hang the That's why white folks hated black men. His athletic skills and physical abilities superseded his like a god. But he used to watch that woman's eye when he say, I want that nigga. And look over there at Miss Sally, and Miss Sally got a gleam in her eye looking at that nigga lying this way, that old lady's wank. Man, you hear me? So that's what that white.
And that's, if you have a person like that represent you, people are not going to respect you, and you're going to lose your kid to prison or whatever court case. You can't, you cannot look that he can make his social media stuff. He can be who he is, but no, you cannot talk like this in polite society and expect people to respect your interest or your family. You know, and you guys think that's funny. I think there's a time and a place for everything. I think a conversation involving the boy's trial, his freedom, I don't think it's funny. And I bet you Karmelo don't think it's funny. I bet you he don't think it's funny.
Boy mad at us about every man. So that's why they acting like that. And this was a good kid, homie. This is the kid we should lay our life down for. I don't stand with nothing but for what's right. And I'm saying white people is wrong in this instance. You hardly have white, I'm saying white people is wrong. So is black people, but white people is mostly wrong because they really know the truth. They really know the truth, homie. That father is acting like he was in his kid's life. The mother don't even like that father. He's the one stirring up everything, not the mother. She know he was wrong. The father is trying to get it because he wants the limelight. He wasn't there. He didn't raise him. It's the deadbeat dad coming along because he finally get the limelight. But the son broke his arm too. Big old strong white boy. Violent, aggressive white boy. Big in stature. He gonna hurt you. And he possibly was on steroids, and he was full of drugs.
I want to say this too.
He was full of drugs.
Yeah.
That's what they keep.
The theatrics and stuff, not necessary.
Did they play football?
He did, yeah. I'm off the Karmelo Anthony.
Now here we go. He's got on the headset, and isn't that the Pooh Shiesty mask with the what's that called? Cavarier? What is it? Cavaz? Whatever. Anyhow, the shades and the hat, you know, at his age.
Case, I ain't putting no goddamn money toward that boy. His daddy too goddamn weak for me.
What has to do with him? His daddy's too weak for you. That's ridiculous. But this is him going from what he just said now to a statement he's made. Now check it out.
I don't like a weak. Dad ain't willing to die to go to jail for nothing. And on some bills paid. Karmelo, my heart go out to you if you ever see this video one day. I'd rather stand with the Jeff Metcalf than I would with Karmelo's daddy. Weak, dark side and conservative. I ain't standing with no weak black man. I'm off the case. I'm sending the money back. Go get them weak Benjamin Crump here. I'm out.
Yeah, there you go. He said, go get the weak Benjamin Crump guys. Hold on. Check it out. Now, this is a different way to fight a court case, but
yeah. I'm off the Karmelo Anthony case. I ain't putting no goddamn money toward that boy. His daddy too goddamn weak for me. I don't like a weak. His dad ain't willing to die to go to jail for nothing. And on some bills paid. Karmelo, my heart go out to you if you ever see this video one day. I'd rather stand with the Jeff Metcalf than I would with Karmelo's daddy. Weak, dark side and conservative. I ain't standing with no weak black man. I'm off the case.
So there you have it, man. There you have it. The family was getting death threats, so they had to move a couple of times since this has happened. Got you. Charleston's no longer part of the case. Maybe we'll see the father show up and we'll see who his new representatives are. Maybe we'll see them. Maybe we will, maybe we won't. The case the the case has already been filed under appeal. I believe Karmelo came in as a he had to get a public defender. The family, the father does have more kids. He has multiple kids. Um, I have no idea what his plans are, but the lawyer he had the first time that they got rid of said he had some type of the lawyer himself had some criminal history or whatever. I felt he should have stayed with the lawyer he had. He changed on, and people believe that this is people believe allegedly that the new lawyer deliberately caused problems. Like, share, support, man. Like the stream. Reach down there and like the stream. Support the platform. What we doing? Man, hit the cash app, hit the super chat. Charleston White has walked away from this case. He's made some very insulting comments about the father, which can be considered cruel considering the man's son is right on the couple of days or 1 day, 2 days into a 35-year sentence. You would think that the family's certainly grieving, going through something. And he threw the guy under the bus. I don't know what he wanted from the guy. I don't, but this is pretty typical. Guys like Charleston White, they're going to do stuff like this. You know, a lot of these jail guys, when they come out, they still live that way outside. They're criminals. And they just learn, they morph. They just don't believe in rules. They rule everything's about who they can take something from. And you know, the Negro, the Negro, especially the thug Negro, in my opinion, is just another form of a white supremacist because they act just like them. They practice the same things. The might is right. Um, being, you know, he said he got over 650,000. Where did the money go? Not to his son. You're right, Joe. I mean, I agree, Joe. That's terrible. That's terrible. If they squandered that money, and the people, what do they want the people to do? Put up another 650,000? The people believed them. The people wanted the guy to get a fair trial, and even right now, all people want them to do is have a fair trial. There is always going to be a group of people who don't want him to have a fair trial. They don't even want him to have the trial. They want to say he's guilty before the trial. They did before. They want to say he's guilty. Many of the podcasters were saying Karmelo is guilty before the trial, but the podcast was saying he's guilty. And they want you to believe that it's okay to harm him or to deny him justice that you would give to a normal American citizen. And they push this stuff. And Charleston, people are saying Charleston White's was only involved for self-promotion. Saying that he just wanted this publicity. They should never have trusted him. And Karmelo would have been better off if he would have stayed with someone who's morally correct, competent, spiritually grounded, and prepared. The family made a mistake when they paid internet clown clout chasers. Well, it does make you have an opinion. It does make you have an opinion. Said in the last 48 hours, he's apologized to the Metcalf family, called them out again and again. Now it's Melo's dad. People, they're saying they tried to warn everybody about Charleston White. Who said that? Okay. Said Charleston went on camera dissing Mr. Metcalf for calling him a crackhead, and now he's on there uh, saying he stands with him. The Metcalf father wanted to pray with the Anthony family. They rejected him. He said he forgave them. They didn't give a shit if they would have worked and accepted the father. Wow. I don't know. Well, I know what you're talking about. They had a thing, but it may have been too soon. The Anthony family spent all the donation money on a house and got a public defender. They knew, the lawyers knew that Karmelo doesn't have a strong defense case. That's why they're not fighting it. They know they're wrong for spending that money. Wow. Wow. Well, he could have got 10 years with a plea deal, been out in 5. His family sold him out for the money. They couldn't resist the GoFundMe. Charleston White proves Mr. Metcalf right. Every other race has a justifiable low opinion of niggers. That's what it says. Strange how blacks act. They have no accountability, no self-respect, no IQ, and still badly demand that other races respect them. Woo! Oh man. A good way to flush your money down the toilet. Any money that was given to Charleston White was a complete waste. Yeah. Yeah. And right here, check this out. Right here. Right here. They saying right here in the chat, they're saying somebody Charleston's chimping out right here. And say, this is Charleston. He's chimping
Anthony
out.
case, I ain't putting no goddamn money toward that boy. His daddy too goddamn weak for me. I don't like a weak. His dad ain't willing to die to go to jail for nothing. That on some bills paid. Karmelo, my heart go out to you if you ever see this video one day.
Say he's chimping out. Ah, man. And the appeal has went through. But look, we know that we're dealing with Charleston White, but man, there are plenty of white podcasters who on the other side went way too far. And who knows if they were being paid or not? Who knows? Who knows? I mean, I don't know. But they were putting out misinformation. Like you said, they put their business all in the street, put their home address in the street. They had to move. I don't know why you would move multiple times, but because you can always just take your family. And during that trial, you leave town. You get your family out of town. You come back for the trial. There are places he could have went in Texas that his family would have been safe. But yeah, I mean that's a lot of moving too. 600,000, and there are a lot of people out there. Unfortunately, it is true. There are a lot of people out there who would do that to they would do that to their kid. They would just, you don't want to say that. You don't want to say it. We had people, there was a lady on the news, and a lot of people do this. She turned her son was wanted for something. They had a picture of him, they put him on TV, and she knew exactly where he was. She went down there for the money. So she gave her son up. I think she got like $10,000 or something. And she told she had no problem with the TV reporter saying, well, this more money than he's ever brought to the family anyhow. So, and he shouldn't have done that. I don't believe in what he did. So I did the right thing, So yeah, yeah, there are people out there like that, man. And unfortunately, the Charleston Whites and I don't know what you do. I don't know what you say on it. But I'll tell you this: if you're going to have these guys, Al Sharpton or Benjamin Crump, come into, and the thing about Benjamin Crump, he is a lawyer. Like you people think because of the way he sounds that he doesn't understand. He understands the law, man. He's had a practice going on forever. He knows what he's doing. And he's a settlement lawyer. No, he's not a trial lawyer. People would say he's an ambulance chaser, but he's still a lawyer, right? And his delivery, he sounds terrible, but that's what he is. So if you ask me, would you take a Benjamin Crump or a Charleston White? Look, I don't particularly like Benjamin Crump, but yeah, I would accept help from a Benjamin Crump. Crump's a lawyer. A guy who's on social media talking the way he talks. I'm supposed to put my kids' life, my kids' future in his hands. I couldn't do that. I couldn't do it. What's up with you, Jerome? Like the stream, brother. Support the platform. Wow. Says, tell me you don't love your son without telling me you don't love your son. Wasting that money for son only to sell him out. Why? Yeah, that's terrible, man. That's a horrible thing. That's a terrible thing, man. But we're in the age of social media now. You can go to your podcasters and influencers to push a certain agenda or narrative so that you can get out of stuff. And it's really nothing. I mean, most people who are familiar with Charleston White, not surprised. Not surprised at all. And let me tell you something as a black person. You got to find you some good people, man. Surround yourself with good people. Because you shouldn't have to experience. I've experienced that, the backstab. You see that here on these YouTube channels. On these YouTube channels, they get mad because you won't say what they want you to say, and they lying on you and backstab you. They do that on YouTube. But that's what you get when you deal with niggas. I mean, when you deal with people like this, the whole Charleston White thing, that's what you get dealing with a guy like that. And unfortunately, Karmelo, I'm not going to say, well, he was found guilty. Now he's got to do 35 years. The father said he's going to make sure he's going to be right there when the guy comes up for parole. He's going to be right there whenever the guy, the guy needs anything. He's going to be right there to control the guy. I mean, to prevent the guy. Like the stream, brother. Support the platform. I ain't had $100 holler on the super, not the super chat, on the yeah, that's the super chat, on super chat in a minute, man. And you would say, well, I mean, Charleston White. I mean, you really have to look and say, what did they expect from a Charleston White? Did they expect him to be able to move the levels of power? And a lot of people don't like Charleston White. They believe Charleston White, because they seen, Charleston White's done a lot of stuff. He had the rebel flag and wrapped in his head, and ultra conservative. He was always talking against. And now all of a sudden he flip flops back and forth. It makes you wonder: is he for sale? You have to wonder about that. And a lot of these people like him. A lot of these people making money. They're getting 10,000 money. Like they're getting money. to go on these podcasts. They're getting paid big time. Like the stream, brother. Support the platform. And look at my subscribers, man. Like, look at the people compared to the people who watch me compared to subscribers. It's ridiculous, isn't it? I think I looked at my analytics and it was like a tremendous amount of people have been watching me for years, but they haven't subscribed. I don't know why. Subscribe to the channel, man. Support the platform. Um, and we had to put the subscriber mode on because somebody put us with they sent bots and trolls at us, and that just messes up the stream. And they changed this stuff around. I couldn't find it. I was trying to find it yesterday. I was trying to find it and I couldn't find it. But now I know I know where it's at now because they changed all of this stuff, man. They change it. You damn near got to have a college course to have a YouTube channel, and that's just YouTube. You got to have a college course to know how to operate a TikTok channel, a Facebook channel. All of those they're not easy. An Insta channel. Like the stream. Like the stream. Reach down there and hit the likes, man. Support the platform. See, I'm just old. I'm not old. I'm old. I'm old enough, young lady. I'm old enough. She said I'm old. I'm old enough. I don't know what you mean by that. I'm old enough, little young lady. Uh-oh. Let me block this. We got some guy who done came up here. Hold up. There we go. Go ahead, bro. Hold on. Let me find out who this is. Go ahead, bro.
What up, Platt?
Yeah, who is this?
It's Platt.
What you want, bro?
Just checking in and say what's up, brother.
We got rid of him. I don't know what that was. We get weird people come up here, man. Dude came up here. He was showing me outside. He had a name up there, and he got run off. I don't really have time for that, bro. What's up, do business?
What's good with your Platt?
What's up?
Man, just chilling. Just wanted to chime in. I mean, I was gonna stay away from it, but you mean it's such a a touchy topic or story or whatever. At the end of the day, every one is going to be held accountable for their actions. But I mean, it's just sad to see so many of our people destroy this young man or try to destroy his character. You know what I'm saying? Where they don't even know anything about him. I've seen so many of the biggest coons I've ever seen in my life, man. And it's sad, man. But our people, you want to celebrate, drug dealers and people that's a part of all types of weird lifestyles. You'll support those people, but you don't want to get behind a young man that didn't even know what to do in that situation. He wasn't even thinking straight. I mean, I'm sure he's thinking about it now, but some people act like they're perfect, and it's just sad. I don't like talking to people that have this fairy tale mentality. People that come with these have a theos mentality. Theos is basically another word for theory in Greek, but it's just sad, man. The dude was just doing what any normal person would do. It would have been nice if he could have just beat him up, because they probably would have left him alone if he would have just showed them that he can, defend himself. You know what I'm saying? But that wasn't the case. You know, um, I mean, you got all kind of young men that have done things that they wish they never done. I mean, what about Yummy Sandifer? You know what I'm saying? He was younger than that and ended up, catching a body. So I think that was out of Milwaukee or Chicago or something like that. But back in the '90s or something. But I feel for the young brother. Um, like I said, that's Texas. They don't play that over there in Texas. I mean, it don't matter what state. What city you in? I mean, our people are taught to defend themselves, and you can't say anything bad about his parents. I mean, they put him in a nice area. You know what I'm saying? They take him away from the hood. I mean, a lot of us
Mhm.
started out in the hood, and then you move out. Your parents
Mhm.
care about you. They want to get you to a better environment. But some people live in the hood for, economic, purposes. They're trying to save money. Some people choose to stay. Some choose, to go. So, but it's just a tough situation, man. I really hate that for him, man, because he could have got a scholarship to college, especially coming out of Texas. Ain't no telling what he could have done. He was a team captain on his
Mhm.
football team. So I just hate crackers, man. Sometimes I
Well,
really
yeah,
do.
well, come on, Robert. See, this is what I'm saying. We can't have a discussion if we gonna talk like that. Come on, man. Why
Nah,
and you why
I'm
you
just talking about.
don't do this to me, man? Why you do that on somewhere else off at the barbershop? But damn, this is a damn YouTube channel. You can't be talking like that, man.
Nah, play. I'm just saying. I just hate that
Uh, yeah,
it's
don't
a
don't
double
repeat me.
standard. Yeah, I got
I'm
you.
fine, man. But damn, we got to learn how to express ourselves, man. That's all.
I
I
got you.
mean,
I'm just. Now go ahead. Go
okay,
ahead.
yeah. So, um, they're saying. So, wait a minute. What do you think about Charleston White?
I mean, if someone is going to help you, they're probably not going to televise it. So Charleston White wasn't going to help anyway. Charleston White is like I said, he's just a one-eye bandit. An embarrassment to the black man. Like it's a joke. Just go eat your barbecue and smoke your weed and act a fool on the internet. I mean, there's really nothing else he can do. Like I
Uh-huh.
said, without social media, Charleston White would be a crackhead with one eye. So I,
Um,
I don't care about this dude, man. He's a joke, man.
have you dealt with black people like Charleston White?
Not that I could think of. Nah, like he's a different character, man. I mean, like I said, I mean, these type of people are everywhere. No different than a black conservative that be talking negative about their own people. I mean, like I said, I don't support phonies. I support the real. Even some of these celebrities, I know the real from the fake. I just do not support you. I don't have to talk about them. Don't think about them. I love social media. I love it because it exposes people who they truly are. Because it wasn't popping like that back when in the early 2000s with MySpace and all the other. It wasn't really like that. People was just using it just to keep in touch with people or communicate. But now it's off the meters.
But they making money. You got people who are millionaires because of social
Yeah,
media.
that's what I'm saying. It's off the meters, and that's a good thing. So shout out to them for that. Yeah,
But yeah, yeah. I think you got to question the intelligence of the father of Mech. I know, Carmelo. My fault. I know Carmelo Anthony was a really good student. He had a promising future. I understand that, but you have to look at his father. Why would he go and deal with a Charleston White and take advice from Charleston White?
I mean they live in Texas, Platinum, and plus his father didn't, uh, ask Charleston White to get in on it. I mean Charleston White he talks about everything. So I mean he put himself in those people. I mean trust me, them people weren't thinking about no Charleston White because Charleston White is not a lawyer. He's not a legal representation.
He
What
was
can he
talking.
do?
I don't know, but he was talking to the father. The father was talking to him.
That's what I'm saying. I mean, like I said, if someone is going to help you, they're just going to do it. They're not going to talk about it. You see what I'm saying? So what's the problem with him talking to Charleston White? Charleston White talked to all kinds of people. He's all over the place.
Yeah, but look at what Charleston's doing to him now. He's throwing him under the bus.
So what you gonna blame the parents for that?
Yeah, yeah, for dealing with him. They should have never dealt with him.
You can have that one because I ain't even got. I don't even have the intelligence to break that down. I mean, like I said, if someone is gonna help you, they're gonna just do it. So I mean, listen, man, I feel sorry for his parents. Dude got to do at least a quarter. He's gonna do at least 20, I guess. I don't know what the parole thing when he's eligible for parole, but it's just an unfortunate situation, man. What about the young man? And like I said, you got people calling him a psychopath. Like this dude is, how old is he? 17 or something? 18?
I think he's 19.
So it happened a couple of years ago, right?
Yeah,
That's what I'm saying. Like, man,
he was 17 when it happened.
man, like I said, I do not like to talk to people that think that this supposed to happen or that's supposed to happen. Man, are you people some magicians or something? You cannot control what other people are doing. People get shot, stabbed every single day. All kinds of stuff. Some white dude just tried to tear
Yeah.
down his whole house.
Okay, well, hold up. We don't go, but you have to watch the you said the S word. You can't. They
Yeah,
have
well,
so
okay,
many things they don't want you to say. So that's all.
right.
And
Well,
the reason I'm saying it, do business, is they're giving me a chance. You see
I
the
got you.
numbers,
I
yeah,
got
and
you.
we're gonna tank it. If we start talking like Charleston White, I'm gonna tank. It's gonna tank.
Nah, I don't talk like that. I mean, well, you
Yeah.
know what I mean. People get, into situations. You know what I'm saying, with weapons and
The guy got upset. He said, "You blaming white folks for this problem. Please don't bring race.
that's what I'm trying to tell you.
This
See what
is
I'm
not
saying?
this is not a racial issue."
My God, but but this is the internet, so I got to get used to that. And when I said that earlier, I said that sometimes what I meant to say, sometimes it would be better if we wasn't around them, or if he wasn't around them, because it's getting to a point where it's like if they're not going to be held accountable for their actions because they're going to make everything go that way anyway, right? And
Hmm.
it's just going to always step on us. Then it's like just don't be around them. Like I even do that to this day. So I don't have a problem with anyone, but I just know how to deal with you. I don't hang out with Caucasians, but I don't mind making no money with you. And I have Caucasian friends, but
Is there a problem? Is that a
I
problem?
ain't hanging out.
Is
You know
that
what
a
I'm saying?
problem in the trucking business? Is it more elevated racial division in that job, in that line of
Nah,
work?
nah. I see more of our people driving than anything. So I mean, it's a mixture. It's a mixture. You're gonna see Caucasians too. You're gonna see foreigners,
I'm
everyone.
saying, is there a racial division within that job?
Nah, I wouldn't say that. Nah, when we us truckers, we look out for each other. But yeah, I
Okay.
mean, situations do happen like that. But nah, man, man, most truck drivers just trying to make money, bro. That's what we all do. You make your money and keep it moving. Ain't nobody beefing like that. Nah, man. We all have an understanding with each other, man. Yeah, it ain't that serious, man. You know what I'm saying? So
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
because we understand, the business. We understand what we got to do. So nah, man. I don't have no problems with anyone. It's just some people or some of them. You just don't like them because they just think that they can just do whatever to
Mm-hmm.
anyone and not be held accountable. But as soon as somebody else do something to them, now the whole world got to stop. It's like, don't nobody want to live with no one like that. Why don't y'all just go, you know what I'm saying? Just go somewhere. How you going to live with people like that if they think like that about everyone else? The whole world is not about you. That's bad when don't nobody like you. Like every time you show up, gotta deal with this. You see what I'm saying? So like,
Well, he got in bed with Charleston White as far as business wise. And I guess he wanted him to be an influencer, and he went on stage. We just played it. He was very, very supportive. He believed the kid was completely in the right. and a day or 2 days later, he's taking his money back, and he's upset, and he's calling the man weak.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
know, yeah, and that's what I'm saying. At the time when the man just lost his son's in prison for the next 35 years.
Hmm.
The mother is heartbroken. Um, do you think the family was wrong when they didn't want uh, Jeff Metcalf when he showed up? They were having a press conference. He came. Do you think the family was wrong not to pray with him?
You talking about the I guess what defended father or whatever.
Yeah, talking about him.
Not at that time. He probably should have if he wanted to, talk to, Carmelo's parents, that was the wrong time to do it. Yeah, let them have that moment. He probably could have just did that on some
Mhm.
personal stuff. They can go to church or something and do that anytime. They can meet up at a church
Do you think
and
they
do
can
that
still do that now?
if they want to, because I mean, you know, they were a part of this situation. So if they want to, make peace with each other, I mean, it's nothing wrong with that. That's what I'm saying. You can always meet at a restaurant, a park, whatever, and do that. So there's no need for the parents to be beefing with each other. It's just unfortunate that these kids got into that, man. It really is.
Mm. Yeah, it is unfortunate, man. They got more to go. Another um journey to go. Also, I was found out if you appeal, it's possible you can get more time. Something, but I don't know. Yeah, I get into it with the people who really understand that process. But in general, if if you get the case, you got to do the case. If you say I'm gonna appeal my case, then it's a possibility they can add more time to your sentence.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't know that. That's insane, man. That's why it's good for black people to just teach the children how to maneuver through society, man. That I've always talked to my daughter about certain things, but I just always put good energy into her, good spirit into her, so I
Mhm.
don't have to worry about getting a call saying my daughter got into some dumb stuff. She's pretty good because she's 19 too. So like I said, it's just all about how you talk to your kids, man. But then some kids disobey their parents all the time and just be out here
Mhm.
doing crazy stuff. So it's like, man, it's unfortunate, man.
Now we got Jr. up here. What's up, Jr.?
Yo, yo.
Platter, what's happening, man? What's happening, dude? What's going
Man,
on with
what's
you, big
good with
business?
you, man? Man, just chilling, bro.
Yeah, man. I said that we can't get out the month of June quick enough, man. But uh, yeah, it's unfortunate, man. This whole Charleston White thing. I, I don't know what would make anybody seek advice from him. I mean, we've all heard the saying, right? If somebody shows you who they are, right, you got to believe them. He has shown you over and over again that he's an opportunist. And it does not matter the fact of anything. What benefits him benefits him. That's the definition of an opportunist. He's looking for his own benefit, right? The words can sound charismatic or energetic or whatever adjective you want to put in front of it as a descriptive of how he sits down in front of these cameras and he seeks the attention to talk about, hot topics. That's at his benefit. So, I mean, if I'm not mistaken, when this initially happened, he spoke out saying, "You see how these young black boys acting, and he ain't had no bit." He initially said that, and then now it's all of a sudden it's like people forgot that he actually spoke out against Carmelo Anthony initially when this occurred. And now I'm trying to help the father after I'm seeing video and I'm trying to help the family and I'm trying to do, man, you can't
Yeah,
do
yeah, yeah.
anything to help these people. Telling people about well, he off some random white guy somewhere else. Your case is different from this case. It's completely different.
That's how
So
stupid he is, Jr. Because that fool lucky they let him out just for doing that.
exactly.
It's a dumb Negro, man. Oh my
So
God, bro.
to
But see,
me, I'm just
go ahead.
yeah. Yeah, to me, I'm just I don't understand the thought process, of the family. And man, my condolences go to both family. To the Metcalf family, who I don't ever want to have to experience that, man. And I don't wish that on nobody. You
Yeah,
know, getting a phone call saying your child is gone, like that's probably the worst news that you or the most devastating news you could ever get. And then for the Anthony family, like seeing it play out right in front of your head, like bam, like
yeah,
years of my
yeah,
my child's life is gone, for a senseless act. You committed the act, whether it's in self-defense or not, man, a senseless act that communication lacked on both sides. Somebody lost their life, and you losing a chunk of your life for sure, gone in the system. So it's man, for both families. But this Charleston White character, man, oh my goodness, he is the worst kind of person you could be around. He the type of person, Platt, that you was talking about that'll open a GoFundMe saying, "Yeah, I'm in communication with the father. You can send the money to me. It don't matter how much you send. I'll
Mm,
make sure get." You know what I'm saying? That's what an
mm.
opportunist does, man.
yeah.
He's
Because
clearly that.
Yeah,
they didn't get. Go
for
ahead.
clarity, we didn't say that he did. No, you making a good point, but no, we didn't say he was
No, yeah, I'm not
behind
saying he's
it.
doing it. I'm saying he's the type of person that would do something like that because there's an
Mm,
opportunity in front of him for financial gain.
mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's embarrassing, man. Because like I said, you got so many characters out here, man. So it's good to see that, though. It's a beautiful thing, whether they making money or not. Do not support the phonies. I don't care who they are. If they want to, they want to act like they are activists or standing up for the people. Nah, bro. The real activists, of our people that really, out here trying to make a difference. Yeah, they don't even talk like that. You still got to support your people at the end of the day. So yeah, we're gonna be held accountable. But what about them? So like I said, I mean, Carmelo didn't get a chance to, really, do what he's, probably should have did. I wish he could have got it done on the football field. Y'all think y'all better than me or tougher than me or bigger than me, whatever. But let me show you what I can do on this field. He didn't get a chance to really show us what he really can do. I'm telling you, man. I just wish that he could have just punched him in the face, man, and just like let's fight. Y'all want to fight? Well, let's fight then. You got to show them that you're not better than me and you never will be. Because some of them think like that about us. They think that they're better than us. We've been dealing with this stuff for thousands of years. A lot of people don't understand that. When I say things like that, they think that you're joking. This ain't nothing new to the world, man. We always had to, prove ourselves to the rest of these people. And we were the first ones here. What we got to prove something to you for? This is facts. We've been on this earth for millions of years, dude. They find bones in Africa that's like 6 or 7 million years old. Straight back to Negroes. So we don't have to, feel ashamed of being black, man. You should be, glad for that.
We might. I don't know. I don't know. A million years. I don't know if we've had a civilization. Have we had
That's facts,
civilization
platinum. That's science. That's science, bro.
a
Science do not
million
lie.
years? I don't know about a million years though.
It's more than a million,
I don't know if there was life on Earth that far back.
platinum. Well,
Okay, yeah, forget. I don't know what I'm talking about,
we
man.
ain't got to do. Just talk to a scientist or look it up. You'll see what I'm talking about. But I feel you though. It don't sound right. But man, please.
Civilization is really, when you take a look at it, it's not really that long. That's what I mean. With the Earth itself, okay, it's old, but life on it, and the evolution of life, you know, uh,
Well, like I said, you can look it
I
up.
don't think it's a million. I don't think it's a million years old.
Yeah,
All
yeah,
that AD and all that shit, BC and before, all that. I don't think that even goes back that. But that's fine.
yeah. I ain't trying to
Hey,
bust
yeah,
your idea
who's
with
this
that.
dude in this chat, man? Keep trying to what, bruh? You know what, bruh? See, that's what I'm saying. We get these trolls in here, bruh. We're gonna get rid of you. We're finna get rid of you, bro. I don't know what your problem is. Keep saying stuff like little slick stuff in the chat. And see, these dudes, they cowards, they won't hit these links. They want to hide in the chat box. They won't come up here.
Yeah, and shout out to Philadelphia Times too, man. Shout out to the brother in the chat, man. He's a solid dude, man. Shout out to him.
Yeah, yeah, Charleston White definitely showed his nigga ways. Like, I'm sorry, Platinum, but bruh, in true
And,
fashion, he
and that's the
did it.
thing. That's the thing I don't like. You know, and I'm telling you, Jay, one of the things I don't like, and you see this on these YouTube channels. You see this on social media. You see this on his YouTube channel. You deal with these people, right? And next thing you know, they're attacking you. And now, no, that's not what you do. That's not how you live your life. But because they're low class people, they got a problem with you. Just like now, Charles talking about his daddy weak. What the fuck they got to do with that man's son being found guilty or innocent, or you trying to help him? Does that change the case? But that's what I mean. They don't deal with. They don't exist in a real world. It's a created world, and I think it has to do with their jail time. When they do so much jail time within that cell and them prison walls, they construct a fantasy world.
That's right.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, and they speak and I see a lot of that lies, just lies. The truth is irrelevant. It's just like, and you know who reminds me of that quite a bit? Our president. Our president, when he does, because it's like, bro, this man just, it's like he gets mad when you call him out on his lie. Yeah. When the press calls him out on his lie, he attacks you. You mistreated me. So you're supposed to listen to his lies. And then I guess that's an ego thing, because he said, yeah, I'm outsmarting these guys. You see that? I don't care about their degrees. I'm smarter than these guys. And I'll just tell them anything. When they say, well, Mr. President, what about all the lies and dishonesty? He wants to go to the next person or put the guy out the press room and then say, yeah, I had to put him out. He was disrespectful. Well, how was he disrespectful?
For asking a question. It's now it's considered disrespect. That's what they say, man. If you tell a story or a lie long enough, you'll start to believe it yourself. If you tell it long enough, you'll start to believe it. You know it's a lie, but if you tell it long enough, you'll start to believe it, man.
Yeah, that's childlike behavior.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's what that is.
That's Charleston White, man. That's the definition of Charleston White, man. He sits down in front of a camera for the opportunity, and he'll say whatever sounds right to him, right, wrong, or indifferent, a complete lie. But he'll say it long enough where he'll start to believe what he's talking about.
Yeah, I mean, I was done with him when he started talking about Pac, like on everything. Like anybody that disrespect Tupac Shakur, I don't take you serious anyway.
Yeah, but yeah, it's crazy, man. I can only imagine the amount of pressure that the Anthony family was under. Right, you got a situation looming over your head, and everybody was probably contacting them to offer advice or sentiment or words of encouragement or whatever. But Charleston White would be the last person I would want to hear anything from. I don't know much about him outside of this YouTube space or social media kind of space, because I don't even like him to be in my algorithm. But I know enough to be, hey, whoever, lawyer or close contact or somebody, hey man, Charleston White got some advice for you. Nah, we good on this side. Like, we good. And no disrespect to to Karmelo Anthony's father or the mother or anything like that. No disrespect to them, because I'm not in their situation. I don't even know the situation completely.
No.
The advice?
No. Go ahead, man. My fault. Go ahead and finish.
Yeah, but to even listen, I'm all open for learning new things or somebody teaching me something. But man, when somebody show you who they are, nah, I can't. I refuse. You've already shown me who you are time and time again over this social media space. I would not be able to listen to him.
I had about 5 years ago, right? I was I was living at this place, right? And anyhow, the person who was living next door, their music was too loud. Well, because I'm from the hood and I understand how those people are, I said, you know what? I was with someone else and they couldn't go to sleep. So they were like, why don't you go tell that guy to turn his music down? And I said, well, okay, right. So I walked downstairs and I saw it was a party going on, and I said, you know what? I already know how they are. They ain't gonna want to cut it down. They're gonna start arguing. So I said, I'll talk to them at another time, right? So next day, um, the guy's out in the yard. So I walk up to him, right? And I say, hey, man. He's like, hey, what's up, bro? I say, man, can you keep your music down, man? It was pretty loud last night. She couldn't go to sleep. She had to go to work. And I'm asking you now, in the future, can he cut it down? He said, what? My music wasn't too loud. I said, it was. First of all, I could play my music. You could play your music from a certain time. I said, no, you cannot ever be too loud. Yeah, man, my music ain't too loud. I said, man, what? And I said, you know what? No, this is what I mean, the Charleston White type. What they say, we hate to say it, chimping out. All of a sudden, he chimped out. He started going crazy. And I said, man, all I did was ask you to keep your music down. Why are you acting like this? He started screaming and he threw his little temper tantrum. And I said, this is what I'm talking about.
I know what you mean, man.
This is exactly what I'm talking about. It's like, man, I said, okay. And you know what? This was my thing. I particularly don't care for the police. I don't.
Yeah. Yeah.
And I don't like to involve them. I don't want people to call them on me. You know what I mean? I would like somebody to talk to me and say, hey, your music's too loud. Their party's too loud. I would prefer people ask me about it, right? But this dude, and I told him, he did all that screaming and yelling. I said, you know what, man? You can deal with the police then. And that's like, it's just that simple. What is? I said, so what I'm supposed to do is let you be too loud, right? I'm supposed to let you do it, or you gonna have like a little baby. You're gonna have a tantrum. And I said, okay, well, you can deal with the police.
I mean, sometimes they'll do something about it, but I remember when I had my first apartment.
If it's too loud, they'll do something about it.
Well, let me ask you this: were you staying upstairs or downstairs? Was on the side of that dude?
I was on like a two. It was about two. It was like one place in between us.
Okay, so it was like next door.
The house not next door, but the
It was
next
loud. I got
next.
you. It was
Okay.
loud enough for you to hear it. Yeah, I
Oh,
was
yeah, I could
staying.
hear it. I could hear it inside, and I could hear it. Um, he had been loud before, and I didn't say nothing because I was
Right.
like, damn, it's loud over here. And I was out working on my car, and he was so loud. I was trying to have a phone conversation. The person on the phone was like, damn.
Mhm.
I was like, what? He's like, man, what's going on over there? And I said, you can hear this? He said, hell yeah, man. And I said, you know what? This dude is too loud. And then that happened. And I said, I find, but see, from experience dealing with people like the Charleston White types, I know it's best not to talk to them. Like don't ever confront them about something like bad behavior because they're not going to change.
That's
You
what I'm
know,
trying to tell you. I'm with you on. I experienced that. I was in my 20s, right, when I had my first apartment. So I was staying upstairs, but the people below me used to play that music loud all the time. I used to be like, man, I'm talking about every other day. So it was kind of cool because at that time I was working at night. I wasn't driving truck, but I was doing delivery driving, just regular delivery driving, dropping off windshields and glass and all that. But I never said nothing to those people. Never said one word. I was like,
you can't.
shit, I just got to deal with it.
Well, no. I looked at it, and I look at it even now. You have to maintain. You have the peace, right? And your my thing is, and see, this is the trap. This is the trap. You want to be a peacemaker, and you're doing it for saying, hey, look, uh, I've had parties, and and I'm just working on my car, they're having a party, they're pretty loud, but I, give them the benefit. But see that this is what some people do. Some people, they don't see it that way. They see it as F you. F you. I don't care. You know. And we're real big on that. We're real big on that. And that is why we're just real big on that. F you. I don't give a damn. I'm gonna be loud or I'm gonna be disrespectful, and it's just the way it is. And then when you express to them or you explain to them that you don't have to accept that type of treatment, they have these mental meltdowns, right? Where they try to, say stuff, and then you be looking and saying, "Wait a minute, am I saying something wrong here?" Because I gotta go to sleep. Hey man, I work at night. I work in the day. I work at night. I work at night. I can't. You got to cut that music down. What you saying? I work at night. You need to keep your music down. No, fuck that. Fuck that. So you trying to come over here and tell me what to do? Hell no.
Yeah.
It's like what?
They are still up here, man.
Yeah, he's still up
there. Yeah, it's crazy, man. I mean, I had an experience like that, but mine was more so like in a controlled environment. It was my freshman year in college. I moved in the dorms. My parents, helped me move in, stuff like that. And I stayed in the athlete quad. We had like a quad area. And the dude next to me, he was from California. And man, he was playing his music so loud. I was like, bruh, I just got in here. I'm trying to fold clothes, put stuff in the drawer, still trying to rearrange my room. And he was jamming. And I go over there and I kind of like, I knocked on the door. I'm pretty sure I knocked hard enough, but he couldn't even hear me. He was, you know what I'm saying? Music was that loud. So I tried to like open his door and it was locked. And then I went back in my room and I was just like, I can't, man. Because the same song was on repeat. So I'm like, is he in the room or what? Like, why is this song just on repeat? Or he really liked this song? Come to find out, do business. He was in there asleep and the music was that loud.
Yeah, I know, yeah.
I was like, what the? So I'm beating on it up. Boom, 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 boom. Long story short, like I told him, I was like, hey, bro. I was like, hey, you're going to have to turn that down, man. You know what I'm saying? And he was like, man, nah, I could play the music, from this hour to this hour, whatever, code of ethics, rule book, blah, blah, blah. I was just like, I don't know what type of time you're on, man, but brother, it's kind of loud, dog. I was like, just turn it down.
If he said the police won't do nothing, if it's too loud, yes, they will, because they got ears.
Yeah.
They have
ears. I mean, sometimes they will, but
if it's too loud, do bullshit. Yes, they will. And let me tell you what else do business. And I like I said, I don't like to do that, right? But what I'm saying is they start a case. And what I mean is I can report one time and they can come by, but it's gonna be a report. I report twice, they're gonna have to do something. Because third and fourth time, it's they're gonna be dealing with like somebody's finna be arrested. You cannot do that. You cannot disturb the peace. Just fuck it. I'm gonna have told me I won't do it because I want to, and I could have allowed. I won't. No, you can't. You got to deal with the people around you, and that's what their job is. There ain't you nah. Believe me, bro, they'll do it. And believe me, when you start talking about a party, it'll take all of that fun from a party because see, they get shut down.
Man, you might as well go to sleep. I'm telling. I mean, I respect what you're saying.
I would, not me. I ain't going no motherfucking sleep.
If I hear, I'm just gonna lay down.
And that's why don't nobody want to live next door to certain people because see, you got to this stuff. People got to live their life. They got to take care of their bills, raise their children, cut their yards, take care of themselves. But not when you live next door to certain people. You got to do a whole lot of extra shit. And that's why nobody want to live next door.
Yeah.
Well, it's like, damn, you want me to raise your fucking kids, man? Hey, can you keep your fucking kids in your yard? Don't come over here with that bullshit about, man. If your kids come over here and hurt themselves, legally, I can be fucking held liable for that shit. Can you please? Can you look, man? Hey, man, don't do this, don't do that. And I've on, and I see, I hate doing this on these channels because people think a certain kind of way, but it's only certain people that you have to fucking do that to. And I
Right.
don't like that shit, man.
Well, I was just gonna say because it ain't just our people. I mean, you could be living next door to some Caucasians, and they could be doing a number of things to make noise.
I ain't never, okay. If you say
I'm
so.
telling you, man. They could be working on cars, man. They could have a whole mechanic shop at their house, man, making noise all night. I'm
And
telling
if
you, man.
if I moved into a community and the Caucasians were running a mechanic shop like in the garage,
Yeah.
and they were making too much noise or there was gasoline, that shit would be getting shut down by me.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna live next door to that
You
shit.
can't do that.
Bullshit. Like, I'm not gonna sit there and smell your gas. Hey man.
You
Hey, man,
can't
you
do
run-
that, man.
Hey,
That's
man,
what I'm
hey, man,
saying.
excuse me, sir. Are you running what is this? You fix you do all this here. Well, you know what? I live here. And I got allergies and I can't take all that smoke. So can you do something about it? If he goes back, he'll be getting that shit will be removed. See, what I'm saying, and this is what we do. You got to get along, but you get along with people to a point till they push you to the point. Now, see, this is what they want me to do. I'm a black man. They said, well, he gonna go get his pistol or he gonna talk shit like, you better cut that off. And then they win. They have the advantage. But when you don't respond like that, believe me, you have the advantage. And okay, you didn't shut him down this summer. He had a bunch of motorcycles and gas and stuff. But the next summer, you already got paperwork on him. That next summer, I bet you they shut him down. You don't have to live. And as a man, period, you don't have to live uncivilized. I don't want to live in those conditions. That's for a business product. When you own a business, you operate a business in a business district. When it's a residence, it's peace, it's quiet.
Yeah.
You can get a person's dog taken from them. Hey man, you need to your dog barks too much. You can have that dog taken, bro. You can't. No, that dog can't run around barking.
I got you, player, but I mean, you can't. We all can't have everything our
we
way.
we don't even know what's good and bad because we've been so mistreated. We've grown up in such a just a horrible way. You say open air drug sales. Well, you tell people, hey man, well that's illegal. What? You can't stand on the corner and just deal dope. Man, they've been doing that shit forever. What the fuck you talking about? See, I mean, like we're not even used to living in civilized areas. So then we get mad when someone tells us we can't do certain things. We get offended by that. What the fuck is it to get offended by if people say I gotta go to work, you gotta cut your music down?
That's what I'm saying. I mean, it doesn't matter what environment you're in. Like I said, I mean, I got experience in both, but I mean, like I said, sometimes for me, like I said, I respect what you're saying, but I ain't saying nothing. That's just what they do. And I got to deal with it.
What if your woman?
All I got to do is just move or something.
What if your woman complain?
She gonna have to deal with it.
Wow. I heard
You
that.
can't tell nobody what to do, man. That's what they doing. Hey,
Oh, really? We just different people on that, bro. If you living with someone and it's just a different world, man. As far as someone who's being a disrespectful person, you're gonna have to say something to them. I'm the type of person that my lawn care is gonna be good. I like lawn care. I like I like to walk around with fresh cut grass and its hedges and everything. I like that. A person who doesn't keep up with that, I'm going to say something to them. And the whole thing is this: I'm not saying nothing to them because I want to be cool. Hey man, I'm going to be cool. No, I'm warning you. That's a warning. You can look at it any kind of way you want. I just warned you. Okay, don't do it. Okay, leave it just like that, man. Now you'll be dealing with other people. And I said, we don't do that, man. We need to do that. And that's why people have this negative stereotype about black neighbors. And what they don't realize is we don't come from communities that give a fuck about each other. So we move into another community. They be like, why you sitting on the front porch? What you talking about? You're sitting, what about your backyard? Don't you think that's appropriate place to sit like you're sitting there, watch every time, what the fuck? And that's what I'm saying. It's like, man, but they don't care though. They don't care. There's a guy about 14 houses down or whatever. He shoots basketball. I can't hear him, but every time I drive by, it's 4 or 5 people out there shooting ball, sitting on the car, outside. And I said, man, do these people ever even? I don't care what time of night. I said, these people even live inside their house? They moved here. They don't even live inside the house. They're either shooting basketball or laying or hanging around the car. Yeah. Now I don't live anywhere near them, but I'm saying, yeah, those I wouldn't want neighbors. Those are not neighbors.
I got you, but that's what I'm trying to tell you. You can be in any kind of neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? It just depends on the people that live in that home. So, I mean, that's also a part of getting along with your neighbors. I mean, understanding how they are. But if you do have a complaint, knock yourself out. You know what I'm saying? It's just me. I just don't like bothering people. If it ain't that bad, I can tolerate it.
Hold on. Who's bothering who? Do business.
No, well, I wouldn't. That's just what I'm saying. I mean, if you're talking about people, doing something that's irritating you, I get it. But like I said, with me, I ain't saying nothing because they as long as they're not on your property or in your house doing it.
If someone is making noise loud enough you can hear in your place, that is a violation.
Well, you can get soundproof. You can get your home.
Oh, that's what okay. Put up some soundproofing. Okay.
You can. What I'm saying is that you can maneuver. You can get different devices.
And you
ain't even got to hear that.
Hold on. Are you talking about now? You said your woman. You talking about a black woman do business? Like you in a relationship with a black woman?
I don't care who she is. I'm not going to do something.
Do business. They're not going to. You're not going to be able to cohabitate with them.
I'll go get a Chinese woman.
Hold up, and you let your neighbor. you making all these compromises for your neighbor, and she's sitting up there. You're a man, she's a woman, and she said, "Baby, my head hurting. Can you ask him to cut his music down?" Yeah, you're gonna have problems.
Yeah, ain't no black woman going for that.
You take your ass over there. I ain't doing nothing to watch this game. That's what I'm finna do. Or go to work or something.
Ready to call the laws one day because she saw it was like a moving truck, and the moving truck they pulled up in front of a house across from us. She was like, I don't think I'm gonna be able to get out the driveway. And I'm looking, I'm like, man, there's plenty of space for you to get out the driveway. She said, nah, I don't want to even be close to that truck. Can you go over there and tell him to move the truck? And I was just like, damn, they unpacking the whole house. Like, you trying to leave right now? She was just like, nah, but when I'm ready to leave, I'm ready to leave. So I'm like, man, just chill out, man. Give it a few.
You see that?
You know what I'm saying?
You see that,
chill out, give it a few.
Look at JR.
Or whatever like that. And then she was just like, nah, man, because when I'm ready to go, like, I don't know how long it's going to take for them to unpack this truck, whatever like that.
But you can that's what I'm saying. You can tell them, hey,
yeah, but I told
be
her,
nice.
Like, just give it a few, man. I was like, you know how it is to like move into a new house, like, or move into a house, period. Like, it's gonna take time. But she was just like, but why they gotta be parked? Like, the truck is like, they could have parked it like a little bit further up or something like that. But I was just like, nah, it don't work like that, man.
Because you can't call the police all the time because they'll get mad at you.
Well, you don't have to do that. Well, you don't have to. You can take care of yourself, do business. You can just take care of yourself. But this guy, some guys, and he says, don't you lose credibility or be called a flip-flopper if you spend so much time on a person you say is trash when it grows your channel, though, and you curse just as much. I have no idea. If you're talking about me and Charleston White, you haven't been listening to me. I've been highly critical of Charleston White. I said he's good as far as the hip hop community, but I've said that the other aspects, I don't think that he's a good fit for that. When you're talking about representing a family of a child that's going on trial, representing them, talking that way, and we just played. He was talking about it some kind of way. Sex is always squeezed and stuff. You can't. That's not a good image for the Metcalf family. At all. That's a terrible image. And once again, this is the Negro, right? This is how let me tell you something about the Negro. The Negro demands as a black man, you stay in the mud. because that's proof you're a black man. So when you see a Charleston White and he gets all profane and starts talking sexual and saying inappropriate things, you seen that interview. I edit the shit out that interview. Black, he appeals to people like Mustafa. He appeals to him because he's a real black man. And I'd be like, what? That's so you're impressed by that? So they're impressed by just pure ignorance. Anything that strays out of that, if you're a black man and you're not beholden to just being an ignorant fucking nigga, you're not a black man.
I mean, he's just loud. That's all it is. He's just a very loud, personality guy. Um, that's pretty much all it is. When people watch him, they know, he can turn them up with some shit. So I mean, it ain't really, that big of a deal. But I mean, he does hit hard, when he goes, live or whatever. Or,
Mm-hmm.
So knock yourself out, man.
And that's why within the black sector, you have No Jumper. It is so popular, right? Pure exploitation by a white dude. A white dude is exploiting these dumb niggas. But the Negro is so fucking stupid, like Mustafa right here. He's so fucking stupid. He think that that's tough. Man, shit, man, No Jumper, man. My niggas over there on No Jumper. They don't be playing over there, man. Bro, you support something like that? But they do, and they do. A man who shares his wife. You look up to a man who shares his wife with other men. Man, shit, man, that nigga, man, he living like though, man, shit. Bro, we so messed up. You can't even have a conversation. We're so messed up, bro. And I don't know who this guy, I don't even know if this is a black guy. But he said that we just messed up in the head, man.
Yeah.
Opportunist, man. That's Charleston White, man. That's how I would characterize him, as an opportunist. Definitely.
He be over there on No Jumper, don't it?
Yeah.
Of course, he's been over
Charleston
there.
White be
Of
on
course.
No Jumper.
I
At
seen.
Adrian Ross, the boxing, he wants to box. And it's like these Negroes can't wait to make these white boys some money, bro. You be looking at them, and you be looking at the black community saying, y'all don't see this?
See, that's what I'm saying, Play. Like that's a good that you brought that up. Like I wouldn't even box Charleston White. It would be embarrassing. I wouldn't even do it to him. Like, dude, good shout out to you. Let's just say he, did challenge me or something. Like, be like, man, you said you're a senior citizen, right? Yeah, go get you some AP or something. Dog. Go sit down, man.
Go sit down somewhere.
Yeah,
man.
man.
Get your Medicare, the Medicaid.
They gonna knock you out in like 50 seconds, man. Go sit down somewhere.
Yeah, man.
Beat the brakes.
Clear opportunist, man, and he's been that for probably forever. Probably as soon as he figured out this my lane and this is how I can provide for me and my family. Why not? He gonna go full throttle on it. But again, some people cannot see through what he's doing. Man, it took me all of 5 seconds. Like he's an opportunist, man. If it does not benefit him, he has nothing else to do with it.
And that's why and as a grown man, I don't even deal with people like Charleston White. I don't. Because I know in the end, he's not gonna like the type of guy I am. He's not. Because I get all of the stuff. I grew up in the hood. I get all that stuff. The dysfunction and the fight but in the end, because you have to adhere to the laws that we're governed by. You have to. They don't care. See, some of these guys, they don't care about going over 10 years. They look up to that. Man, it's my nigga, man. Man, they had to sit down for 10, but that's my nigga. It's like these people don't even look at home ownership. They don't look at providing for their kids. They don't even see the world that way. They're talking about Man, I ain't pay that shit, man. That nigga had to find out, man. I had to pop that nigga. And I said, and that's more important to them than freedom. That's more important to them than doing the right thing. They don't care. So most people say, I'm not living next door to people like that. I have children. My children will not be influenced by their kids. I was house shopping, man. Dude came out to the mailbox. He was sagging. It was a guy. I'm looking at the house next door to him. The real estate agent, she pulls up and we get out the car, and this man doesn't have on any he's sagging with no underwear.
Damn.
And I'm like, man, his butt's out. And I look and the dude is going to the mailbox. I said, nah, man. I told him before he went in the house, I said, nah. I said, I don't even want to live in a community like this. I don't even want to live in a community where people don't have no respect for each other. They walk outside, damn near nude on some I'm a real nigga shit. I grew up in that. I'll never go back to that. So we went and looked. She had another list, and we went and found another list. And I didn't even look at the house.
Damn, that's crazy.
Yeah, and imagine if you're married with kids and your kids see a man, your neighbor coming out the house like that. And then imagine you had to go over to him, hey man, could you put on some pajamas? Can you put on something, cover yourself, man? I got kids over here. And then he gets upset and starts attacking you, calling you a weak motherfucker and nigga, you must be looking at me or something. You know what I'm saying? That shit. All of a sudden, a conversation goes that way. So that's what I'm saying. Now I'm very familiar with dealing with Negroes. So we didn't even get out the car. We left, found another list, and I did what I was looking for. But yeah, man, the family is yeah, and yeah, the father, Karmelo's father, Phil Charleston White seduced him, I guess, and convinced him to listen to him. And look at him now, man. He's calling the man all types of inappropriate names. If you talking about from a street perspective, you can't. Those are fighting words. That's not something we get it. He's not in that, but those are fighting words. And he says he's a weak nigga. Well, he's never portrayed. He never tried to present himself as anything other than a respectable father. So does that constitute he's a weak nigga? Does he deserve that disrespect? And does that change the evidence in the case? Is he not the father of Karmelo Anthony, no matter what he is? What's up with you, CD?
How you doing, Platt?
What's up?
Salute. Oh man, this is my topic. I heard you talking about home buying, and what you're talking about are things that I've experienced in the past, and things that going forward in my endeavors of trying to buy a new house. These are things I'm looking at now. Context clues who I'm going to be living next to. Um, because in the past I was fighting with all my neighbors. I hate to say it, but I was that grumpy old man on the block, like trying to keep everything in order. Like these people don't have any pride in their property. They don't, they don't have any respect for the neighborhood because I think a lot of times with these black people, they just passing through. They know that they just passing through. They know that they only want to be there for 5 to 6 years max. They gonna sell the house, or maybe they're just renting, so they don't particularly care about the type of imprint that they leave in a neighborhood, and they don't care about how it affects those around them. But when I purchased my home, with with a lifetime plan for my grandchildren to be in that home. So if you do something, if you're having a soiree next door, you partying, man, by all means, even as long as it's Friday night, Saturday night, I don't be bothering these people. But when you start parking in front of my driveway. I lived in a cul-de-sac. So people
Uh-huh.
always wanted to treat the cul-de-sac like it was a big ass parking lot. Man,
Uh-huh.
I had problems with that, Vlad. I'm telling you, problems, like big time problems. Like I
Yeah,
gotta tell people, like, man, y'all can't be.
no, no,
Hmm.
no. You never want to
Yes,
grow
sir.
up and you never want to grow up and become that. As a kid, maybe you played and there was one neighbor, or maybe two. You couldn't go on their yard. You couldn't, nothing. You couldn't do nothing. They would come out, complain, or maybe talk to your parents or call the police. You never want to become
Hmm.
that. But then again,
Right.
you have to become that because, like you said, if you're going to throw, I told a neighbor, if you're going to throw parties, and because he used to like, I think he was having like parties where he would rent his house out.
Oh
And
no.
I said, hey man, if you're gonna throw parties, um, you're gonna have to keep your noise down and they can't
Clean
park on
up.
my property. He was like, well, they'll pay
Right.
you. I said, they can't pay me anything. I said, that's a driveway. I live here. I said, that is for
Right.
my living. I said, no, they can't give
Right.
me no $100 and stand in my park they car. I said, no, they can't. And the dude was looking at me. I said, they're not going to pay me. And I said, I'm going to tell you something, brother. You trying to turn your property into a business. And I'm telling you, that ain't gonna work. That ain't gonna work. But you go ahead and do
Right.
what you think you need to do. And I'm gonna do what I think I need to do. And you know what? That dude didn't have another party. And eventually I left. But no, and I said that's what's wrong with us as black people. We think compromising to get along works with them. It won't work with them. They look at that as weak. They don't look at it as you a cool neighbor. They look at you as a weak bitch.
That's exactly right. Because a lot of times, they be like, well, all you have to do is just come over here. Like, look, man, it's not my responsibility to be coming over here and checking you. Okay, like you need to already have the common courtesy to know not to infringe upon your neighbor's property. Like I go out of my way to make sure that I don't infringe or encroach upon the people in my neighborhood. It'd be nice if they would reciprocate that exact same respect, but they don't. And then when you be living around black people think that, oh, we all cool. You just supposed to just lie down and accept it. And that's something that that's a sentiment I don't agree with.
I know. And then he's talking about the do business up here saying he's living with a woman and she's saying the music's too loud or somebody's disturbing her. And he said he'd make her go take care of it. Now, and I'm like, man, you can't. That's ridiculous. But that's him. That's how he handles his thing. How about they just don't make how about how about they they be like you? How about they be a respectable neighbor like you are?
'Cause, black people, I don't know.
No, no, no.
I,
CD,
uh-huh.
how come you can't live next door to a person like you? You black, right? You black, right?
Yes, yes,
How
sir.
come so what's wrong with you saying, hey, why don't you just do what I'm doing? I don't make too much noise.
Well, because they lack common courtesy.
Mm.
People don't have common sense. They get a little bit of money in their pocket. Black people will become nigger rich, and they think that all of a sudden the rules don't apply to them. Okay, well, look, I got a house in the burbs. It's the second biggest house on the block. I'm gonna be loud and act a fool, and I want everybody to know that I'm down here being loud and acting a fool. Irreverent of how I affect those around me, and that's just one of the plights of living around just ignorant people. Regardless of what the skin color is, but you tend to experience it more when you're living around black people. If I were white, I guarantee my neighbors wouldn't behave in the exact same way that they behave with me. Because I'm black, they feel like it's my responsibility to just be cool with it. But I'm not cool with it. I'm not okay with you leaving your trash on my lawn and then I gotta clean the shit out. I'm not okay with you parking your car in front of my driveway. Because again, we lived in a cul-de-sac, parking your car blocking my driveway. I'm not okay with that. All right. It got so bad to the point where the next door neighbor, he'd leave to go to work. And as soon as he'd leave, his son would start sneaking his friends in. Okay. But rather than walking up to his friend's house his friends would walk up to my house to escape walking up underneath his friend's house security cameras. So my security cameras are going off. So I'm like, man, who the fuck are all these niggas walking up on my house? So I'm getting nervous and shit. My dogs are barking. And then I ultimately figured out that, oh, they going next door. So after peeping what had been going down for a while, I seen like some brothers like jump in the back fence. And my dogs were going crazy and it was upsetting my wife at the time. So I went out there with my pistol. My wife was like, don't shoot him. I was like, I'm not gonna shoot anybody. I just need to know what's going on. So I seen these boys get ready to hop the fence into the neighbor's yard. And I said, listen, if y'all got any business being here, y'all need to use the front door. If you go over that fence, I'm calling the cops. Oh, hey, you need to mind your business. Whatever, dog. I live here. You don't. If you belong here, you need to use the front door. The fact that y'all going over the back fence means that you don't got no business being here. You upsetting my
Mm-hmm.
dogs, you upsetting my wife, and you upsetting me. Okay? Like this goes back to what I was talking about with um Tabor yesterday. You know, life is about surviving. All right. And with the heightened state of awareness that's going on right now, the last thing young black boys need to be doing is hopping the fence in the people's backyards. Okay.
I had
Luckily,
no.
yes, sir.
You're no. You're right. I had I had, I lived in a bunch of places. I had a place. Anyhow, it was next. It was about a little bit from a school, but if you cut through, it wasn't just me. A couple of people. If you cut through their backyard,
Mm-hmm.
you could save yourself a good amount of time because you had to turn this
Mm-hmm.
long corner.
Mm-hmm.
So I looked out and I seen the kids coming out my backyard, and I said, "What the fuck?"
Mm.
So I didn't say nothing to them. So what I went to Home Depot and I got some of that scrap wood. They got a scrap wood pile. You don't have to pay anything for it. It's free. I
Mm-hmm.
went and I got like three scrap pieces, and I had to saw because it was out of shape. It's really just cut wood that people don't want no more. I boarded up that fence and I put some bricks behind it. And then the next day I was waiting, and then they realized, they couldn't go there to come through there because they could have kicked it down, but they saw clearly the property owner didn't want people coming in his yard. I never said nothing to him, but
Right.
by leaving it up there, they realized, okay, because that's the symbolic of when you take care of your property. By them seeing you take care of your property, they were hesitant to destroy it.
Yeah.
If you let your fence fall all down, then they're kids, they figure you don't
Right.
give a damn. You don't give a damn.
Right. Mm.
But that's cool though, man. That's a lot of people don't want to hear that, man. They just this Carmelo thing. This dude's behind a rock in a hard place, man. Charleston White's going to turn the support of the black community away from him. Charleston White, I don't know what's going to happen. Charleston White is probably going to go out here and start supporting Jeff Metcalf and start attacking black people. Probably.
Hey,
I
what's
thought,
up, Plat? That's why I came up here, man. Cause I told you, Plat. Like he's a degenerate. He's a weirdo. Like I don't understand why, especially us black people, even want to hear Charleston White, listen to him, entertaining, and all them platforms, Say Cheese, Vlad TV, all these people platforming him to be a degenerate. And I understand it's entertainment. And black people, we just take the lowest common denominator of people, and we think it's really funny. And oh yeah, Charleston, that you was right. You like no, yeah, broken clock is right twice a day, whatever they say. But he's
yeah,
a
twice a day.
degenerate. He's a degenerate. He's not nothing. That and yes, I'm sorry. I have to question uh uh Carmelo father for even trying to link up with him. I do. I'm sorry. This is not the man that you even need to be nowhere near. His digital print of the things that this man done said throughout the years is wild. He done said the most wild. Charlie Kirk, that whole little debacle. Him talking about taking stuff from white women. Like he got a crazy digital print of him saying degenerate things and doing degenerate things. He wants to go at it with rappers and all that. Whatever. I ain't really care for that. But when he's,
Isn't Charleston White a black racist?
I mean, if you want to say quote unquote, yeah, he don't like black people, quote unquote.
But 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 that's how I found out about who he was about maybe 2 years ago. About him being a black racist, and the video I watched on him was like him in Mississippi with another black dude, and he was just saying all this really inflammatory stuff about black people, and I'm like,
But
nobody
but
care about this skinny ass crackhead.
but he got 1 foot in and 1 foot out. 1 minute
Uh
he
huh.
want to be pro black. The next minute
Uh
he wants to be what they call a coon or whatever.
huh.
But
Okay.
my thing is with him is that he goes wherever the wind blows. He's no
Yeah.
different than the guy at the gas station that you just give him $10. You know what I'm saying? Give him a Bud Light and he just says whatever and do whatever.
Okay.
Like he's no different than that, but just in digital form.
It's
He
just a
might
character.
he's a character, and most of these
Okay.
people take him serious, and that's why I be like,
Okay.
why? Why do y'all take this man that serious? And he's
Right.
a comedian. He wants to be a all these different people I see that be trying to be everything on the internet. You got to
Uh huh.
question them type of people.
Okay.
I'm a freedom fighter. Next minute, I'm a comedian. Next minute, I'm trying to take these rappers down. I'm part of the community, and I don't want these. Like, get out of here, dude. Get out of here.
Right.
And his dad, I'm sorry, Platt. His dad, he put this on himself being around him.
Right. Black. I'm about to say something that's probably not gonna sit very well with a lot of y'all, but I'm
Uh
not
oh.
F,
Uh oh.
F Austin Metcalf. All right. F his daddy, F his mama, F his daddy. I'm not particularly sad that Austin Metcalf is dead. He got exactly what he deserved, just like Charlie Kirk. I don't play that.
Uh oh.
Racism is the most repugnant, repulsive thing that you can be. As if any of us got to say so, and what skin we gonna be born in, and what gender we gonna be born as. None of us got to say so in that. Okay, we can choose to do and be a lot of things in our life, but our skin color and our gender are not one of those choices. So for people to try to exalt themselves as if they're better than you based off of the color of their skin is just some repugnant, repulsive stuff, and I cannot get behind it. So, like what happened to Kirk, bruh, I mean, whew, that was like, oh, I mean, that was like amazing to me. The fact that he says all these inflammatory stuff about gun rights and then bam, literally gone.
Hmm.
So to me, it's like as X said, it's just chickens coming home to roost, and chickens never made me sad. All right, he got exactly what he deserved. These two white boys up there. I mean, they were known bullies. Okay, and I'm a strong believer that an ass whooping goes a long way. Okay, sometimes all it takes is just a little reality check, and these boys might have a different disposition about life. Same thing with his daddy. I mean, this dude is what 5 years removed from being in the grave. He's obese. He don't got no hair on his head. All right, he's a disgusting corpulent slob. All right, and he's talking all this inflammatory racist stuff as if he's some kind of superior alpha being out here making moves that's influencing lives. It's a joke. It's a joke. Can he even see his manhood? Can he even wipe his own ass? You see what I'm saying? Like
Oh
these are the
wow.
type of people. These are the type of people who we're dealing with. Like the Trump the Buster, these Jake Lang, these dudes. There's something wrong with them. Like there's something wrong with their minds, and ultimately, I think it's because when good people fail to punch face, we end up with the Charlie Kirks of the world, the Ben Shapiro's of the world, the Tucker Carlsons of the world, the Donald Trumps of the world. All right. All it takes is just one little ass whooping when he was 17, and I guarantee these people would be much better people.
Well, we used to do that though. We used to be as kids or whatever growing up, we had our share of fights.
Right. Right.
It's just things have changed now.
Right.
Now you got weapons. Let me tell you something. When I was 15, if you were known to tote a blade, you were a complete weirdo.
You
Like
or
you weren't a cool guy.
yeah.
You weren't a cool kid. You weren't a bully type guy. If you went into a different category. If you was known, you was a guy who everybody knows you walk around with a knife.
Yeah.
You was like Mike Myers. You was on some weird shit.
Yeah.
Yeah, that I remember. Yeah, Platt, you ain't lying because I
I agree with that.
knew a guy that used to walk around with a knife. We used to call him a cutter because he used to kind of cut himself too, and
Mm.
he was weird. Like he was just a weirdo. Like ain't nobody wanted to be around him. Nobody talked to him. He used to just pull his little blade out and play around with it and cut the trees and stuff. And we used to be like, "What is wrong with boy?" Like
Yeah, it's something strange. There's something wrong with you.
nobody took him that serious. But yeah, and that's man. Listen, Platt, I called it already with Charleston White, and I said he just grifting and trying to get his come up in with this whole situation and put his name out there in the algorithm where everybody can talk about him. And look at him. He just turned on his dad, talking about I ain't with no nigga that he want to check. Yeah, nigga, he lost his job behind this. What do you think? And you try to act like you was gonna look out for him. No, you're not looking out for that man by trying to fight the other father, and you want a boxing match with Aiden Ross? What? Out of all the people, Aiden Ross, and you think that's going to help their situation? No,
Well, nobody want to see that shit.
like nobody wants to see that. You was fighting the
Mhm.
Island Boys. Like, come
Mhm.
on, dude. You're too old for this play. As black men, we got to start getting away from. And I'm I just don't get it. I just don't get it. And I criticize our community, but my thing is that I really do think that black people, we wanting better now. We do want better. But we got to get away from these degenerates. Guys like Charleston White, Whack 100, and whatever else them old weirdos out here that be talking crazy. Just let these dudes crumble. Let them. This is a special place that they need to put because the other side don't have people like this. I don't know.
Mm.
Well, nah, they do.
No, there's a group.
They do.
Yeah,
There's a group of
they got
men.
their degenerates too.
No. There's a group of men. You gotta understand the whole black experience, the black guy experience, right? There's a group of men who see black men. They're not adults. They're not okay. Let's a great example. Look at Elon Musk, right? We see he's the first trillionaire. You look at Elon Musk. His net worth is when he went over $1 trillion. Yeah, trillion, not a billion, a trillion. First person to ever make that much money, or be worth that much. Black people, see, this is what I don't like about the whole black experience. They don't. We can't think like that. We can't think we can
True.
be that type of person. We're
True.
told all we can do is forget the whole sports thing, but just we can only be our wealth is not what we can achieve from a fiscal standpoint, from a real estate or whatever you do, lawyer. We're not judged by that. We're judged with how many people we can intimidate, or
What we have.
well, no, how much of a nigga we can be in our society. We can menace our society. We're winning.
Well,
And
Platt,
and I
do you sorry to cut you off, sir,
no,
but do
no,
you
no.
know how the Musk fortune was amassed?
Okay, there, but it's, what I'm saying is we're never looked upon from a perspective of that's a man. Look at him. Look at how he's built himself up. You could disagree with. I disagree with his politics.
No,
We're
no, no,
judged.
sir.
We no, no, no. We're judged by one thing. We're judged by um, if we can be a fucking menace to our community. And
Well,
I don't hold up, and
this
I don't
strengthens
like
your
that.
point.
No, I don't like that at all because I think that we should want more out of life than some shit like that.
Hmm.
That's that jailhouse nigga shit. And
Hmm.
it's forced into the lives of black people. and they need to stop. They need to reject. That's what that whole no jump, all that no jumper stuff.
Well, I
All of that is uh an affirmation of the value of black people. They're just fucking bunch of animals who
That's not true, Platinum. Hold on,
No,
slow
no,
down.
no, no,
that
no, no.
no
That no
jumper stuff.
jumper. Yeah,
That
it
no
is.
jumper stuff.
It is do business. That is
Well, I'm
low.
saying not black
Knuckle.
people
Yeah, no, the
as a
knuckle
whole.
dragging. No, he ain't say the whole. He said the people on no jumper. Yeah, low level, low IQ, knuckle dragging, dumb Negroes that go on there and have the most stupidest, numbskull conversations about snitching and talking about hood activities and the social commentary. Like if you sit there and listen to it, you're gonna get a headache. A person with a functioning brain, you're gonna get a headache listening to them people, and they fighting and they fussing and they talking about the most stupidest stuff. Platt, you right, and
But I
that's what.
mean, that's true, but that's no different than somebody making a movie in Hollywood about some supernatural murderer or deleter or whatever you want to call it. So I mean, I get what y'all saying. I mean, it's not for everyone. It's definitely not my thing, but it's a genre for that. And especially what Platinum just said about
I get what
Elon
you're
Musk,
saying.
like a lot of that stuff is passed down. A lot of people don't earn, a lot of their wealth. So I mean, I respect it, but it's like, you know,
Okay,
that's
forget you.
that's based on connections.
Yeah, but that's well. He, you know what? You can say what you want. I don't particularly care for him. I don't know. I just brought his
Yeah,
name up, but I know he took his kid.
Nor do I.
He went over to with China with Trump. Remember, he's not a part of the administration. I know they did this Doge stuff, but he's not a part of administration. So he
mm.
went over there with Trump, and he took his kid with him. Do you think the little boy, that's the little boy that he brought into the Oval Office to meet Trump? You think that little boy is being raised to be a fucking thug? And see, that's what I don't like about the black community, because that's what it's like. They want to raise their kids to be thugs. And then you
that's
look at the
that's
white,
not true,
you know
brother.
what, bro? You know what? I don't know why you keep telling me
That's
this.
some of our
No,
people.
okay, well, why are you interrupting? There's some of them, a lot of them. And I said, when you look at the other side of the community, Elon Musk, I'm just bringing him up because everybody knows who he is, a public figure. I'm saying that son, he got a little kid. He got like 10 kids. The little boy that he's always running around with, he took to China. He's not raising his
Wiping
kid up. He's not raising his kid to be a fucking thug. And
the
now
one
you
who
get
be
mad.
wiping
Why you
boogers
get
on the
mad at that?
Resolute
Wait a minute, wait a
vest.
minute. Why do you get mad at that when you know that they be doing that? Why you
But
get
that's
mad
what I'm
at
saying. I mean, we have better examples besides that. I mean, we get it. Some of our people, raised up real hard, but some of our people raised to be like, Neil deGrasse Tyson. So, ain't nothing special about Caucasians, man. It's
Agreed.
really not. It's some of the most nastiest people on the
That's what
planet.
we
So,
talking about.
Agreed.
If there's something special about, bro, we're not
but
even
that's how
talking
some
about
of y'all
something
be
like that.
acting like they ain't better than
What
no
are you
one
saying?
man.
I'm done. You know what, bro? That's why. There you go. We can't even have a conversation.
We can have a
It-
conversation, but don't try to make it seem like they God or something.
who said they were God?
Sometimes some of
How,
our people talk like,
how many Elon Musk are in the world?
Just one.
Okay, so what do you mean? You said them. What? He's one guy.
I
But
get it.
even he,
Supposedly he was a trillionaire, like he said. They cooked the books. He's really not that. But what I'm saying is, he's a businessman. He's a leader, and he has kids that you see on TV. I'm saying,
he
damn. I wanted Obama didn't wait. Oh, did Obama raise his daughters to be hoes and sluts?
no, they went to college.
Okay, so what I'm saying, that is a part of the black community. So, but when you have the opposite being done, what's wrong? You can't even mention it. You can't even mention it. Say, man, you raising your kids to be that, man, your daughter gonna be a hoe and a slut. Oh
I
man, you
mean,
must love the white man. You love these white motherfuckers. What?
That's not what I understand what you're saying, Platinum. I get it, bro. But sometimes you got to let other people, explain their points too, man. Ain't nobody disagree with you all the time, man. It's all right.
No, it ain't
Just
the same thing,
conversation,
man.
man.
It's just
Yeah.
like I said, do business. Do you want black neighbors?
I don't care who my neighbors are,
Oh,
Platinum.
okay.
What you
I
mean?
need,
And what kind
I
of
need,
and what kind of question?
I
Why
need to,
wouldn't I want a black
I
neighbor?
need to move next door to you. Then
What's wrong with that?
I'm gonna bring all my bullshit.
if they like
You
me,
said it.
If they like me, I prefer black neighbors if they like me, and that they're conservative and considerate. I prefer black neighbors. If not, then I prefer some lily white,
That
mind
is
their own
so
business
sad,
neighbors.
bro. That is
Yeah,
so
why they got?
horrible.
Yeah, you had
Oh
the
my God.
conservative part. Yeah, that.
But
Yeah,
see,
Oh my
listen,
God.
I'm talking about as in conservation and preservation, not conservative traditionalists like in the political party. It's
okay,
two
I got
totally
you.
different things.
I got
Well,
you.
a lot of times, that's all you have to pass down to your children is your home.
Right,
And if your neighbor, white, Asian, comes to your community and brings down the property value because they don't want to take care of their home,
right.
they don't want to cut the grass. And do you know that when you let that happen, you get snakes? See,
Yes,
they're not going to live. They're going to go where they can hide. So when you just let your grass grow, you're gonna get snakes. You're gonna get rats. Oh, well, hold on, my fault. You get the rats, and then the snakes eat the rats. So here come the snakes.
Well, I mean, they're
So
gonna have
all
to
that.
cut it eventually, though, Black, because they're gonna get a pink slip. So it don't matter what neighborhood you live in. I mean,
But
if your
but
grass is too high, that you're gonna be, notified about that.
but
So
that's if you have an HOA.
I,
Not all the
you don't have to
counties
have a
have it.
HOA, brother. That's not true. You don't have because you have people that work for. You ever heard of the environmental police?
Okay,
yeah, you get a ticket if you don't have
You see what I'm
your
saying?
grass cut. Yeah, that's how around my
okay.
way it is. Yeah, if you don't have your grass cut, the city will give you a ticket, or
It
yeah,
depends if somebody's got a complaint about it. I've seen houses they haven't
no,
cut their
they
grass.
ride down the street and
That's what I'm
see.
saying. That's their
Well, no, this
job.
is a guy's backyard. He hadn't cut his. He's
Oh,
got
okay, the
like several
backyard.
houses in this
I
house.
got you.
It's not even a rental. It's his house, and I guess it's paid for. He just doesn't cut his grass.
I got you.
And that
Yeah.
grass, when it grow, that grass can grow, man. That grass can get thick too. It starts out as a little blade, but let it keep growing.
See, but this the thing, Platt, and I understand what y'all saying. I agree most, but I understand what the business saying because I was on another platform talking to this guy, and all he do is complain about black people,
Yeah,
which
I
he
mean,
can do. But but Platt, he rents out the black people, but he rent out to the lowest denominator of black people, like
Right.
people that's barely holding on. You know what I'm saying? And then he rented out to him for weeks at a time, but he complains about all the degenerate things they doing, and all I said to him,
You
why
probably
won't you
don't.
get up?
Yeah,
Why don't you get
that-
up out the hood? Why don't you get
yeah.
to a better place instead of being in the hood? And
Well,
you might get a better result or even better black people that you're around. He keep
I
talking
know
it's
about
what you're
it's
talking
the
about too, Joey. I
it's the
know that
same
dude.
thing.
That's called a slum lord,
and
Joey.
then
It's
get play. You thought we didn't say that? We like you a slumlord. You are who you complain about. You are
it's like
the black
it's like the same.
degenerate people you complain about all the time. But go
I
ahead,
know
brother.
exactly what you're talking about,
It,
Joey.
it's like the same narrative with these business owners being in the hood. They complain about their customer base as they extract all their resources from them. But yet you maintain your business there, so it doesn't make any sense.
Exactly. And that's all I was saying to him. He of course, like typical, he as much as he talking about degenerate black people, he started acting like a degenerate, yelling and cursing me out. I'm like, bro, I'm trying to help you out. And the thing about it is, Platt, he turns around and said that his mom said the same thing that I was saying. If your own mother is telling you that you need to leave and get away from or sell that property and move somewhere else and get some other property and be around some functioning people,
People
what are we doing wrong?
when and that's a good way to start out to get better off. You can have a decent job, and you could in the military. You go in the military, you can get your first home, right? No,
Zero
nothing
down.
down, zero down, and then you could turn around and move out of that home in 6 months and put it on the market for rental property, and
Exactly.
then you got another home, right? And you can buy another home. So it's a lot of people have gotten rich with that. But yeah, if you're going to have these homes, you got to have renters. And when all the renters you attract are like low end people, that's a reflection of the home. Because people with money, they don't rent low end properties.
And we said the same thing. Flat, we said the same thing. You doing weekly rent. Like, what type
Yeah,
of people you
Oh
think you
no,
gonna get?
he
weekly,
just one
nah.
of them dudes that just
And,
like people to bring him money so he
and
can
then
smoke weed out there.
no,
That's
no,
all
he
that do.
want yeah, he want to make excuses talking about, oh, I don't want to do lease because they could be hoarders and all. Well, guess what, good brother? When you really run a legitimate business, or somebody got feedback, somebody got something in the background.
Yeah,
No, no,
most
go ahead, Pop.
people are not long term renters. That's most people aren't. They're either going to be a home buyer, but they just rent because you don't get any money from a rental. You can get a rental if
6
uh,
months.
Ford Motors send you to Detroit to handle some business, but then that's your Airbnb now. That's where you would say, hey, since I'm gonna be there for 35 days, I don't want to be at the Hilton. Put me in this Airbnb, and you're at which is what he's doing. Right? So in an Airbnb, obviously, if you're gonna go in an Airbnb, it's got to be nice, right? You don't want to go in the
Uh-huh.
project. You don't want to
Uh-huh.
move to the projects, right? Do you want to go live in a hood house? You want a trap house. You want to live in a nice Airbnb.
Uh-huh. Yeah, and the location means a lot. If you in the hood of Washington, D.C., yeah, you're gonna get fiends and crackheads and low income type people to be renting from you. And then you're gonna sit there and complain, oh, they stealing my bicycle. They keep taking my bike. Well,
Yeah,
good brother.
yeah. No. Yeah, that's what you get with that. See, you got the pursuit is to elevate in America. It's to elevate.
That's
We
a
get it.
fact.
We get the war, the fight against racism, the fight for equality, but the pursuit of happiness, right? You have to elevate. You have to elevate. And the problem is, like I said, you get into that $500,000 home. Your neighbors have $500,000 homes. So conversations about noise and cutting lawns, they become really relevant because they're have a invested interest just like you in maintaining the property and being decent neighbors. But yeah, if you're dealing with the hood and you people, if I'm in the hood and I live in a real, a cheap place, and I look at the landlord is taking advantage of me, well then you're right, I am gonna steal. I'm steal. I'm like, fuck him.
You gonna take it? You gonna take his bike, Plat?
If I see it, why not?
Hey, hey, I mean, it's the environment you in. If you, like you just
Mhm.
said, if you ain't trying to elevate and get about that situation, which I was saying to him, which he even said his own mother said to him, what else can you do? You must like living in misery. To me, when I hear somebody keep complaining that they women ain't doing this, ain't doing that, and they still with her, oh, you like living with that raggedy bitch. Like, don't keep complaining to me, nigga. I don't want to keep hearing that. If you don't like where you live, if I didn't like in a certain place I was living in Philadelphia, you know what? I'ma move, which I did, to a nicer place, a nicer area. Yeah, I paid the cost to be the boss. I gotta pay these taxes. But I want my kids to be in a different environment, to grow up in a different environment. They ain't gotta look at, what I mean, little Pookie right there on the corner every day. But my thing is, there are productive black people out here that work in the hood, that's doing good. Everybody ain't out here being degenerates. But if you want to surround yourself with a certain demographic of people, so be it.
You're right, man, and that's how it works, man. And if you're a person who has rental properties, your biggest thing is to find people who can pay. And I know a guy, he targets military bases. He's got like 12, maybe 14 rental properties. Regular guy, grew up in the projects, grew up broke, you know, went to the military, took out one GI loan, got one house, got out of that in 6 months. He went back and stayed with his sister. He still owned the house, but that's how he started out. Stayed with his sister. He paid his sister, paid her, certainly paid her. He stayed on one bed. He was single at the time. And he got a renter in there. And then he went, got him another house, did the same thing, started going, moved out, got married, got kids. And he said he put them by he said all my properties are around military bases because those people are transitioning and they have an income. And he said I give them a quality home at a fair price. And he said they might do 3 years, they'll sign my leases, and then that property is taken care of. He said the worst thing you could do is go get the property and people don't want to pay because then you got to pay your mortgage. But if they don't want to pay, then you got to go
Yup.
get the legal, like he was saying, all that legal stuff, and then they'll tear it
Yup.
up. So he won't
You
even
gotta get
rent
the
to people like
sheriff to come and kick them out.
he won't even rent to
Hmm.
people like that.
I
He
mean,
said
yeah, I mean,
he looks for people who can afford, who can more than afford his stuff because he said he knows they're gonna be able to pay. They're gonna keep the grass, but he already got all that set up. All that set up. When he sits down and talks to him, say, okay, we got a guy, Randy. Randy's been cutting the yard here for the last 3 years. This is his number. This is his business. This is his price. So if you don't want to do it, or you can call Randy. Randy cut it down. Take care, make kids go play and all that. He'll get the leaves out. So he got it all set up, everything you need. And if you move into that property, and in a lot of ways, that was pretty smart, and he's no, he's not a million. He's right about he's coming in at right around 800,000 a year. Beautiful wife, healthy kids. And I'm like I said, the guys was from the projects, straight up out of the projects. The food stamps, bologna sandwiches, couldn't wait to school, the Saturday conversations, couldn't wait to get to school for Monday to eat. Hungry, he came from all of that, but he played the game the right way. And we're up here talking about dudes who won't cut their music down. See, that's what I'm saying. Black people are way more than that. And when you say a no jumper, you don't see people like that on No Jumper. Academics isn't someone like that. DJ Vlad, he doesn't interview guys like that. And that's what's wrong with the black community. We focused on the wrong aspects of the black community. We focus on the low lives and the filth people. And this YouTube, and I've been saying it, and Joey knows I've been saying, Joey, I might have to go on my rant. Jordan, I needed you. I needed you a couple of days ago. You went up here, Joy.
What happened?
I played my my song, with the Kevin Samuel stuff, all that stuff in there about.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I needed you. You went up here though, but
the motivational.
Yeah, you let me down, Joey. But there's more to black people than what is presented to us, and we keep lauding. It's like the dude. It's like the thug. It's like the thug in the jailhouse who takes an iron for clothes and makes a grilled cheese, and we look up to that. And that's what we're so lost. That always like, man, it's more to life than ironing out grilled cheese sandwiches. There are black people out here who are surgeons, black people out here who are geniuses, but we don't give them any attention, or we almost act like they don't exist.
You ain't lying.
Yeah. And we up here talking about a Charleston White. You see what I'm saying? And we got a guy in the chat, he didn't like that because he wants to praise Charleston. He looks up to Charleston White. Charleston White.
Oh, it's a couple people. It's a couple people that be praising. They no. It ain't entertainment business. It's a couple people that be praising. Shout out to Jess. I seen in the chat. Jess was up there praising Charleston White, and I had to tell her, like, I understand. Like, I'm not here to be up here telling people don't listen to nobody, but that's not the guy to be up here.
I think Jess likes holding black men back. Baby Bird, I think Baby Bird likes holding black men back. I think she's the type of woman she likes manipulating men and holding those men back. I think she gets a cheap thrill off it. And she touts a Charleston White. She likes creating Charleston Whites.
Mm.
Yeah, thirsty dudes who can't have a conversation without sex being every other word. She likes shit like that.
That's what I just said. I mean, like I said, it's entertaining. I mean, of course, some of our people don't want to listen to a lecture or something. I mean, it just depends on the individual. I understand what you're saying, play, but yeah, of course, entertainment, you know, thriller, certain genres are going to outshine other genres. I mean, that's just the way it is. So I don't really think it's a black people thing. I mean, I understand what you're saying, but it's some people just want to be entertained. They don't want to be bored.
Okay. Okay. Well, you're right. Well, it didn't work out. His involvement didn't help them out at all in the case.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, he's definitely a character, man. He's a character, but I mean, yeah, that's the wrong person to be asking advice from or whatever. But I mean, at least he did offer to help. But in reality, we probably knew he wasn't going to do that. So it's just childish, man. Just clown stuff. I mean, that's just what you're gonna get from him. So just get used to it. I mean, I'm sure he got like millions of views or more than that on YouTube. On all the platforms he be on. So I mean, that's Charleston White, man. You know, what can we do?
Yeah, I don't even think Charleston White has a social media page. I mean, I know he got a lot of bunch of people. I'd have to keep up with him more. Maybe he got an X, but I don't think I know he's not on YouTube. I know he's on YouTube. I'm saying him individually, he's not on YouTube. Charleston White would have trouble when he tries to get a YouTube channel because he said some things that YouTube they don't endorse stuff like that.
Yeah, yeah, he's all over the place, man. I mean,
You know what surprises me? I'm serious. How YouTube, when you look at a no jumper, I'm amazed how no jumper is on YouTube.
mm,
Maybe it's because he's white.
It, it,
Maybe
it it's definitely because of that, Platt. Because
okay.
anybody else would have been shut down. The buffoonery, the fighting, just they don't even say allegedly when they be talking. I just was like, they just say whatever and do whatever.
Right now, I can go and look it up. It's right there on YouTube. When what's Politico? What's his name? Flacco. You know what I'm saying? What is it? Poetic. When
Flacco, yeah, poetic
Poetic
Flacco.
Flacco is right there at the table, and the dude spits on him and then punches him. That's right
Yup.
there on YouTube. No, it's right there on YouTube. It happened on No Jumper.
And Wack was trying to fight him.
No. I saw that, but I'm saying he didn't touch him though. Wack didn't touch him. What I'm saying is, and it's not just him. It's a bunch of people who've gotten in fights on No Jumper. And I'm saying that's a YouTube channel. He's right there. Right there. It ain't like taken down. No, it's right there for anybody to see. And I said, damn, they showing niggas getting spit on and punched. They are. They did on that stuff. And I'm saying it's still up.
yeah, reality TV. Yeah, that's gonna outshine anything that that probably people should probably be paying attention to, like Shark Tank or something. Yeah, reality TV gonna blow that out the box, man.
But we had back in our day, we had like Teen Summit. We
Hmm.
had some positive shows like Different Worlds. I remember the Cosby's. Like, we need to get back to that, bro. I really think it's a psyop where they just trying to put these people out there to really think like we the lowest of the denominator. Like, we got other content we can do. And I'll be trying to watch some positive stuff. I can't just keep going on my other YouTube account and be seeing just straight niggertree. And I'll be like, and I unsubscribe from a lot of people. Like,
That
man, I
me
can't do
too.
this, bro.
I don't even subscribe to certain. Yeah. Once I find out who they is, I can't do it, man. It got to
Well,
make
you need to
sense.
go. You need to go to these prisons. If you take a chance, I mean, if you take time out your day and find out how you can do it, you need to visit these prisons. Let me tell you something. That's what I'm saying. See, this is the thing. No Jumper and that type of stuff, that type of content. I shake my head because I look at those dudes. Maybe they're going through a process where they'll learn and they'll become something different. But when you go and talk to them dudes and they stuck in there, and what's something that they will appreciate is some a package of crackers, dry saltine crackers. That brings joy to them. I'm saying something trivial. It's like your life is more important than the way you're living, but because you listen to the no jumper types, you now got to do 5 years in this horrible reality. And then that's what I'm saying. You see, that shit ain't cool. You say, man, this is not this ain't the ticket right here. This was a mistake. I should have never did that crime I did. I thought it was the right thing to do, but I see it's not the right thing to do. When I hit that guy from the back, and when he came to see if I had my insurance, and I put that pistol in his face because I'm a real nigga, that was a mistake. And now I got to do 3 years for that.
And he take responsibility for what he did. You know what I'm saying? He want to tell other young guys, like, don't go down this road. Those are the guys I like to hear. Like, you know what I'm saying?
But you know
Guys
what?
that's like Charleston White.
Yeah,
I'm cool.
I don't know about y'all. I remember, probably about 4 years ago, Joey. About 4 years ago, I was coming out of the parking lot, and it was a police car right behind me. He was right behind me in his car, and I don't know if the guy was wanted. The guy hit my car. I was getting ready to pull out, and all of a sudden, boom! He was trying to pull out and go, hit my car. Ooh, Joy! I jumped out the car before he could run away, and I got up on him. I said, "No, man, you hit my car." And he said, "No, man, I was a mistake. It's no big deal." I said, "It's a big deal. You hit my motherfucking car, man." And then the police,
Yeah,
the
where's your
guy,
insurance?
he looked, he looked out the car, and I said, "Hey, man, you hit my motherfucking car." He was like a Latino dude, and he was like, "No, man, I said, and the police officer, he said, I said, he hit my car. She walked, I think it was, anyhow, they walked over to the thing, and she had a little ticket thing, and she said, well, I could write a ticket or you guys could handle it. And I looked at him, I said, man, I need 200. Give me 200. Man, that man paid me $200. He didn't do shit to my car. He kissed my car with his bumper. And I said, give me 200. That man said, okay. He dug in his wallet and he gave me $200. I said, okay, it's over. And I looked at the police officer. I said, we handled it. We handled it.
He ain't had no insurance.
I don't know what he had, but he gave me 200. And I said, man, all he did was touch my car. I didn't know. I thought I could get like 50 out of him. But when that police officer came and started saying, well, I could write a ticket, but if you guys can handle it, you can handle it. And I looked at him. I said, give me 200.
Yeah,
man, he looked at me. And he gave me the two, man. Man, that was a nice piece of change, brother. I appreciate him for being. And you know what? It was like a Latino dude, like a Latino dude want to be a black dude, and I know he was mad, but he know me. I don't know him. Right? Ain't no Latinos running around here, right? So, I was like, hey, man, don't hit people's cars. You know?
Yeah, he listen. He ain't one of the. Oh, my fault. Somebody called. Can you hear me, Pat? My fault.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
No, I said he didn't want to do a report because they would have asked for both of y'all IDs. The police officer could have ran his ID and seen that he had some warrants or something. Then his ass would have got locked up. At the same time, getting they would have took his car if it wasn't registered or you know what I'm saying. Anything that happened, he probably had no insurance, so he was like, "Listen, take this $200 and I'm out of here." I know he ain't wanted to pay you, but hey, it's out of that. Or y'all would have did a police report and you would have took your ID, would have ran it. You got some warrants. That cop would have locked him up on the spot. I've seen that happen with people accidents. People accidents and they got a warrant, they go and ask for your ID and they type it in and see, oh, this person got put your hands behind your back. So just imagine you getting a car crash and you getting locked up.
And thing about it, Joe was a black police officer, and I'm black,
Mm-hmm.
and it's like I don't know him, right? But he came out. He said, "Well, I could write it up." He looked at the dude like we was boys, right? Like we know each other, right? He's like, "I could write it up, but I'm gonna give you guys a chance to handle it."
That's what they do. They be like,
And then, yeah, man gave me a 200, man. Joe, I felt good too, bro. I was buying like $5 stuff. I want that money to last too, man.
he said, I'm buying $5. You were happy as they got that $200. You
I like give me some hash browns, either what else, and nothing else. Give me nothing else.
Yeah, the good day that day.
I ate off that 200, bro. That tasted good, man. But the dude did hit my car. I think he was running from the police, and that's why he wasn't paying attention what he was doing. So that's what because that car was right. He was trying to back out, and boom, he hit me.
Hey, Spirit, that wasn't a scam. That ain't a scam with Platt. He basically helped the guy, but you got to pay.
People do it every day. If you do it, believe me, they're gonna scam you, or whatever you want to call it.
Some people don't want to pay even that deductible and go do it because that can raise your premium up too. That you seen that you got to a little fender bender with people, that can raise up your insurance. I don't know about everywhere else, but I know here in Philly, man, you ain't no at fault here. If you get into an accident, this is both of y'all fault. Because a lot of people used to do that insurance claim fraud too. Crash their cars and somewhere, and they trying to get physical therapy and all that. Like they cut that stuff short.
I was in a wreck, Joey. I was in a wreck.
Yeah.
And the person hit me, right? And they was wrong.
Mm-hmm.
But Joey, I was scared to do it. I was scared to open the door up and fall out the car because I get my ass run. See, out here, they run your ass over. They'll run your ass over, bro. No, I'm saying out here, they don't play. So, because I don't no need to medical stuff because there was no medical necessary. So I got the insurance and all of that, and we got the car fixed. But no, and let me tell you something. When this stuff happens, because we drive all the time, that shit was crazy, man. When the person hit me, I couldn't. I said, "Wait a minute!" The side of the car started to crack. It said, I said, "Whoa! Wait a minute! They're hitting me." Right, and it was a big old truck, right? And I guess the guy wasn't paying attention. It was actually his wife. She wasn't paying attention, and she just ran across and crushed the side of my car. And they paid for it though. Because I have insurance and they had insurance, and they paid for it.
So your back wasn't hurting or nothing, Platt? Man, my back would have been hurting.
I couldn't, Joey. I had to go. You had to go to the hospital for all that.
Yep, and that's exactly where I went. I called my lawyer. Hey, this lady ran into my wheel. My neck and my back is hurting. I took a month off for work, went to physical therapy. Lawyer got me about 30 grand, Platt. That was the easiest 30 grand I ever got.
No, you smarter than me, man. I didn't do that. I took what they gave me, man, first offer, and was done with it.
Some people insurance don't be trying to pay, but you get the right lawyer. Oh no. Yeah, you go to that physical therapy and follow up.
And another thing too, while I was down there, this black woman came in there, and it was a line. It was like 4 people. This black woman came in and started talking loud, talking about where the help at. She started talking loud, and then nobody was there, right? And then she was like, she looked at us. Is somebody over trying to help us? And I'm like waiting my turn. And then this brother, he gonna come from the back and start helping her. And I looked at that brother. I said, "You know what, bro?" I said, "That woman just walked in here, man. Why don't you see about the people sitting here? You just ignoring us talking about because she's screaming, because she making, and he helped her. Then he gonna say, okay, who's next? Man, I should have put my foot in his ass. Like, what the fuck you mean?
Damn, and she jumped the line in front of everybody?
Yeah, he did. He gonna let her do that.
Man, like nobody else say nothing, Platt. He was like, fuck it, you next. Come on, baby.
Nah, I wasn't next. There was like 2 people there before me.
In front of you, yeah. But she jumped the line. He helped her. That's one thing about the sisterhood, boy. They ain't got no problem telling somebody to hurry up in the line, boy. I was in the market earlier. Older lady was screaming and say, hey, y'all need to hurry this up. And damn if they ain't hurry that shit up for her. Shout out to the older black women. They don't got no problem telling somebody to hurry up in the line, boy. But yeah, to teach his own. My thing is, before I dip, Charleston White, he's a loser. Should nobody take him serious. If y'all look at him for entertainment, yeah, you look at him as some philosopher or a freedom fighter, and he's trying to help people. He's not. He's all about trying to get some money in his pocket, like most people. You know what I'm saying? But taking him serious, and I'm sorry, his name Karmelo father. He shouldn't have done nothing with him. He shouldn't have done business with him. He shouldn't even been around Charleston White, because now you know what he gonna do, Platt. He gonna capitalize and start punching on both of them. Which the white kid dad and him. Watch, all his content gonna be punching on both of them, calling them
Why
idiots.
does he have a ski mask on?
Because he want to be like the rappers, with the jewelry. Seen him with all the chains and the rings on. I'm like, look at this guy. The same thing he talks about, he's against. He's that. Talk crazy. I'll do this. I'll pull up in your city. I'll act like, come on, man. And even at college that had him come there to talk. I'm like, why do y'all, what is wrong with y'all? Why do us black people always gotta get in? We want to glorify the dumbest people, bro. And I just be sitting like, why? And then take them serious. Same thing with Ray J. Like, he's a dumbass. Like, come on, bro. We got other people that we can look up to. And Platt, you was right too about Mayweather. That boy going broke for what I'm hearing too. They said, I ain't making fun of him, but they saying Mayweather is, yikes. he almost about it there. Shit. You might catch him in the hood.
Mayweather sort of did that to himself, though, man.
You gotta learn how to read. Read them contracts you've been writing.
Now you gotta. He didn't utilize his money in the right way. He threw his money away, and now that he's thrown his money away, he's all of that extra stuff, and then making Gucci all Gucci'd out and stuff, all that stuff. See, people, a guy came up here talking about Tom Cruise and Jamie Foxx. People got to understand, people with money don't wear it all over them like that. Now, we know what Negroes do, right? We know niggas do it. But people with money, they don't have to put chains, and they don't walk around in expensive Gucci clothes. They just don't. There's that. The white society doesn't look at it like that. That's how Negroes look at it.
The way they wear it is different from the way we wear it, Platt. They buy it, but they don't buy it like how we do. If it makes sense. Like if they go to Neiman Markets or Saks Fifth, they get themselves a nice little suit. You know what I'm saying? Nice belt, some socks. Like I've seen them when they shop. I've seen how white people how they shop. With us, we wanna go crazy. And I ain't gonna lie, I was there. I was doing some heavy spending that I had to realize like this shit don't mean nothing. It's gonna be out of style in like another year. They can't keep up with the Joneses, man. Spending money on stuff like that. But with Floyd, he tried to do an investment and all that, but he don't know what he's doing. So he pawning watches now and cars he gotta sell. Like hey, black men, we gotta learn. Live in your means. Don't go crazy. And don't and your
We should, but we don't. And we
I
look
know
up
I
to
do.
stuff like that. We look up to stuff like that, Joy.
Yeah, we do, because we come from the hood and we want to, dress nice, look nice, because we come from a place where we, unfortunate. People don't have the latest sneakers, the latest clothes, so We see people flexing and flossing like, dang, man, I can't wait until I get that car. I can't wait until I get them sneaks or clothes like such and such. I seen it. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying?
we ate up with that stuff, bro.
We gotta get past it. And that's why I tell my
We
son and
ain't. Yeah.
my kids, don't let this materialistic things really blind you for the true essence of things in life that you can accomplish. Owning cribs, you know what I'm saying? Property, businesses, FIA
Mhm.
accounts, things that matter. Clothes gonna come and go. Trust me. I done had all the designer and nice clothes. That shit don't mean nothing.
You're right. It we and that's what I'm saying. That's my whole point when I say Elon Musk. And not only that, look at Donald Trump. Donald Trump, there's a Gucci store and a Louis store in Trump Towers
Yup.
where he lives, right? That's his property. Trump don't wear that stuff. Now, I'm not saying he wants to do it, but you think he couldn't walk down there and dress himself up and walk around in front of the cameras with that stuff on? Trump don't even wear that stuff. He don't want to wear it. And I say that's black. And we like that. You know what? And Joey, I also accept the fact that we all like that. So that stuff matters. If I go to the club or I go to the joint, the shake, Joey, if I go to the shake, Joey, I gotta have that stuff on.
Oh yeah, you definitely gonna have to put on a Gucci belt, tuck your shirt in, look like a Power Ranger. You know, you gotta have some crisp jeans on. Your shirt gotta be nice. Gotta have a $300, $400 shirt, $600 jeans and all that. Man, forget all that stuff, bro. That don't mean nothing. Then them chicks will be in there, they be having $10 dresses on, some $5 flip flops, and you
I
up here
see
trying to flex on them.
up in the hole in the wall strip club out here, the hole in the wall, not the main strip club, but the hole in the wall. I seen chicks in there barefoot.
I've seen it too, but walking around the bar barefoot, just walking like they in the crib. Look like, damn, baby ain't gonna put no shoes on your feet. Hey, that's how it is. Them niggas be in
Yeah.
there spinning on them,
Mm-hmm.
tricking on them, buying
And
them every drink, eating and everything.
yeah, and I seen a chick get on that stage with that boot, that little blue boot on, because she twist her knee or some shit, because they gotta get that money, man.
Yeah, I see a chick with a cast on her leg, still shaking ass. I was like, this crazy, bro. Hey, nothing stop the hustle. Gotta keep going. But all right, Platt, I'm all at you, Platt.
All right, Joey, take care, bro. Appreciate Joey joining us, man. Like, share, support, man. We're trying to figure this thing out. Charleston White, did he ruin that trial? Did he involve himself in a way that was negative? Did he help the people or did he hurt the people? A lot of people are saying he hurt the people. He hurt the Karmelo family. That's what a lot of people are saying when you take a look at Karmelo. He's found guilty, 35 years sentence. Now Charleston is throwing him under the bus. He's throwing the father under the bus. He's got, publicly talking about the father at a time of need, at a time of concern. You do have to wonder what's going on, man. You do have to wonder. Like, share, support, man. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. I'm looking at this Spurs game. It's almost over, man. Look like the Spurs finally gonna get them a win. They done squandered 2 games. I still think they're better than the Knicks. I hate to say that to you guys. I think they're gonna win the series. If they win tonight, they're gonna win the series. They're young and just not ready. But if they win tonight, they're gonna win the series. Like the stream, man. Like the stream. Support the platform. We got to see, man. Time will tell, right? It'll be 2-3. Then they'll be playing for 3 in New York. I think. I gotta go look at it. I think game 6 will be in New York. If they can even it out, they'll have a game 7 in San Antonio. San Antonio is a better team than the Knicks. Knicks got a good team. San Antonio's a better team. That's a team where I fired a coach. I'm serious. If I fired the coach. The Spurs, I fired the coach. I don't know who the coach is, but I fired the coach. That's coaching. When your team is better and they just keep losing, that's a coach. That's a coach who just simply can't motivate, can't reach his players. They're a better team. They're better pound for pound than the Knicks, but they just going. They had these brain farts where they just go and start shooting bricks and making mistakes. We got Charleston White. He's cut off his money and his support for the Karmelo Anthony family. We don't know exactly what happened, but Charleston has publicly said, the man is weak. He don't like the father. He's against it. The next move would be, I don't know. I don't know what the next move is. A grieving family that he's just chunked under the bus. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. We got the join link posted, man. We'll take your thoughts. You have something to offer. If you think what you have to offer is of value, you're more than welcome. You're more than welcome. We had a wonderful conversation. I would invite you to listen to our last podcast. It was very interesting, wonderful conversation, very eye-opening, enlightening. I will hope in the future we can have more. We got Mr. Flat Earther up here. Tabor, what's up with you, bro?
Man, nothing, man. Just listening to the conversation.
Go ahead. The
Oh,
floor is yours, brother.
nah, man. Everything he been saying, man, it needs to be exposed, bro. Even though he come at people the way he come at people, I mean, clearly he got people attention. It's not like it's been an official that came out and saying that everything when he talk about dealing with politics or police officers that he's lying to anybody. So, I mean, people listen to him. They entertained by him. And most people just want to be entertained, no matter if you tell them something that can change their life. They ain't trying to hear that. They
Did
want
he
to be
help the
entertained off
case?
it.
Did he help the case?
Nah, he don't need to. It ain't his case
He doesn't need to help the case. Why the family talking to him?
because he got more exposure than anybody else. I mean, he's more logical than anybody else that they can talk to. There's nobody else like him online. I mean, they could have went to somebody, let's say like I would say the lead attorney, right? A respectable black man that's in his field, got years of knowledge that can tap into other resources around them. But black people don't want to hear him. They want to hear a loudmouth dude with some chains on and some gold rings, bro. It don't matter if he rapping or just talking trash, bro. That's what people like.
Okay. Is that good for the black community that we're attracted to chains and stuff like that?
I mean, for some people it's gonna motivate them. Some people it won't. Some people can look at him and be like he moving wrong, but I
Uh-huh.
mean, in reality, you get you a gold chain, you get you a ring, you go get the attention you seeking for the most part, be it good or bad. People take that
Why are we so attracted to someone with why is jewelry so important to black people?
because that's what they seen as kids. All the people that was really doing it and making moves and had people listen to them, they had on chains. They come through with the nice cars. It don't matter if their life was in shambles, their baby mama was talking trash. Other people was moving a certain way. When homie pulled up with the chain and a nice car and had a couple dollars in his pocket, that's who everybody listened to. That's the person that could move needles around them.
Mm.
And it happens all the time, or it happened all the time.
Mm.
So becoming that person is more influential in the black community than a person again with a degree. That's is why they would praise the dude that's coming home from serving time over the dude that got a degree that could really change the community that nobody want to listen to.
Is that why you have a no jumper that's so popular?
Yep. The white dude go get pushed by YouTube, and the black people that's on it will get some following or some type of clout behind that. Because if a black dude was doing it, YouTube ain't gonna push him as much, and we all know that. Or
So the
some of
white
us know.
the white dude is like a white master, and the Negroes perform for him better because they got a white master.
I mean, I ain't looking at it like that. I'm just talking about logic, right? If you know that somebody like No Jumper got 4 million, and then they got Say Cheese got 1 million, Say Cheese can tap into its community more, right? Because he the same person, but the No Jumper go get pushed. That's just what it is. It's just why you can be on the internet and you can deal with let's say a black person want to find out about something, they'll listen to the black person said, right? But when the white person said, they go rock with him more just because it's coming from a white person. So they just be like that. That's what they used to. That's what they used to seeing. For the most part, the people that their uncles worked for that owned the big companies, or their dad worked for that owned the big companies, it was a white dude that gave them an opportunity. So that's how they go rock and roll. And then they got people in our community that when they start to get up, instead of them keeping it on the up and up and not trying to screw nobody over and build the company up, they trying to pick crumbs off you. They trying to make this percentage bad on you. I didn't work for a couple companies like that. Dude out of Houston, black dude I worked for, everything was cool. But when I looked at the paperwork over a couple of checks, the dude was doing like a 10% dispatching fee. Now mind you, he owns the dispatchers. I know because I know the chicks, right? On top of that, he's taking 45%, but he's telling you you're getting 30% overall. And like I'm looking at my check, like, bro, I'm not stupid. I'm looking at you taking 10% for dispatching, and then you taking 45%, which is a total of 55% overall out my check. I'm left with 45. Like, who you trying to fool? I'm not a foreigner. Black
Mm.
dude. I had a black dude when I first came out of school. He was in Fifth Ward, just trucking again. Fresh out of school, dude on the, I think it was like South Side. Maybe it was Fifth Ward, my bad. My baby mom used to take me to him. She was like, man, you ain't making enough money. This is what she said after the first week, bro. The dude paid me $55 for the first week, bro. I worked 6 days that week, bro. 10-hour days driving a semi truck. And here I'm telling my baby mom, man, just be cool, because I can thug it out the way I move. I was like, just be cool. She was like, man, you ain't even making enough to get gas, bro. You tripping. I was like, just be cool. I'm about to do this another week. I do it another week. She said, nah, we not doing this. I'm telling you, this she told me. No matter how I was, because I still had them charges on me and nobody was hiring me. Nobody would give me a job. And I was just trying to do it like that, and I just stopped because for the most part she was right. You feel what I'm saying? Like I was just trying to make sure I get my feet in the game. I can get my what do you call that up? Like my what do you call that? My experience up, and that's the way trucking is. I just moved on, bro. I didn't do trucking for almost 2 years, maybe three.
$55.
Yeah, bro.
Did you
That's
owe
what he
him
paid me.
some? Did you owe him for other stuff like when you
Nah,
first
bro.
get hired?
Nah, bro. And it may sound stupid. I'm from telling you, I'm fresh out of school. I couldn't get no job, bro. Like it was hard to get a
I
job,
got you. No, no, 10-hour days for 6 days,
bro.
and when it
And
came up, you got 55. Yeah, bro.
that's the first amount of money you paid me, bro. I'll never forget it, bro. No matter how stupid it sounds to anybody, like if you knew how bad my charges were, like people would look at my charges and be like, nah. They see me as a threat. I got a family violence charge on me. So that means if I go into their company, I can spaz. Then I gotta look, so I can spaz out on anybody. You know what I'm saying? Nobody wanted that. I was a liability. So I just had to chill out. I mean, that's just me
I
personally,
got
bro.
you.
But when I got on, it was an Indian dude that gave me an opportunity. And when I got in, the check started hitting it. I've been up since 2018.
So do you
Came
have
up.
a problem with working for black people? Would you? I'm saying, do you prefer not to work for black people?
Nah, I just don't prefer to work for anybody that's shiesty, bro. That be doing slick stuff. I don't care what race you are. The people that hired me in between that time to get on my feet was a Spanish speaking Mexican, right? Broken English, found him on Craigslist. When he didn't have no more work, he put me on a dude. Um, he owned a contracting company with one of the biggest with real estate companies. It's called Whitestone and Red in Houston and the South, bro. They own like $250 million worth of real estate. I had master keys. He'll trust me to go in and do work. He'll call me on the weekend, do to pay me. He'll overpay me, and we don't even speak the same language. It's just the opportunities hit different, bro. He wasn't trying to like screw me over. He paid me respectfully out the gate. It don't matter that me and his coworkers or his team couldn't speak the same language. He didn't care about that, bro. I just worked, bro. It be the people, bro. It's the individual. And people don't have to do you like that. They just choose to do that, bro.
Yeah, you're right, man. They should have never dealt with Charleston White though, because this is what you get when you deal with Charleston White. Everything that they're getting now, that's what you get.
I mean, I would think that he knows something that most of us don't really know, and he can speak to us about it. But it's not like we're gonna research it. He'll still be wrong. And if they really gave them people all that money, because I seen like I think they wanted to raise like 1.3 million, but they only raised like 600,000. Was it 600? It don't. But they got close to their number. I'm gonna say that, right? And it's just like, bro, your son should have had a lawyer that was so fire. I told y'all before he should have had a team of lawyers, bro. It don't matter they race. They should have been able to get them off. Look at the child situation. I ain't even I haven't found the video where the dude explaining like how he got the dude off. I know it's out there because I mean we in the age that we
Yeah,
in.
it's a couple.
And
He's done some podcasts with a couple of people.
how he got him off?
Yeah,
Yeah, see what I'm saying? And that's the law. He used the law. It ain't nothing wrong with what he did. He moved within his industry the way he was supposed to. He got paid. He respected the game, and he probably didn't even pay him um as much as he probably should have got paid. He was just trying to make a name for himself. Now everybody knows him of getting that dude off. Regardless if anybody of his race ever hire him, his name gonna be ringing bells, bro. It's just gonna ring bells, bro. And people overlook stuff like that.
you're right, bro.
At some point, you got to be realistic about life, man. You can play all the games you want to. I heard Joey was talking about the clothes and how he used to dress a certain way. Like I never been that dude. Um, in high school, I was like a platinum FUBU dude, stuff like that. But past that, after I experienced something in my teenage years, going into like manhood, 18, like clothes didn't matter no more. I learned that this is not the clothes. Like who you are, people respect that. You know what I'm saying? And if they don't, you don't need to be around them. You know what you got to say holds some value, then it's gonna hold some value. But nah, man. Anyway, though, when it comes to Charleston White, bro, he get the attention, bro. That's the type of stuff black people like to see, bro. That's why he out here talking crazy and running up a bag and disrespecting his wife and living like he a teenager. Like he ain't never get to experience that. He ain't have no money because he got some gray hairs and he move a certain way. That's what they want black men to be. 45, talking trash, ain't really doing nothing besides doing what he doing. He don't get praised doing the other stuff, and he knows that. Just gotta respect the game, bro. Move how you gotta move. The only thing matters is money. You still there, bro?
I'm right here, bro.
You know, nah, bro. That's just how I see it, man. You know, you can try to do right. Um, you can put money behind people. I told you I've been played by a couple lawyers, black lawyers, bro, thinking I was supposed to win. This my kid we talking about. You can see the
Hmm.
proof. You know, you get played out your bread, and it's just like, dang, bro. Ain't no way y'all telling me the first white lawyer I got me court cases. I mean court dates and conversations, and here I go hire people that look like me. You know, a woman that I would hope understand, but nah, I didn't play out like that. But I can also say there was a public defender when I first got my charges back in 2011 for my family violence case. Her name was Diane Crawford, bro. Black lady came in the courtroom, like got me probation. She was just like, take the probation. She was like, if you say you are how you are, just take the probation, go handle your business, and stay away from her. I mean, do what you can, but other than that, just protect yourself. This is a black woman talking to me. You know what I'm saying? I never forgot that conversation. And that's why I was telling you I was doing all of the kid stuff and going to school because I've always wanted to do it. But sometimes you lay next to your enemy or you hire your enemy and you don't realize you hired your enemy or laying next to him until things just go left in your life. And it's just you at the bottom now or back at the bottom. So you just gotta watch who you be around, man. Watch who you listen to. I mean, you can listen to people. I can listen to rap music and not do. I think y'all was talking about that the other day up here. You know, good music is good music. I like the music, but I'm not out here catching charges. You know, packing the pistol, going in places, being rowdy. Like I know how America look at me, man. No matter what, I can be a wannabe upstanding dude. I make good money. I take care of my kid. Um, I don't try to ruin nobody's life. I don't care who you are and what you've done. I just move around, bro. It's just easier. It's easier not to get online and talk trash about somebody that just you shouldn't have been around anyway. You gotta cut your losses, bro. I think he was right to say something because that just goes to show if he really gave him that bread, from what I seen online, if he really gave him that bread, bro, he got every right to say something, bro. He got every right to say something, bro. We ain't talking about other races. We talking about our people. Of how people choose to move and don't have to move like that. Yeah, his parents failed him, bro, in more ways than one. Jordan them said it about fighting the dude, and you know, if he had hands, it would have been a different situation. You know what I'm saying? Approaching them like that or just walk away. Like, bro, you got too much to lose. 3.7, you know what I'm saying, GPA. But I didn't say it went out to y'all, but I know somebody that's smart and they was a straight A student. I was just like, just because you can read some stuff in a book, you can be book smart. But there's nothing about life that's book smart. It's a street smart situation. So you gotta be aware. You can't walk around green. And it ain't gonna be too many people that's gonna see that you green and try to give you some game that you gonna really respect because you gonna have to get played first before you really respect that somebody ain't got bad intentions towards you. And we see that too. I hope he get his new trial though. I hope he get the fight for his freedom, if nothing else. I hope while he in that jail cell that somebody give him some information that he didn't know about his family. Being realistic. They may be your family, but that don't mean they had your back in this situation. And the world was watching. And I ain't saying he could have got off all the way, but 35 years, bro. Yeah, bro. They got a whole lot of stuff that went on that nobody know. Well, I can't say nobody know about. Only a selective few people know about, bro. And I would think that if Charleston White, based on what he been saying about the political side and him fighting certain cases and showing up with kids that was a certain way, because he used to be that kid and he didn't forget, right? He went back to help out. I think he knows some things, bro. And so for him to get on the internet and drag him, bro, man, if they I don't know, did they really buy a house, bro? Did they buy the car?
That's what they say.
Like, come on, bro. Doing the case, like every dollar would have counted. You know what I'm saying? There should have been some more people that should have showed up. You told me the other day, well, not you didn't tell me, but you was like, I think Al Sharpton and other cats like that, you know, they want to be paid. Why you didn't pay them folk? If they asked for 50 bands, should have gave them man 50 bands. You don't know who they could have been tied into. Not saying they would have won again, but man, they saying that the dude going to jail. I told you the other day he going to Huntsville, right? If Huntsville, man, the dude got an uncle or a cousin that worked there, right? The daddy knew the judge. Like the cards are stacked against you. They knew that, bro. They knew some of that stuff, and you didn't protect your kid. Man, that's a lot of black people, bro. That's a lot of black people that watch their nephews, their nieces, and we talking about black men now, that watch their nephews and nieces go through some things in life and they can't tell their sister nothing. Little homie going through it. They know their sister wrong, but they can't do nothing about it. They can tell their sister something, but their sister stop talking to them. They ain't got access to their nephews no more. Like I'm like that with my nephew right now. You know what I'm saying? Based on how his mom is. Ain't nothing I can do about it. I told him if he ever need me, he 18 now, you go give me a call, bro. But other than that, I can't fight what your mama's telling you. Because you trust in your mom so much, you gonna have to lose before you realize that I ain't winning over here. You know, and nobody say nothing. So dude grow up, and this a lot of black dudes, they grow up angry, discouraged, ain't got no resources, being put out the house at 18, being treated like a kid at 18. You got to go straight into the workforce. You ain't got no time to breathe. You've been in school for 16 years, well, not six, maybe like 14 years straight, you know, based on you going in at about 4. You can't get a year off. You can't get no time to breathe. You got to go straight to paying bills now at your house. He can't even get a car. He don't know nothing about credit. Nobody got a job for him. He ain't got nobody to call. Nah, bro. That's our community, bro. That's our community. Charleston White did right by saying something, man. And that's what I told you before. Like, dudes need to say something. It don't matter if it's about a female, right? It's about a partner. Like, you should say something, bro. So a dude, so we know who we dealing with. Because other than that, they can move. A female can go to a new city and have always been treacherous towards dudes. Her uncle, her brothers, her cousins, her mom, her dad. You'll never know who that chick is. You'll never know how bad it got for you. I mean, how bad it been for her. And she meet you and you wondering why your life falling apart. Well, that's who she is. You know what I'm saying? And nobody said nothing. But he need to say something, bro.
Well, that pretty much brings us to the conclusion, Tabor.
That's a bet, bro. I
How,
appreciate it.
how you doing over there?
Man,
Put
I'm all
your
right,
put
bro.
your put your you got the link to your channel.
Oh,
You don't be on it that much.
you say what?
You don't be on it that much.
Nah, bro, I ain't posted a video in a couple years, man. I
Oh,
don't
you
think I.
gotta start your new channel.
You think so?
Yeah, I'll help you do it. Well, I'll try. We're gonna call it Both Sides with Tabor.
You think I be playing both sides?
I don't know.
I do play both sides.
Both Sides with Tabor.
Yeah, I'm on both
It,
sides. I can see it from both
it
sides.
might it might catch on. We'll see. I mean, I don't know.
I tell you, I'm on. You know, I'm on my last. I'm on my road of going home. I'm going home in November. Sticking to
Okay.
my plan, even though I'm up, but I'm sticking to the plan. I'm gonna finish it out. I may see about it, fam. But like I told you, I'm really more on some
Out there on the
walking
road, bro. Woo. Where you at right now?
in Boise, Idaho.
Wow. But at least you get to see America, though, man. You get to see America.
Man, I get to see it all day, different places, the stars at night, how people move, you know, how people would treat you in certain situations. Yeah, I get to see all that.
I had a friend of mine. He was a truck driver, and I remember in Florida. He went in Florida. He went to the Florida Gators. He would go to all of the football stadiums and take pictures. like Alabama. I don't know what they call it, but I'm just saying all these places had these football arenas. Sometime he would go inside. If not, he would stand, take a picture, and he kept that. He kept that as a memento, and he knew that the football stadium they'll remember that. So people, it ain't so much him. He said, "I'm in Alabama." He wasn't just in Alabama. He was at that football arena. When he
Yeah,
went
I
to
used
California, he'd bring back the USC and professional stuff. That's where he took all his pictures at.
Yeah, I don't know about. I told you I had got me. It was when the Canon D, probably a couple years after it came out, the Canon 80D. I used to go around the country, bro. I got at least maybe 10,000 plus pictures and photos of just all of America in different states, different
You
cities.
go.
Just pulling over, taking photos, probably looking crazy to people on the sidewalk. I got a couple of them on Insta. Well, not a couple. I got a few of them on Instagram, but yeah, I got a lot, bro. Like I didn't see in America. And I'll be able to forever remember it. Hope I never got to go back to the situation, but if I ever got to go back, I got my CDL, got my TWIC card. I know how to get me some money legally.
Yeah, that's the way you do, man. You live, man. You only live once, too, man. When you see people in that hospital, man, and they can't leave, and uh, I remember this old woman. I was in there. This old black lady. They brought her down. She was in the ICU. She said, "Help me, help me, oh Jesus!" And they weren't paying no attention to her, but she was saying that the whole time. It was sad too, bro. I had about 5 blankets on top of her. She said she kept praying for the Lord and help me the whole time. I never seen nobody do that before. It was sad. It was sad, man. To be honest with you, it was
Yeah,
sad. Because
yeah.
like I said, I never had that. You got to go in there, and then you'll see what goes on in there.
You talking about the hospital?
Yeah, yeah. It was in the
Yeah.
ICU,
The
and
smell of a hospital is just bad for me. I don't
mm,
even like the smell. It got this eerie. There's death in the air. There's just depression. It it just ain't the place to be, man. It just ain't the place to be. I got a homeboy. I just found out his mom had brain surgery. He said it ain't looking good, and I ain't spoke to him for years. Well, it's probably been a year at least. But before that, I did about 5 years without talking to him, bro, because he don't want to get right. So she raised me back in the day when I was going through some things, had some conversations, took me in, running away. You know what I'm saying? But I could only imagine because the story she told me of how people treated her when she was a kid was treacherous, bro.
yeah,
Yeah, I don't know why,
yeah,
but
man. This journey we take, man, it does come to an end, man, and it's harder as you get older. Looking back as a kid, man. But now, man, it's a wonderful experience, man.
it can be.
Well, fortunately for me, and shout out to my parents, man. It was an absolute wonderful experience. They kept me away from a lot of the bad things. They did. Thank you. They did. They knew better. They just knew better, man. They kept me away from that. And coming into adulthood, man, and coming to adulthood, and you don't have those experiences of trauma and stuff like that. That shit was wonderful. I was innocent, and man, it was just a wonderful thing.
Yeah, it is. It is. I do see that it is a blissful situation for kid for I guess a youngster to go into 18, 21 and had certain opportunities and had their life together because of their parents did right by them, and they look at life different. No matter what you say to them, they green. That's what we would call it, green. You know what I'm saying? So
Mhm.
it is nice to have some friends like that, man. So,
Oh,
so
well,
you
it was
don't.
family protected me, but then yeah, you had good friends, but family they did the right thing. And even when I thought they was wrong, they actually was right, but I didn't know at the time. But then again, I lived under their household, so I had to follow their rules. And then in reflection, they did the right thing, and I'm glad that they did do it. I grew up, bro. I grew up around dudes who literally had no parents. Now, they ain't my business. I'm just simply young. They're young. I would go to their houses. They had no. Their parents did not give a shit what they did, and they're fucked up right now. They got into the wrong things early, way too early, and they made a lot of bad decisions, man. But no, they were cool. They were kids. We were kids growing up. But because they could pretty much do anything, which I wished I could do, it turned out to be to their detriment. That's what I mean.
Yeah. Yeah, man. And you can't really tell them nothing. Because they think they're I guess skewed views of life is what they live. So what can you really say to them?
No, they just it's not me telling them what it was. Just say there was a party and my parents wouldn't let me go, but they could go. And stay out. They could stay out as late as they want. I had to come in, and there was something to do. They could do it, and I couldn't do it. So, and you didn't. You got mad, but then again, I'm looking at them now. A lot of them locked up. They catching hell, man. You know, I got my motherfucking feet up. I'm on YouTube. You know what tripped me out about a lot of people on these YouTube channels? I be like, bro, I'm on YouTube. You got to make it to where I'm at. You know, I'm old. I am older than you, and you got to make it to where I'm at. And then when you have to see that, you see what I'm talking about. You know, it's easy to say that from this. That's why the Thomas Sowell, 96, 97 years old, black man. He's a paid Republican shield on Fox News, right? He's a coon. He is those things, right? But I respect the fact that he's in his 90s because I know how hard it is for a black, especially a black man, to make it to his 90s. He's healthy. He's, I don't know, I mean, obviously, that needs not be said, but to be 90 years old, when you see Negroes canceling out at 55, 52, they done took a leg off at 41, diabetic, they done lost a foot. And then, yeah, so I'm saying you look at it from a different kind of way. It's a different perspective.
He didn't seem like he did what he needed to do to actually survive.
Oh yeah. He's they're paying him to do what he's saying. They are paying him, and I don't agree with his politics, but as far as a black, look at Morgan Freeman. Morgan Freeman's running around. Well, Morgan's damn near 90, 95, almost 100.
Man, he that old, man?
Morgan up there, man. Morgan's got to be 91, 92.
Man, you could tell, babe.
Morgan Freeman was old in the 70s when a lot of people was watching Sesame Street and shit like that. Or Morgan was bust. I think he got on there about 45, something like that, 35. He was up there. He had a thing called Easy Reader. And it was his
on
brother.
Sesame Street?
No, it was his brother. He was dressed up like a pimp. And he was on the and it was racist and fucked up when you think about it. But if you was a kid, he would pick a book for you to read, and he was easy reader. So he would be like, you want an easy book to read? Pick this book. It was like he had an afro and some shades on. He was dressed up, in my opinion, like a pimp. And when you got the book, they gave you a list of which books you want to read. You had to read a book. He would give you, it would be easy reader. And you pick those books. You pick that book and you read that book. And, and then it was being recommended by a dude that was cool. It's like, this dude, it must be a good book. Let me read this book. And a lot of the stuff was Dr. Seuss shit. It was, like I'm saying, it was a book everybody would read, but it was a psych op, the way they put it together and got black people to look at it. And we moved away from that. And we're going to pay for that. We moved away from that. We are going to pay for that, brother. That shit mattered. They
the,
made
the,
that no, you don't want to do that. You're offending people. Easy reader. We're trying to suggest black people can't read good and stuff. Nah, man, that shit mattered though back then. I'm saying when you think about it, if you got kids or whatever, you see what I'm saying. That shit mattered. But the brother, he about to push 90. I think he's like 93 or something like that.
man, Joe Clark will forever be a staple though.
Uh-huh.
I didn't know he did that, man. I heard he was a late bloomer too. I think him and it was another black dude that was a late bloomer. And like you saying that he did the books, man. I mean, him being a pimp, back in that time,
Well, he
it
wasn't
seemed like
that, but
you say what?
he was dressed like one. He wasn't that though.
Yeah, but that's what black people was liking. That's the things that was getting the attention. That's what, like, it's like he had to immerse himself just to be in front of parents so they can recommend him to the kids because that's what they was used to. That's why it worked. I mean, however he was able to do it, he did it. You know, they wouldn't.
Man,
Go ahead,
we
my
know
bad.
the black community is just different, man. It's just a different place. America's different. Um, I don't know if you can explain it, but it's just a whole different. The whole aspect of our society is different now. And I could remember you saying walking to school, and I don't even know how to explain this stuff, but I can remember walking to school, man, and there was these ladies of the night. It'd be we sometimes in school, with daylight saved, sometimes it would be dark, even though like you walking to school same time, but it's dark. It's not
Early
light.
morning.
Yeah, sometimes it'll be dark, even though it's the same time, because you got daylight savings time. So anyhow, walking to school, you would see about 5, 6, 9, 10 ladies of the night, working that street. And you be walking to school, man, and they used to pull kids, man, those women. And you gotta understand, kids, we don't really know what they're doing like that, other than, and I'm talking about I'm serious. I mean, if you did have an idea, it came from television or it came from a cousin. It didn't come from the parents. So you're walking to school, and them women used to pick. They used to take. Um, they'll pull you out. They did it to me before. They pull you off to the side. I said, "Come here, boy." Fine motherfuckers too, man. So you came. And you're like, "Damn, who's this thick motherfucker?" Right? You're a kid, right? And she pull out a pick or a comb and comb your head, man. Fix
Uh,
yourself, fix your collar, and then send you on the way. And then you look around behind her, she'll have another boy, or she'll be taking down some girl's head, replatting her head. Yeah, and them women never got, we know they never will, but during that time, those women used to take care of the kids. They was like second moms. They would rebraid hair, comb heads. Sometimes if you was hungry, they'd buy you something to eat. They'd have something already, a hot sausage biscuit. Uh, and you would go to school, man, and in the black community, you felt taken care of. Now you can question their professions. You can you can be highly critical of those women who chose to live that life. But I'm telling you, man, my experience, they were like they were heaven sent because they were needed, and they would do it, man. I don't know why. You gotta go talk to them. I don't know why they would start. They would come across the street. My number, it was banging too, bro. No, shit. I think I left my shit nappy. Yeah, a couple of them, man, they was on point. I had a nappy ass head, bro. I was like, look at my head. Come over here with them shorts on. Comb these naps out. Come on over here. And they comb your hair, man. They fix you up, fix your shirt. They knock, clean you off and stuff. So now, okay, baby, now you can go. Come here. Girl, her hair, redo her hair. And they was like, they knew the moms. They was like, girl, Yo, mom, I know her. I went to school with her. She can't do no better. And she was redo her hair. They was good at that shit. And see what we have now, these beauty salons. They was good at that though, man. And I say that now. Those women never got the credit. And I remember the street that they was doing it on. Those good things. They might all be dead now, but God help those women. They were wonderful. Uh, they were wonderful for the children. And let me tell you something. We would walk up there, and I'm not talking about no one or two. About 100 kids coming from the neighborhood would walk up this street, right, where all the traffic was going to the school. Man, them women used to watch out for us. Ain't nobody ever said shit to us. They watched us like, and they were doing their job, but we didn't know what it was. But they watched us, man, like they was our parents. And nobody fucked with us. Nobody drove to the side like, hey, get in. I drop you off at. Nope, they ain't do none of that.
Yeah, I believe that some people, despite what they've been through, they choose a level of love and compassion, despite the things that they went through overall. It kind of still go on, but now it's like if you don't know somebody, I guess a person's parent or something like that, you really ain't go experience it. They just not outside doing it like that.
I seen, and we knew them. You got to understand, we grew up. It was this one. Um, it was a one hooker. Her name was Betty. They called her Black Betty. That motherfucker was together. Me and my brother, that motherfucker was together. Black Betty. She could raise the goddamn son. That motherfucker was fine. And I remember one time, because we all were in the same neighborhood we would play. And one time, Black Betty, man, she showed up. We was out. It was like a Saturday, and we was out playing. And we didn't know nothing about those people. We don't know where they lived at. She showed up. She came down there with that big butt, that big bottom, them tight clothes, them heels. Beautiful woman. Beautiful woman. She walked up and she said, "Come here, boy." And she was talking to like my friend. And she said, "Come here." She said, "Where your mama live at? Where your mama live at?" And he said, "Right here." She said, "Okay." So she walked up and she knocked on the door. And his mother opened the door. She said, "Here you go, baby." And she said, "Huh?" She said, "Here go this $20. Take this." She said, "I know you need to feed your kids. So go ahead. Here go this 20." And she took it, right? And she left. And turns out her husband, right, had spent that 20 with her. And she was like, "This trick gave me the money to feed y'all. And I don't, he wrong, but I'm gonna do right by him." And I was like, damn. But see, I'm there. I was like, "Nah, Betty, let me give you this 20." No, no, I'm being for real. No, no, she was straight. No, she fed the family because the husband was a bad guy and took the money off and gave it to her. But she knew, and maybe he told her. You know what I'm saying? Maybe he told her, "Look, baby, this for my kids, but fuck it, I'll give it to you." And maybe that hit her in a way. She said, "Well, in my soul, I can't do that. I'm not a mother, but I'm not gonna let no kids." And I know, they knew all the kids. They knew the women who bore those children. So collectively, they were like second mom. So she took that money back too, man. First, I never seen her in the neighborhood. That was my only time. I have no idea where she lived. I don't know her business, but I thought that shit was something, and I still remember that. I saw that shit as a kid. I saw it as a kid, and unfortunately, those women are slandered and judged, but not all of them. Not all those women were bad. I mean, I don't know what you call bad. If you call providing a service bad, now, no. But I'm just saying they weren't encouraging others to do that. But then again, let me be honest. I don't know because I didn't hear their conversations. They did plait a lot of girls' hair, so I don't know what they were doing.
It sound like to me that, and my mom had a friend like that. That despite what was going on, she tried to encourage me to be a certain way. Trying to overlook the way my mom was. And without her, I would think that things would have went real bad in my life. So You know, she was a person that had her stuff together. She was light skinned, pretty eyes. Like you go in the house, she had the white living room. You know,
Mm-hmm.
always smelled good. You know, always
Mm-hmm.
had something going on. Good career. She was just always on top of it. You know, she didn't have no son, so she treated me a certain way. Took me to get my ears pierced. Things I remember in life. Yeah,
I'm, I,
she.
I remember we be in my daddy's truck, right? The whole fam, right? Not the mom, but all the kids. And we'd be going somewhere. We get at the top of the street where Betty and all the other women where they worked. And I remember that my dad used to be looking, and we wouldn't say nothing, but he'd be looking, and then the light would change. He's still sitting there, and we didn't say nothing, right? But yeah, he was sitting up there eyeballing those women. Yeah, and you know, and like I said, they knew everybody. They knew the men. And you know how men are. They knew the kids, and they was like, "This is my customer. He sent his kid up here with this, hungry. Let me go ahead and feed this boy." And they just it was a different world, man. That's what I'm saying. We don't realize how much we've changed as a society. We don't, and that's internet stuff. It's really left a horrific impression on us, just a terrible impression. And I'm sort of like Ted Kaczynski, though. No, I'm serious. Technology is our downfall. I see the robot. That's technology is our downfall. He was a mathematician in what, the 80s? No, the 70s. The Unabomber, because he felt technology would destroy us. He said we need to stop. We don't need to advance any further than what we're doing. But we're look at us now. We're gonna see all these jobs. You got Uber. You got Elon's got these cars now, driverless cars. You say, hey, I need to go to the airport. They send you a robot. You get inside the robot, and the robot take you to the airport.
Oh, you talking about his new cab thing he coming out
Yeah,
with?
yeah.
Yeah, man. They say they 30 grand. I'm trying to get me one. I've been watching the Tesla website, bro. I'm gonna get me one, bro. I'm telling you. Cause the money down on it ain't gonna be that much, but the money you can make running 24 hours a day, yeah, Elon a different breed, bro. I think that it was a choice for people to let the internet ruin them, because there's some people that's out here, especially when you start talking about youngsters. The internet is their savior, by way of not having to work so hard as their parents and do physical labor, because now it's more on the intellectual level. And you ain't got to know everything. You just got to be willing to learn a skill that is on the internet that you can make the money.
You're right, man. But see, you got to remember, too, boy. I mean, you 40 something, right? I'm 31. A lot of people don't know the difference between America without all this stuff and America. When we know what it is with it, but just a different country, man. And I sort of hate people don't know that. We was more together. We cared about each other more. Now we don't really care about each other. But back then we cared about each other.
Yeah.
I'm telling you, even when people were involved in bad things, they wouldn't let you get involved in it. If somebody was pushing dope, bro, ain't no way they give you some. Impossible. They do it now, but then impossible. Absolutely impossible. They just looked at the world differently, man.
Yeah, I would think that people cared. I know there was a time everything transitioned. I think I would like to say late 60s, early 70s. Certain things was going on, and people didn't really focus on the root of the problem. They tried to, but they tried to do it their way instead of the way of what needed it to be, the way it needed to be. Like that's the politics of it, opposed to just doing your own thing without trying to worry about the politics or backing certain people up. So everybody had to defend for themselves, man. It's like that now. People just gotta defend for them, like they fend for themselves out here.
I remember I was at the store. I needed $3 worth of bologna, and the man behind the counter, it was a black man. See what I'm saying? We live in a different world now. It was a brother back there. It was his business, and he had that slight, that big blade that you know what I'm saying, cuts the deli stuff, right? You familiar with that? You ain't even familiar with it. You see what I'm
Deli.
saying?
What?
He's not even familiar with cut deli meat like that. $2 worth of bologna, $3 worth of lunch meat, two
Yeah,
dollars.
deli meat is something I would eat when I was at home before I really hit the road. That's what I like, opposed to
Okay,
going and get that packaged meat. I'm listening. I hear
okay.
you.
So there was a guy. I was a kid. Sometimes when you were young, your family would send you to the store. It wasn't that hard. You ask, say, go get some bread, some mustard if you needed it, and some bologna, right? So I'm in there. I asked for $3 worth of bologna. I'm a little kid, and here comes Betty. Damn, thick ass, and she was black too, bro. She was dark. She was dark chocolate. Sister, right? She had been out there in the daytime, and she had that little sweat. She had that little glaze on top of her. Man, I'm gonna tell you something. When I would look at Betty, I could not wait to become a man. I literally lost. I was like, good Lord, when am I gonna grow up? God damn. I didn't look at it, no woman standing on the corner. I looked at her, it's like, what the fuck is that? No, I'm for real. That woman was fine, man. She was healthy, fine, thick, healthy. Just so here comes Betty, half naked with that little mist on her, that little sweat mist, and she wanted to get something to drink. So she came in there, and I looked over there, and I was like, damn. And he looked over there, and he was like, damn. And this motherfucker cut his thumb off, boop, and started screaming. So I looked at him. He's ah, and his family came out, and they called 911, and they wrapped his thumb up. And Betty was looking at him. Yeah, and I said, man, this nigga done cut his thumb off, looking at Betty. And all she did was come in here to patronize his business. So yeah, and it showed me a lot about niggas too. I was like, man, niggas is thirsty. Cause I was like, I can't wait till I become a man. And this dude is thirsty though. It's like, dude, cut the baloney. And he wasn't paying attention, man. He cut his thumb off. And I saw that. You gotta understand, Tabor, as I entered adulthood, I witnessed that shit. I was traumatized. I wasn't supposed to see stuff like that. Old ass man cut his shit off over a female because she thick and pretty and fine. Yeah.
Yeah, we seeing that in real time now. Boys crashing out, risking their future, their legacy, their livelihood for people that don't matter. I mean, they matter up until a point.
And you know what? No, I'm thinking in retrospect, Betty knew. Yeah, Betty was Betty, right? She knew I had I don't know what you call it, a crush. She would always be the one doing stuff for me, fixing my collar. And now we can make and I have no problem with that. You could say she was wrong. You was a child, and for her to be doing that lifestyle, exposed, in which you could make that case. But no, it wasn't like that. I thought she was a beautiful woman, and I appreciated her. And I look forward when I would walk to school, when she would spend any time with me. I look forward to it. I thought she was just a caring person, man. And also, like I said, whenever she was criticized, I didn't get it because people only judged her by what she did for a lifestyle. But I never looked at her like that. I looked at her like a second mother. And I would watch her take care of all the kids, man. It wasn't just her, all of them. And I was too young to really get a understanding of what she was. I was. And I'm glad I was. I was too young to really understand. Nobody had ever told me what her lifestyle. She was just a pretty woman who worked on the streets. And they left it at that. And thank you. I thank my parents Let me have my innocence. I'm so happy they did that. No, I just judged her by her deeds. She was a good girl, whoever she was, man. Whoever she was.
Yeah, we still. I know that there's females that move a certain way out here that still show love. You know what I'm saying? That can respect the game. I know they're out here, man.
Betty and her friends were the type, I swear. If you were a kid and say it was 11 o'clock at night and your parents were asleep and you snuck out of the house, because you're a kid doing kid shit, right? And you would call yourself running away. Where you going? I'm finna go to China. I'm finna go to I want to be a kid stuff. What are you running away for? I want to be an astronaut. And my parents won't let me be or I want to meet Ronald McDonald. So where you going? I'm finna go to the McDonald's. He's downtown. I saw it on TV. I'm finna go down there. Where your parents at? They're not with me, man. Them women would pick you up and take your ass back to that house and hand you over to your parents. No, that's what I'm saying. We don't exist like, but that's how they were, man. They were sort of gatekeepers, even though they protected the community and a lot of the dudes. Now I was a kid, but grown men, they did a lot with them too. They did a lot with them.
You talk about the women that was out on the street?
Yeah, Betty, yeah, she put a lot of the men to bed, bro. The men were tired of their wives. She took care of a lot of the men.
Cause they could be worse off. They could be out here doing some treacherous things, man.
And them dudes came back to their wives and they worked and they fed a family. When them dudes was tired of it, it wasn't just her. But she was cool though. No, we just live in a different world. She was cool, and she was very helpful as a kid. Comb my head, fix my collar. Took a personal interest in me, which I appreciate. I mean, in my opinion, I don't care what people say. In my opinion, very beautiful woman. I never looked at her like what people the slurs that people would. I never looked at her like that. She never came. Well, obviously, she's gonna come across to me as a parental figure. I remember one time the principal. I'm walking. All of us walking to school, and the principal, he had this real nice car. Everybody could tell his car. He was the only one in the whole neighborhood with that. It was a nice car, and the principal. And we're walking. All of the kids. We're walking to school, and all of a sudden, the principal's car. I don't know. I didn't see if it was him. Is off to the side, and we see three women run across the street and get in the car. And he drove off like down an alley. I remember this stuff because I was keeping up with stuff. And then I go to the school and I see the principal in there. He's got on his suit and he's telling us what to do. And man, I was torn, man. I wanted to say, man, what you do with Betty? But I was a child, but I didn't know how to present that because I looked at it like he was wrong. So he was sleeping with them. He was sleeping with those women.
Yeah, I bet. And then I would think that he had a reason to do it. Man, I'm looking at this dude that you talking about. I see he got a couple books. I don't know if you told me about his books before. Technological slavery.
Mm-hmm.
And he got some other things going on with him. I mean, he had a brother named David, so now I'm intrigued to read more about him that turned him in, which is wild to me.
Uh-huh.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into it. I'm pretty sure it's about on YouTube. They got a long, what do you call that? A long video about it.
Mm-hmm. And I knew everybody. And when I say that, we grew up in the hood, right? But I used to venture out, right? There were houses, and we knew I knew everybody. I would go in and play with this friend and go across the street and play with this friend and go down the street and play with him and go over here and go over here. And then I didn't realize it, but I'm saying at the time, I look back and I fucking knew the whole neighborhood. I knew all of them. Then they knew me. I knew their mothers, their fathers, their brothers, their sisters. Just knew them, man. And that's what I'm saying. We're in a different world now. We're not like that, but we're in a different world.
Yeah, man. People started to again, at least for what I seen, I had some aunties that was real cool as a kid, but when I started going through something as a teenager, they started to be a certain way towards me. There's some things that end up coming out that I found out about, and all I can say is that I ain't had no choice but to respect the game. One day we was up here and you was talking about funerals, right? And I told you I just didn't want to go because I didn't see my auntie like that. But in reality, fam, she did some things and some things happened to me as a teenager. I mean, it wasn't nothing that she did to me personally, but it was like she didn't rock with me because the money wasn't there. Like my mom wasn't sending some money that I was getting because of my dad, and she treated me a certain way, so I felt the way about her. Um, and bro, to be honest with you, I just didn't want to be around her, bro. Like it didn't matter. I got love for her, but the way I watched her treat me is like I felt like I shouldn't have been treated like that. But the way you feel and the way things are, you know. Um, but I got some other aunties that was real cool. So I mean, I kind of seen it firsthand. You know, early '90s as a kid, they moved a certain way, but as you get older, they are a certain way. So um, but I know I watched my grandma, like you talking about. So with the things that I do as far as like or I wanted to do and I was doing back in the day before things were left for me, my grandma used to be an Eastern Star in my hometown. So we used to run around like in the Masonic halls. My grandpa was a Mason. And so she used to take the kids out, bro. Like I remember going on a bus and we go in places, we go to fairs, and they always try to put on type of events. But it's like after that, when it comes to her kids wasn't trying to do that. Her kids wasn't. She came from a married situation. She had 13 or 12 kids. I can't say all of them turned out good, but I ain't have no uncles locked up in prison like that. They got locked up, but they ain't gonna serve no hard
Mm,
time.
mm.
That's the way my grandma rolled, man. She didn't care about who your parents was and what they did. She just, if you're hungry, come eat. You know what I'm saying? If we at the wreck, everybody knew them. Both of my grandmas. I got another grandma, my dad grandma. When I was going through some things, and I went to school out in my hometown, right, Franklin, Louisiana. I go to school on the first day, and I'm with my cousin. I'm walking around, and here's my grandma sitting at the table with all the cheerleaders. You feel what I'm saying? So apparently everybody knows my grandma, and then she introduced me to all the cheerleaders. So it was just like. I like my grandma
Okay.
really tapped in out here. So, and they talked about her and the way she used to move because she knew a lot of people. She knew a lot of people. They had a lot of respect for my grandma back in the day. She was never married that I know of, but had two kids. And she in her 90s now.
Okay.
But some women are like that. You know what I'm saying? No matter what they've been through, man, they still got this. They got that motherly instinct that you need, but you don't know you need it until it be like you say, some years later, you realize that a person was doing right by you, but you didn't know that at the time. You
Yeah.
think they was trying to stop you from
Well,
from doing your thing.
I sort of learned that young though, um, because like I said, I would hang out with a lot of the kids from the neighborhood, so I witnessed very young neglect. Because I would go over my. I'm talking about doing kid shit. I would go and shoot marbles, uh, bag of marbles, and then they had marbles. So go shoot marbles. Knock on the door. They ain't had nothing to eat. You got to understand. In my house, that was insane. But you go to their house, they said, "Well, ain't had nothing to eat. Why didn't you have nothing to eat? Mama ain't made us nothing to eat." Yeah, you was like, "What? Are you serious? Like your mom's not feeding you?" Nah, mom wasn't feeding them, man.
Man, bro, I
Yeah,
remember days like
yeah.
that.
No, it
I
was
had
what she wasn't feeding them. She was on drugs, man, taking the money, using it on drugs. Um, they ain't had nothing to eat for like 3, 4 days, and then after 4 days, they would get like, something. I'm talking about like a peanut butter. No, not peanut butter. A jelly sandwich. They get something real like some bread. She bought a loaf of bread and a jar of jelly. Now peanut butter now that's up there. So that's like $4. Nah, she ain't gonna pay that. She ain't gonna do that. But yeah, that's what they would eat, man. And it was just sad, man. You'd be like, yo, man, you been eating jelly sandwiches for a week, man. We ain't got nothing to eat. My mama ain't buying none. Yeah, so I saw that as neglect. I saw that as a kid. So I appreciated anything my family did because I knew whatever disagreements I might have had, it was never that bad. Never that bad.
yeah, man. I remember
I,
days
I
like
had
that.
I had one
Days like that.
I had one dude when I remember I went. It was him and his sister. Good dude. I think he's passed away. His mother's passed away, and I remember this. She used to let me in. I knock on the door. She let me in. She have no top on. She didn't wear no bra. No, she basically was topless. But I was a kid, right? So, well, that's a whole different subject, though, right? Huh?
Was that topless?
Nah, sisterhood was topless, man. She let me in the house. She didn't have on no top. And you could tell he was bothered by that, right? Because I was his friend, and we were doing children stuff, kid stuff. I mean, like playing marbles or hopscotch, shit that's associated with being a kid. And here is mom. She never wore a bra, and that shit was sticking out too, man. I was like, damn. I was like, I ain't never seen a grown woman naked in my life till I came over his house, and that's just how she rocked, man. So you know who became my favorite kid, don't you? I mean, my favorite buddy.
Yeah, stay at his house. That's where I
Yeah,
used
I
to be
stayed
at.
over there, bro. She kept looking
But you
out. I
go
had a
back to
bag of
school.
marbles, man. To my hey, I want to play. I want to play with your son. Let me see what you're doing today. And she had a thick layer of hair, which is the first I ever seen that. She had a thick coat of hair between her titties. And that was some shit I had never seen. I didn't even know women got hair right there. Now
That
they
boy
know
took
that's
it
old
deep.
school. They know that's super old school there.
Man,
I'm not
you
talking about
right.
no little bit. I'm talking about a thick layer. And I was too young, but I swear I had questions like, how the fuck did you grow hair between your titties? Have you seen that, Tabor? Women with hair between their titties?
Nah, bro, I never want to. I hope the chicks. I hope the chicks respect the game on that one. Above they lip is too much for me, fam. Above they lip, yeah, that's too much.
But I liked it, Tabor. I
I
don't know if
mean,
she knew it. I like that shit.
you gotta take the good with the bad. Sound like you want to see these, you gonna see this. Oh man,
She was cool. No, man, look, shout out to her. She was cool as fuck. I mean, that's her business, man, but she was cool as fuck.
yeah, she ain't need no need. Somebody liked it.
You're right.
Somebody.
She kept it there. You're right.
Yeah, there's always that though. You know what? She kept it there. As far as I'm concerned, like certain women would keep something like that because the person that she really liked was fine with it. And that's all that mattered. The person that rocking with you was right.
She had a lot of players pull up, a lot of dudes in the day. I'm saying I'd be playing with her son, and we was doing like kid shit. His sister who grew up. You don't want me to talk. Man, his sister grew into a woman. Woo, Lord. Never knew that would happen, bro. She grew into a woman. That woman was so goddamn fine. She got her that. You talking about this money dude? She got one. She got one. She got one, I think, in 11th grade. 11th grade, she was dating a dude who had plenty of money.
An older dude.
Nah, he wasn't much old. He's just old dropout, old thug dropout. Got into the thug business. Made a lot of money. Had a lot of money to spend, and started dating her. He was about the same age. They were around the same age.
Yeah, he was fine with it.
Yeah. Maybe like if you say, "What about you?" It's not about me because I basically grew up with her. I wasn't family, but it was never anything even close to some shit like that. I knew her, but I didn't know she would turn out like that, man. That she grew into adult. Man, that motherfucker was fine.
Yeah, they be out here, babe. They be out here. At least
And she developed a crush. It was a dude we grew up with. He was funny looking dude. He was a weird looking dude. We used to call him Herman Munster.
Damn.
We used to call him Herman Munster. And the Addams family, right?
That's what
I remember she had a crush on him. And I said, now he was the weirdest looking nigga out of all the men, around her age growing up. But she had a crush on him, which is crazy when you think about it. But she did. Now, I don't know. I'm not going to get into all that. He did sort of low-key admit that he smashed. But, he didn't really get into the detail because, I knew the family like that. So, it would have been inappropriate to tell me that. So, no, I'm not their family, but I knew the whole family. But he did. And she mentioned, I was with her brother. She did mention the only guy, she said, only guy I even pay attention to is him. And I was like, I ain't saying that. I just like looked at her and I said, this bitch like Herman Munster? And she did. She did. I guess some women are just like that, man.
He knew her back in the day?
He was in the neighborhood. I don't know. I went around him 24/7. I don't know. I know everybody knew he was referred to as Herman Munster because he had a malformed head. It's like the doctor stretched his shit when he was taking him out of the birth canal. He stretched the shit out of his head. His shit was tubed. He had a tube head.
So they pulled him out wrong?
Yeah.
My baby mom ended up telling me, my first baby mom ended up telling me about a kid head and how it's soft and you can shape the head. I didn't know that.
Yeah, he shaped this. He funneled dude's head.
But it would have been up to the parent to put it back to, I guess, I don't know. I mean, something wrong with him.
Yeah, you can't reshape it though, bro. I mean, you got to know what you're doing to do that. You can't just take it like Play-Doh and put it, you can't do that.
Yeah, it's a process. They only got a certain window to do it. Was he smart?
He had some, Herman had some sisters too, though. They was bona fide, bro. Bona fide freaks.
I bet they were.
Over his sisters, bro. Both of them. And they was on go. They was on go.
Their older years, or you talking about their younger years?
No, I knew him. I grew in the neighborhood. You're a boy. You meet other friends. You play things traditional with children, right? Whatever it is. What army man, whatever it is. It was kids, boys, kids games. Your sisters may do hopscotch or jump rope. So you grow up together. So as a boy, you have no reason to know them other than their name. You see what I'm saying? You don't go and jump rope with them. You don't go over there and say, hey, I want to hang out and play dollhouse with them. No, but you know them growing up. So that's what I'm saying. But he did have two sisters as they got into high school. They developed but they was on go. They had a lot of dudes. Man, they had a lot of dudes. I would go over there, man, be 4 or 5 niggas waiting. And they would always accuse you of sleeping with them. And you would look at them and say, what? Man, you fucking. I said, Of course not. Like, are you crazy? Me and her, dog. I just know her brother, man. And then they would come in and accuse her of that, and she would say, "What? No." But I'm not
Yeah, I
gonna
mean,
get into that though. I mean, like, things happen. They was cool.
I can see that though.
I ain't had no problem with his sister. They were cool. They were cool as fuck, bro. And they was on go. And let me tell you something. That was my friend, and he didn't know everything. You don't need to know everything, but I smashed both of them. They cool to me. I was cool. They were just freaky women, man. I don't know what it was. They was freaks. But no, something to date, get to know, hang out with, fuck no. And I still hung out with my friend, but I know, of course, I'm not going to tell him that. And that was more them than it was me, man. Fuck out of here. We're talking about growing up, coming, graduating and shit. Like right after high school graduation. Went over to see him, hang out with him. And one of them lied to me and said he was in the back. He wasn't in the back. She wanted to do something. We did something. A week later, I came over. The other one was there because her sister had talked, and she gave me some. And caught up with him, never brought it up. He never, certainly he didn't mention it. They certainly didn't mention it. And there were multiple men smashing them. So I went on with my life. I left them alone. But hats off to them. They were good people.
Hey man, you gotta play the game. That's why I told you the other day, like the chick that I ended up speaking to, that's my homeboy's sister. I ain't spoke to her in a couple of years, but we used to kick it back in the day. She ain't somebody you date, but it's somebody that you can rock with, like just keep it player. I mean, I don't need no issues, but we can link up every now and then. You
I,
got a few of them like that with me,
yeah,
so.
I remember I was over a friend's house. Oh, I think I might have been in the 10th grade. His sister had graduated. And I remember I was hanging out and we was watching TV and she came downstairs. Woo, Lord. She came downstairs. That woman was smoking. That woman walked in front of the TV. She was like saying some shit to him. You gotta understand, we was like 10th grade. So he looked at her. He liked how she was dressed. He said, "Girl, take your ass upstairs. I'll talk to you later. What the hell you keep coming down here for?" And she was arguing, she lived there too. So she was arguing with him. But man, I was like, God, like I said, that was my friend. But man, she put pressure on the nigga, bro. I didn't say nothing to her, but man, she need to open up her mouth, man. You want some of this? She could have got some of this, but I don't know what she was doing. Maybe she just wanted to show me, man. That motherfucker was fine. I remember that even to this day. I mean, that man's sister was fine, and he, he ran off because he's a kid, but it's like don't come in front of my friends like that. What's wrong with you? Now that's the
Yeah,
way he looked at it. I ain't look at it like that.
yeah. Of course, he looked at it like that.
Yeah, I looked at it like, man, come on, don't stop. Shit, let's keep going.
Yeah,
You
see,
have naked, get naked. Fuck all that. That's
yeah, I
how
was.
I looked at it. But you can't. You know what I'm saying? That's what I mean by growing up. That if you his friend like that, you can't really talk to his sister. If you just know his sister, you want to date his sister, you ain't gonna know him like that. You'll know him, but you don't know him like that.
But you came in the game differently though.
Bro, they just we you do that 1 year of school, you go back the next year, so you grow up. So you grow, so you know people. Bro, I never knew that man. The one that was old, I absolutely never knew that man's sister. That woman was like 2 years older than me. She had no interest. I was a boy. I was a child to her. But I'm just saying, when I got around 10th grade and she graduated, I don't know what she was doing, bro, but she kept coming downstairs. I don't know what she was doing. You gotta go, and I'm saying that right now because, like I said, as we matured and became of age, became men, you do think about stuff like that. I don't know
Yeah,
what that woman doing now. She's alive somewhere.
I was extremely bold. Me and my homeboy, because we used to hang around. Or I guess I would say I can say he's my homeboy. But now the way I think that I was more of his homeboy, and he was just chilling with me based on who I was. But we get around our sisters that we made that pact. Like, well, if you can get one of my sisters, have at it. But yeah, I didn't knock down at least 3 of his, bro. Like, it ain't. I'm bold as hell, fam. I'm not. I don't. Especially when I was younger, I don't do it much now. But I can pick up on cues. You know, you around long enough. She coming in and out the room. She trying to interfere and talk
But
to
you
you.
can't
And
really do that you can't do that if that's your friend.
I
Tabor,
don't
you
know.
can't really mess with if that's his sister and that's your friend. You over there to visit your friend. You can't. Okay, well you could. I didn't, but you can, Tabor.
I mean, I wasn't that type of dude. I like so my partner, the dude that I kicked it with, he was just always trying to mess with something. And I see the way he moves, so I didn't watch
Uh-huh.
him try to get at my sister. So that's why I was saying we made that pact. So he go to my house. My sister just wasn't like that with him, but his sisters was opposite for me.
Okay, I
You feel
got
what I'm saying? And I was on, bro. I can say some things, but I can't
that.
even put it on the internet.
Hey, Tabor, and I never heard this brother. This brother, he got like 4 sisters. It's like about 12 of them. 4 of them are girls. And I remember I had never heard this. We was hanging out, and it was a guy in the neighborhood who we needed something from him. I'm trying to figure what we needed. And man, that man looked at me. That man said, "What?" He said, I said, man, we need to get this thing done. He's the only person who can help us do it. And well, what do you want? And I said, man, you know he got a crush on your sister. He said, what? His man looked at me. I swear I never seen it. He said, where he at? Man, we went over that man's house. He knocked on the door. That man came out. He said, hey man, we need that. And the guy was like, well, I don't know if I do it. He said, man, you like my sister? I swear I was right with him. And that guy said, huh? Oh yeah, of course. He said, why wouldn't I? He said, man, let me tell you something. You can fuck all my sisters. I don't
There you
care.
go. The buck.
I need you to do this over here. And you can see all of a sudden everything changed. Dude was like, okay, hold up. Dude came out, man, started doing everything we need to get done. He did it. And I was like, damn, I ain't never seen nobody do that before.
What, say that to you?
I witnessed him do it. I never seen no guy say, hey man, I don't care about you fucking my sister. I need to get this shit done. And he came back and told me, he said, man, them grown women.
Grown. They
Yeah, he said
women.
them
They
grown
gonna be
women. I
on
don't care
go.
what he said. I don't give a fuck what they do. What the fuck you talking about? He said, I don't care. He said, why would I care he said, why would I care? Now he was looking at me like, man, I can't believe you have a problem with it. He said, them grown women, if they want to sleep with him. But I hope I don't want him not to help us because he think sleeping with him gonna be a problem. Ain't gonna be no problem with me.
Yeah,
And
just keep it
that's the
chill,
relationship
bro.
he had. He was real down to earth. Him and his sisters were very, very down to earth.
Yeah, as he should be. Especially like if you got a sister, man, you could be mad at your partner, but he possibly only your partner just to get at your sister, and you don't even know it.
Mm.
We talk about in today's time. Like I know what it is. And like my partner said, for the most part, as long as like just don't do nothing to his sister that I wouldn't want done to mine. And to this day, bro, I'm still cool with all of them. I can go around them, drink, smoke. They got their dudes there. I'm gonna respect the game. You feel what I'm saying? But I know what I can pull off. I ain't gonna be disrespect in front of them. You feel what I'm saying? But if you talking about by ourselves, or we just me, him, and his sister, or me and his sister, go to the store or something. Yeah, fam. I mean, that's just keeping it 100, fam. You gotta be realistic about life. Well, you don't have to be,
No,
but
no, no. That's the
let's be
smart way to
smart.
do it, Tabor. That's the smart way to do it, is to get beyond that, especially when you become 18, 19, 20. Let your sisters know you don't give a shit what they do, who they like, don't like. You their brother. You can always be there for them, and keep you out of it. Keep you,
Yeah,
unless you need to be in it, but keep you out of it. And you tell that to the dude. Say, hey man, don't I don't care what you do with her. I don't want to hear nothing about you and your my sister relationship. So y'all together, y'all not together. Why you telling me? That's what I'm saying. So they leave you out of it, which means
Yeah,
you still
personal
his friend,
problems.
you still his friend, and you still her brother. So you
Yeah, I
don't get
get
into
what
that. So I don't want to hear nothing about what y'all do, man. Oh, you broke up. She broke up with you. Oh, yeah, okay, okay. Oh,
I mean,
y'all back together. Okay. Either way.
my sister had a dude that was like that, man, and he put me on the marbles game, man. He's the dude I told you that used to steal and busting the Toys R Us and steal bikes out of Sunny Ski Sports. Yeah,
Mm.
I was real cool with him, man. Homie put me on so much game, man. He used to steal gigapets. I used to hustle him. He
He,
used to put me on some money. I didn't disrespect the game.
he
He
steal
just
you a bike. He steal you a bike.
Nah, he didn't steal my bike. He has stolen bikes and given me parts off these bikes, off the other sides of towns and
Hey,
stuff
hey,
like that.
hey, the first time I stole a bike, right, was a dude. He was, oh, man, that dude must have been 15 years. He was one of those brothers who got kicked out of high school and didn't wound up not doing nothing with their life. So they played with the younger kids. They would play basketball, and then people would tell you they were so much older than you. And you couldn't believe it because you'd be like, okay, I'm 15. How old is he? He 28. And he'd be out there running ball, hanging out with y'all. And so, and he got about 30. This guy got about 30 kids. I remember I'm walking through the mall. Um, and he was there. And he said, "What's up, man?" And we was like, "Hey, so and so here." We was, and he said, "How y'all get up here, man?" It was like two of us, right? And I said, "We walk, man." He said, "Y'all ain't riding no bikes." He said, "No, we ain't got no bikes." He said, "You want a bike?" And we both looked at him and said, "What?" He said, "Don't you want a bike?" I said, "Yeah, I want a bike." And other guys, "Yeah, I want a bike." He said, "Come on." That's all he said. I remember that shit. We was in the mall. He said, "Come on." So we followed him, man. We went down this thing. It was a little place. And then it was this big bike rack, right? You go out this door and it was just all these bikes. And then you went to the sidewalk, right? So he said, "Which one you want?" Like, what? He said, "Which bike you want?" I said, "I want that one." And other dude said, "I want this one." He said, "Okay." He said, "You see me?" He said, "Watch me." He took his foot and he kicked it. That combination lock popped off. It's them old combination that had the plastic on it. I know you guys remember that old combination lock. It had plastic over the lock, over the chain. And it was a bike. It was a bike chain. It was a bike lock, but it had that little sheet of plastic. I remember that. So he showed us how easy it was to break them. He stood on it and stood on again. That thing popped. He stood on it, stood on again, and then he said, there y'all bikes go. What y'all doing?" Bro, we almost fell over ourselves, hopped on them bikes and took off. And he went back in the mall.
You was up.
Yeah,
Yeah.
bro. I was like, bro, that come from, and I couldn't believe it, man. I got home. Now, my mom, she was with the shits, so I couldn't have a bike because I didn't buy it. So I had to hide it over my friend's house. But she was with the shit. She like, "Where you get that bike from? You ain't got no money. What the fuck you get a bicycle?" Then she assumed I stole it, which she was right. So I had to take it. I had to take it and put it over my friend's house. And of course, he was a nigga. He stripped the best parts of it and he put all the best parts on his bike and gave me the worst parts. So I had a bike, but it still had, the handlebar was stripped because he took the good handlebar from it. So, but I had a bike.
Yeah, my mom was the same way, man. The homie that I'm telling you about, he used to have all the game systems, the Dreamcast, the PlayStation, the 64. He gave me a 64 one day. I had the Blitz with it. I had at least about 20 games. My mama took it and took it to the pawn shop, bro.
Mm,
And he didn't even trip.
for what?
You said what?
Took it to the pawn shop for what? She wanted some money?
Oh yeah, she went and got some money from it.
Bruh, now I'm talking about 6 years old, 7 years old. And it wasn't me, it was the people I ran with. I ran with us all types of people. So I met these young dudes and they took me to the mall to steal. They taught me how to steal. And Hot Wheels. We steal Hot Wheels. We go in there and get about 10 Hot Wheels. Go back, get another 10. Go back, get another 10. I had like all the Hot Wheels, but I had to hide them because my family was with the shit. So I hid them. I found a place to hide them. Man, I had about 200 Hot Wheels. And my mother was cleaning the house, man, and she found that shit and she beat the hell out of me
Sound about right?
and gave my shit away. That shit, I was so pissed off, man. I got an ass kicking and I lost all my shit. And I was out here bragging and stuff. You know, I was a kid. What a kid brags on. Bro, and it wasn't even me, it was the mother dudes. But she was like, boy, what the fuck wrong with you? You stealing in my motherfucker? Man, that's that extension cord. I got an ass whipping. And that shit still wasn't worth it. I was like, well, give me the cars. Give me the car. At least I can, I can give them to who I want to. Man, she gave my shit away and told me she gave it away. And I thought that shit was fucked. I think that shit was fucked up. I'm out here fucking stealing and shit. You gonna throw my hard work away? Like, what the fuck? Yeah. My mom was with the shits, man, growing up. She wasn't a cool mom.
Yeah, mine wasn't either.
No.
If I got shadowed at school, she was cool. Everybody thought she was cool. But on a daily, nah, my mom wasn't. Nobody knew what was really going on in my household. So,
But you know what? My mom wasn't even close to being a bad mom. Let me tell you something. I remember registering. I was like 11th grade. I went to 11th grade. This is high school. I went to register. And this pretty girl, ooh, beautiful motherfucker who I wish, I never got her. I wish I could smash. Gorgeous motherfucker. She came up there and she was registering. And I'll never forget this. Her mom came up there. And this in front of the teachers, everybody. She came up there and said, she screamed at her daughter. And then her mom looked just like her, man. I never seen her mom, never met her. Obviously, I'm not gonna meet her, right? Not dating her. Her mom was her, but thicker. Thicker. I was like, damn, right? So I'm like, look, I'm in 11th grade. I'm like, damn, who is this thick mom? She came in, hey, didn't I tell your ass? She told her to do something. Didn't I tell you to do it? You gonna bring your ass up here and I told you not to do this. And she said that shit in front of, not what you say, chimping out. She said that shit in front of everybody. Yeah, she said that shit in front of, man, little pretty motherfucker. Man, that woman pulled a belt out in front of the student body, in front of the principal, not the principal, in front of the teacher, the faculties that was there. And she said, pow, popped her across the face with a belt. Pow, hit her again. Pow, hit her again. Pow. Bruh, we all moved out the way. That shit was crazy, man. I was like, damn, this bitch beautiful. I was like, how you beating a beautiful woman? Man, she beat her ass, bro, in front of us and said, get your ass to the car. Get your ass to the car. And them teachers didn't say shit to her. And that shit fucked with me. I need some help. Boy, I gotta go with me a therapist because I shouldn't have seen no shit like that. She whooped her ass. I'm like, wait a minute. We don't whoop beauty now, do we?
That's what I told you about my kid and her associating love with abuse. I never want her to do that. So if that's the situation where they be like spoiler, that spoiler child, whatever, the rod or whatever, the Bible situation. Yeah, I don't do that to my kid, fam. Like,
yeah, I really, I'm gonna be for real. I don't know what they do, but I wish she wouldn't have done it in front of me. I thought that chick was drop dead gorgeous, and I liked her elitist upper class attitude. I love that about her. She was from money, but I guess she did something. I guess her mama had told her to wash like a load of clothes, and she didn't do it, and she left, and her mom was pissed. And I noticed none of those teachers. There were people there. There was security there. None of them niggas said shit. See, that's what I'm saying. And I'm a kid. I was in 11th grade. I'm looking at what the fuck I'm gonna intervene for. I'm looking at the people who supposed to intervene and say shit. Man, you shut your ass down.
Yeah, you can't do
You
nothing about
scared.
that.
Yeah, you scared of that bitch, nigga. You know what you fuck. You shut your ass down. You know that pretty motherfucker. You don't want to fuck your game up with her. So you shut up and let her beat her kid in front of us. You know that shit was wrong. And they did. I looked at them. I said, man, look at these motherfuckers. And I said, she was wild. I don't know why, but she was wilding.
Yeah, man. They be out here like that. And then the chicks grow up a certain way. I know my first baby mom, when I used to deal with her, I guess because of the way she was treated as a kid. Well, not really treated, but she say. Like I had conversations with her and her other friends. You know, girls start talking, they drink, they smoke, and they start talking about a dude don't love you if he ain't putting his hands on you.
Mm.
And you cannot believe that, but she telling you some things. If you don't take that route with her, she ain't gonna ever think that you
Yeah,
love her, and
yeah,
that's
you
why they
know,
stick around.
no, Tabor, this is the thing about what you just said. Women won't, women do say that, but the world we live in now, they won't say that. That's what I'm saying. Like you going to jail, but even though they sort of low key demand you put yourself out there like that.
Yeah,
Like to prove to them you love them, you got to do that shit and risk your freedom. And they'll say that. Look, bro. And you can't like these conversations. A guy should never put his hands on a woman, but there are women out there who advocate. Well, you don't really love me, motherfucker. So they'll keep doing fucked up shit to see if you'll respond. And then they'll say, well, he don't give a fuck about me because I did A, B, C, and D, and that motherfucker didn't say shit. And it's like, do you want the nigga to be thirsty? Is that what you want? Because I thought that was a bad thing to be a thirsty nigga.
yeah, it
They
really is
do, they
though.
do. I'm gonna be for real with you. Look, off the books, they want you to be thirsty. They want
Yeah,
you to be they want you to be a sociopath. They want you to be thirsty. They want you to be extra suspicious. They want you to go find your great crawl into your grave behind. They want that. They want you. They like shit like that. They say they don't, but they do.
yeah, they do. They want you to chip out. They want you to chip. They do want it, man, and that's why our relationship would go left. At least with me, that's why I told you before. Like I be cool with a chick, but I know how far. I know the conversations we having and the dudes she used to, and you can ask her why she still hang around dude, but she gonna tell you exactly why. But you just gotta decide if it's worth it for you, and you know you ain't that type, so it's just like, yeah, I may look aggressive, fam, but I ain't about to catch no charges. We not about to do that. We not doing that. Not today or tomorrow. So, let those relationships go or those situations go. But man, more power to them if that's what they want. Some of them get what they want out of the situation.
And I would tell a man if you in a situation where a woman wants you to be do illegal things to prove your love, get away from her.
Your talk.
Just get away from her, man. As simple as that. And tell her you can't, you care about her, but you going to jail uh, can't be a barometer to prove your concern about her. And but then again, women are women, right, Tabor?
Yeah, for
And
sure.
yeah, that's why these panels. They have women's panels, Tabor.
I think they should. What I don't like about it, man, is that so it works two ways, right? The dude to tell you don't let a woman talk to you a certain way. You know you shouldn't let women talk to you a certain way. You know that she's going to get there, and they just let them run ratchet on there, bro. And I can say it ain't nothing wrong with it because it's their platform, but at the same time, it's just like, bro, 2 days ago you was talking about women shouldn't be talking to you crazy, but you letting women talk to everybody crazy, which is fine. You know what I'm saying? I know how to talk to a woman crazy too, but bring it back down. Like I can play her game. You feel what I'm saying? But not go as far as I can go. So the conversation still got to be had though, and they go get had. They go get had, man.
I don't think they should have panels because they don't tell the truth on the panel.
Man, they don't tell the truth in person. So that's what I mean. You can't really
Well, they
stop it.
tell no, they pretty much tell the truth in person, but I'm saying on the panels, they don't tell the truth. So when you look at the panels, those women are performative. They're not telling you the truth. They're being performative.
I, so I think like that for some of them, but it's mixed with the truth and the lie. They'll tell some truth, but within that truth, there's a lie. And there's definitely some things that don't add up. Especially when you see a chick, she'll be a certain way, and you be like, man, she look like she got it together. She tell you she got 2 kids. You know, the baby daddy that didn't marry her, they always had problems, but she gave him a second kid anyway, and it don't be adding up. But she come off intellectual, like that's why I just don't believe what. For me, I don't believe things they be saying most of the time. You just gotta let them rock, man. You just gotta be smart enough to let them rock, bro. And if you can do that and be cool with it, is you go further. They because they ain't gonna stress you out. Like I told you, bro. I'm 42. Well, I'm 41. I ain't got no gray hairs like that, bro. I may have one pop up every now and then, but overall, nah, my beard ain't graying, bro. You feel what I'm saying?
Oh, that's
I don't
coming.
look stressed out.
That's coming.
Yeah,
gray
if I
gray
was,
hair gray hair ain't because it can't. Well, no, it's not because of stress, but they're coming.
yeah, I
I
mean,
see people get gray in their 20s.
yeah, because they stressed out.
I don't know, and I didn't live that person's life, but I've seen at least 3 dudes who had gray hair in their 20s. I don't know their business. You
I
saying
got a
they
home.
stressed out? I don't know.
I got a homeboy that's my age. He graying. I got a partner that's a year and a half, about 18 months younger than me. He done grade and had a heart attack. And nah, man, it's stress, bro. It's stress. I know it's stress because I see it. I know the things they talk about. You go around them, they can wipe their face early in the morning, and by the end of the day, they look beat down. Yeah, life got a hold of them, fam. I
Yeah,
know
you
it.
do. You do. No, you're right. There's a certain amount of uh we do. No. I'm saying we do. I was driving down this street I hadn't been down in years. It's sort of in the country, and as the trees, the tree line died down, there was openings, and then as you're driving, you can see the opening in these flatlands, these plains, and now it hit me in a way, man. Growing up as a kid, I love those. I love those, like those cornfields. I'm not saying with a crop of corn grown. I'm talking about preparing to grow. Those wide open plains. That shit fuck with me, man. That shit hit me like a ton of bricks. And I'm looking at that, and I'm looking at them open fields. And you're right, man. There's a certain amount of joy and peace and solitude that you don't enjoy. Like I'm saying, as an adult, you forget about that with the cell phones and the nightclubs and Instagram and all of this stuff. You forget that. But looking at those plains, those flatlands, man, that shit brought like a new energy to me, and it sparked a love that I had forgot about. I absolutely love that. Absolutely love that. And I got to go back to that, man. I got to go back to them. Them flat lines, man. I like that. I like that wide open spaces. I love that shit.
And bro, I see it every day.
Well, I
I
love
see
it,
it.
boy. I love
I,
it.
I was just coming through Utah, and Utah is one of them places when you come out of Wyoming, and Wyoming just seemed depressing, but it's wide open too. But when you going into Utah, you got the mountains mixed with
Hmm.
the open land,
Hmm.
man. It make you want to pull over and just take a breather, just stop and smell the
Hmm.
roses,
There
if
you
that
go.
makes sense.
Don't lose that, boy. Never lose that because you can't put money on that. And the fact that you still in touch, don't lose it. And that's what I felt about myself because I said, nah, man, I'm still in touch with my humanity. I'm still in touch with the things that matter. Because this is, I can, like you said, I could pull over, stand outside this car, and just feel the joy, feel the energy from this wide open space. And I don't care who think it ain't nothing. I don't care who keep drive. I don't care. I'm talking about me. And I still appreciate that. And I had that. And look, hats off to my parents. They exposed that to me as a child. They would do. They had cornfields. Family had cornfields, and they would have the cornfields where they just planted fresh. But I'm saying, no. I'd say about a week when you had that fresh growth, not the thick stalks, but they were just coming up, and you would see the wind blow, and they would move in the wind, and that fresh air and you could see the horizon. Like you look, as far as you look, no cars, no buildings, and all of that nature and running, and you get out and you just run as far as you could, and you couldn't run far enough, and you were still on the property, and it was just man, and it just made you feel so different. So, and then you get into the city, you smelling gasoline. Uh, um, you ain't got no parking. You can't, and that's and I don't like that. When I go to a business and they be like, yo, you got, I'm like, hey, man, I don't like to park next to other people's shit. Well, you need to, I ain't need to park nowhere. I'm going somewhere else. Tired of motherfuckers hitting my car. Fuck you, man. I ain't park. You need a goddamn can opener to park your car. I hate that shit.
Yeah, I when I'm in the city, I try to, well, not in just any city, right? I like to park out towards the country, so that way I can roll my window down. I can I can smell the breeze. I can get out my truck and you go see way more stars than you'll see in the city. That almost stars that don't you wouldn't think exist if you didn't leave the city. But you won't see that unless you're in a wide open space, almost dark outside, complete darkness.
Uh, um, and my thing, see, this is my thing, the black experience, right? The Isley brothers, right? And I got to go and download some stuff. I had a relative they wanted me to yank some eyes. I'll yank it. I ought to do it while I'm talking, but I'll do it. It won't take long. They have a song Isley Brothers called "Summer Breeze," and that's what I identified with. When I would go to those fields and that air would blow, you could see the grain moving in the wind, and you would feel that it was like summer breeze makes me feel fine.
I know that song.
Yeah, blowing through the jasmine in my mind. I love that, bro. Now I don't know if that was a city. I know Isley's or whoever, but I'm just saying that that's what I sense when I do that.
It's the
I don't
Island
know. I
Brothers.
don't know. I don't know what other black people do. I don't. But I'm telling you what my experience was. That's why flat lines and open spaces. I miss that shit. When I'm in the city, now you drive, like you said, you went through Wyoming. That's some wide open spaces. That's America, brother. You're driving through America. Don't let Atlanta, don't let all these Detroit, don't let these cities fool you. You're in America. And as a black man, you drove through Wyoming. You can't put money on that, boy. That's beautiful. Wyoming is beautiful. And that's a rare opportunity. Most Negroes will die. They'll never see no Wyoming.
Man, Wyoming like that, Utah like that, Arizona got a vibe. I mean, hell, even New Mexico got a vibe. You know, even though it's desolate, and Montana got one. Like all the states that most people just ain't go to because there's nothing there to do. Yeah, they got some vibes, bro. Especially if you get out, and then they got the scenic views. So we can pull our whole truck on a scenic view, and man, you can just see open wide, like like the Lion King where they're talking about it, till you see the darkness or whatever. Like as far as your eyes can see, then you can
Yeah.
see the animals. They got
The
wildlife
hor-
things.
yeah,
My
the
bad.
horizon. The
The
horizon.
horizon, that's what it's
Yeah.
called. Yeah.
And a lot of people, we was talking about South Dakota and stuff like that. A lot of people move out there because that's where they want to be. They want to be quiet. This whole internet, I don't know what's going to happen with social media and internet, but a lot of people, I'm not saying they're going to detach because of that, but a lot of people want to go back to those days. They want to say, hey, um, like okay, give you an example, a polar bear. A polar bear has to go out and find prey. They have to be able to get it right. Now we know they do the whales. That's why you see the whales with all the scars on their heads because of polar bears, right? So you see a beluga whale and it's got these gouges in its head. Polar bears, right? So the walrus is very, very extremely tough skin, very hard, very hard to defeat. A wall very hard. So, but the polar bear, if he does not defeat a walrus, he dies. Just simple as that. It's nothing to discuss because when he goes into hibernation, he has to have that type of food in him to sustain him. And I've seen them. They go at them. They hop on their backs. Man, them things. They have a very tough exterior, and those claws are like knives. They're like knives, and those other walruses, because he's there, they stab him. Now he's on one walrus trying to, which in itself is almost impossible to kill, right? But the other walruses around that walrus are stabbing him with those tusks. And there ain't no 911. He's on his own, so he got to be real careful about getting stabbed up. So he has to jump off. Even though he's got gouged, he still got to jump off because he can't get that because of the other ones. Now, if he don't get one, he'll die. And that's nature. So he ain't meant to be. It's like, well, you starved to death because you couldn't get what you needed to get. And then when you drive through these wide open spaces, you look around at life, and then you hold on, and then you to board your the black experience. You look at the black experience, and you driving through these wide open spaces. You said, do black people really experience a life, a quality life? Do they really experience a quality life? Some people would say they don't. No, some
Man,
people would say they don't because the thugging, the nigga shit, the lies, the dusty behavior. No, they don't really experience a quality life. They don't.
yeah, I'm about my peace, bro, and I stand on that. I would rather not be around somebody. I don't care how long we've been rocking. If I gotta go the few years without seeing you, I'm cool with that. And I pull up, we can drink, we can smoke, talk about good times, and I'm moving around, bro. I don't like to be depressed for too long. That ain't good for me. That ain't good for nobody. But I would think that most people, especially black people, yeah, they don't really live a quality life, man. When I go into these rural areas, man, all I see is white people, bro. I may see some Hispanics. I may see some other races, but they be white people, bro. These small stores with the good breakfast early in the morning time, the country
Uh,
eating.
uh-huh.
Yeah, those be white folks, bro. That, and I
I
ain't
mean,
tripping.
a lot of that's fresh food though. A lot of that
Yeah,
food is fresh.
farmers
Like,
market type stuff.
yeah, it ain't the stuff you get out the stores.
Yeah, buffalo burgers and all them specialty meats and certain type of beef jerkies that you would never have. Man, there's a place in I think it's called like UFO something. I think it's like Nevada, like North Nevada. It's almost in the middle of nowhere. And you go in there, bro, they got like 50 different types of beef jerkies. And it's like elk and what do you call that? Snake and like stuff like that that you just don't hear about. I don't eat them all, but I've tried a few, and it was just like, yeah, I wouldn't. It's a first time try, but it's a lifetime, but none the last time, but nonetheless, it's something new, bro. And this local stuff, so you know it's fresh. It ain't nothing commercial, yeah, man. Some people just gotta get up out their comfort zone, but you know, black folks don't like to really be outside. Like they'll be outside, but they won't be outside like on the camping aspects. You know what I'm saying? Really be on a, oh man, what was I? I was coming through Utah. There's a river, and as you go through Utah, it ain't nothing but white people parked on. It looked like on the side of the road. You can rent a little tube, and you can ride this river, bro. They out there just having a blast, bro. They out there having it's early Saturday morning. That was this morning, man. They look like they had peace, bro. They had peace, bro.
And a lot of black people never experienced that, man.
Yeah, they don't have nobody in their life that are to have a conversation like that because I was or have things like that go on because I was in it wasn't Cabela's, it was something like that, but it was a more of a local store and I was looking at compound bows and they was like, do you hunt? I was like, nah. He was like, so what's it got you interested in compound bows? I was like, well, my friend gave me one. And I showed him a picture of it because I had a photo of it. And he was just like, "That's a nice bow. That costs about $300-400. He just gave you that." I was like, "Yeah, he's white. That's his thing." And it kind of like an icebreaker, you know what I'm saying? So now they kind of understand how I got it and where I'm at with it. So they're giving me a level of conversation that if I wouldn't have said that he was white, they wouldn't have gave to me. That's the way
Mm.
I feel about it. You know what I'm saying? It's a more in depth conversation for
Uh-huh.
me. You feel what I'm saying? And I appreciate it, bro, because I'm all about being educated about different races and cultures. Like I don't see nothing wrong with it. But you know, you can't
It's a,
go
it's,
around certain people and have conversations like that.
yeah, it's a different world, man. You know, I saw a guy, like I said, I went to the dollar store. Brother, to me, I mean, now this is his fault. Brother in good shape for his age. Um, dressed appropriately, age appropriately to me. Obviously, he's suffering some type of mental impairment, which is unfortunate for him. And he wanted to take my stuff to the car, obviously, because he wanted me to give him some type of money. So he comes in, he grabs my stuff. I said, "I'm all right, man." He said, "No, I'm just trying to help." I said, "Well, I don't need no help. I'm okay." And I'm looking at this brother, and the woman behind the counter says, "Leave him alone." How many times we gotta tell you, leave him alone? He's like, "I'm just trying to." I said, "No, bro, I'm okay." So I get my stuff and I go out, and he's right there in the corner, like a bum. I didn't have any cash on me, but I would have gave him a couple of bucks. I would have gave him a couple of bucks. But I'm looking at this dude. Said, "Bro, if you just travel," I'm like, all this dude got to do, this black man, go to Hawaii. But see, you choose to be a bum in the South. Why don't you go to Hawaii? You'll find everything you're looking for. But he don't know. He doesn't know, and I'm saying he don't want to, and he don't want to know.
Yeah, he don't want to know.
Yeah, he don't want to know. He want to. That his idea of living is bumming at the local dollar store, and in the meantime, he's shortchanging himself a wonderful life. If he would just leave where he's at.
Yeah, you can't really tell him that, bro. Man, that conversation, even my homeboy, because he going through some things, he military vet, got, 100%. I be telling him stuff like that. I like, bro, you gotta get about your area, bro. Like, you got too much opportunity just by way of the military to just be here in the place that ain't really growing for you. So, and he don't listen. But the other day, man, my truck had broke down again, right? And I'm in Ohio. I think I'm outside of Columbus. I forgot the name of the little spot, but I go into the pool hall. It's across the way from the TA, which is a truck stop. I go in there, man. I buy me some drinks. They end up letting me get the aux, and I'm playing some music. They don't realize how much white music I know, so they really was like appalled of like, hold on, what you know about this? Some like Iris and stuff. Well, I don't know, like Google Dolls. I be playing stuff like that, so I'm playing it. And the dude come in, he playing pool. Man, long story short, before I left that night, the dude gave me a pool stick, bro. I got the pool stick with me. I don't even play pool, bro.
Mm-hmm.
And he had like autism or something like that. Before I left, though, I ended up buying him a pool stick. Right? Like he showed me because I ordered my brother one and I ordered him one too. But he gave me a pool stick, just a white dude. Didn't know me from nobody. First time ever met me. Dude named Steven, but real cool, bro. You never know who you go meet. And bless your game. So here I am. I'm kind of not stressed out, but feel away about my truck breaking down and stopping my money, even though I got a couple dollars. But then you go in there and somebody give you something that he hold the value of, even though he got like 3 different pool sticks. They talking about competitions and stuff. But he just gave me one, bro. And so now it's something like when I get home and I play pool, I got a whole pool stick, bro. I got a whole pool stick in my truck. So man, you just never know, man. You can't certain conversations. But I also know that you just can't. You don't supposed to have certain conversations with certain people, bro, because they go take you down this struggle road. And I don't want to be hearing about the struggle, bro. It took too long to get about that survival mentality. It took years. And to
Uh-huh.
sit there and think about it for 30 minutes while you drunk, and it's just like, bro, you know how much stuff we could be talking about, and you talking about some struggle stories from 20 years ago. Like, fam, I can tell you how this week was, the food I ate just this week. You feel what I'm saying? From a different state in a small town that you probably wouldn't have went in because you feel a way about another race. Like, yeah, I can't, I ain't for it, bro. I'm just not for it, for me. But I respect how they are, though. I still hang around them, so. But it ain't my thing, bro.
Well, a lot of us, don't respect each other. We don't respect what we bring. Um, we have a closed mind,
Yeah, that's true, bro.
you know. And my thing has always been, if you're a real hustler, you'll beat that. Like you can't. If you're a real hustling nigga, these niggas in the streets, they can't defeat you. Yeah, they gonna try shit, but they ain't gonna defeat you. If you really true about it, that's the whole point. You beat them at their own game. Even though you not in the middle of that shit, you still beating these niggas there. You taking these niggas bitches, you making more money than they make, you living better, and you got the game on lock. They the one who's fucked up. And that's what I'm saying.
They
And we need more of that. We need more of that.
they be seeing that. They know it. They know it. They can hear it in your conversation when you can engage with a chick that you ain't never met, and y'all been sitting there for 2 hours talking about some things over some drinks, and it ain't got nothing to do with sex. It ain't got nothing to do with no goofy stuff online. It's just some real world. What you where you trying to go. You know what I'm saying? Like your dreams and your aspirations. And the chick telling you is just like, and she'll be like, I don't know why I'm telling you this. Like, you feel what I'm saying? But yeah, they see it, bro. They see it. They'll watch you talk to a chick they've been trying to get at for a minute and
Mhm.
feel a way about it. I watch it go on. You'll see not to mention if you got a couple dollars in your pocket. You feel what I'm saying? And at least on the drink situation for me, on the drink situation, it can flow. Cause you ain't about to drink my pockets light. You feel what I'm saying? So it's gonna
Mhm.
be a good vibe for me, bro. It's gonna be, and I've met chicks like that too. Like I told you, I done been to the lounges, I do the strip clubs too. You feel what I'm saying? I like to keep mine open as far as like who I deal with, cause you never know, bro. You never
You
know, a
being a
person can spark something.
you being a giant, boy. You being a giant
Man, I go everywhere, bro. I go
in
where
the
women
shape.
are, bro.
I be in the shape.
I'm not about to hate on how a female move because I respect it. They got it. They got it good. They know they got it good. They still move goofy, and you just gotta maneuver through it, bro.
You
If
know
she cool, she
the
cool.
thing about it though, and I be in the shape is I know the shake though. What I'm saying is I don't make the shake into the nightclub. If I'm in the shake, I'm in the shake. If I'm in the shake joint, I'm in the shake joint. Mm, I like the shake too, man.
Man, I ain't hear nothing you said. Yo, what do you call that cutout?
If I'm in the shake, I'm in the shake. You know what I'm saying? I like the shake. I think a married dude with a family, a loving wife. I'm not saying go and cheat. I think that as a man, and I don't think black men understand it. I think being a great dad, a great father, and a loving husband, I think falling up in a shake refreshes a man in the sense that he realizes he ain't really missing nothing. You know what
Yeah,
I'm saying? He
yeah,
like, man, I'm married, I got 2 kids, I love my wife, but and I'm looking at these women out here, and yeah, she fine her, but I ain't missing nothing. You see what I'm saying? So he don't
yeah,
go so far as to commit adultery. He don't ruin his marriage because he can say I've been there, done that, bro. I'm not. It's a new generation in here. But back in the day, I did what I did.
yeah. That reminds me. If it doesn't matter if I'm in Houston or I've been in Cali, Florida, I've been in New York area, um, Jersey, Pennsylvania, Chicago. Yeah, you'll go into almost anywhere and just be like, when it comes to a situation like that, you'll be like, yeah, I ain't missing nothing. It ain't. It's the same everywhere. It's just a different conversation. Well, not conversation, but a different the tone of their voice. What do you call that? I guess not the cadence. You know how certain people like Atlanta got a way they talk, the same way a person in Chicago got a way they talk. But yeah, you don't be missing nothing, bro. It ain't nothing to ruin your life over or change the way you live it. Yeah, it be the same, bro. It be the same. I don't be. I'm really not what most people would think when you see me. I'm just trying to be in the mix, but out the way, if that makes sense, bro. I just rather that type of outlook on life. Because other than that, man, again, you'll be out here frustrated, bro. You be frustrated with people. You just gotta meet people where they at, man, and try to
Mhm.
have a grown folk conversation. And then if you can't have it,
Uh,
then whatever. It is what it
uh,
is.
no, I follow you, man. I'm listening, man. I'm listening, man. Bro, we know we play with fire, bro.
What you mean?
I'm just looking at some stuff that don't matter.
Oh,
We know we something else, bro. We just don't care.
yeah. I mean, the people that around most people, they really don't care. Most people don't realize that. I guess until you are at an older age, and I'm pretty sure there's a plenty of people that look at some things and be like, "Man, I've been wasting my time. Why am I still hanging around this dude or this chick?" And you know why, But if
Oh,
you want to change, thanks to America, you can change tomorrow, bro.
so they know why. I heard that.
They know why, bro. They
You
know
know
why
why.
things been going left.
You know. I know my partner said he smashed his chick. He was tripping me out with this. He said, "Man, she told me she talking about this her first time coming." He said, "No, it ain't." He said, "No, it ain't."
Yeah, I never believe when they say it's
nah,
their
nah.
first
He was
time.
he told. He said, I was looking at her, man. I said, you know, you always hanging around here. He said, she said, no, it's my first time. He said, this ain't your first time. So then he said, you know, he's like, what you gonna do? Is he like, what? He wanted some head, right? He said, what you gonna do? He said, I don't really do that. He said, yes, you do. Yes, you do. Why you keep trying to tell me that shit? You know you do. And he was bragging to me how he got him some tight head. He's like, yo, man, I just got me some tight head. I was like, straight up. He said, yeah. And he told me he did it too. I was like, damn, I don't know about that one though. I said, I don't know if that's my game. That's his game though. And it worked for him. And that's one of the biggest mistakes men make. They think because something worked for one guy, it's gonna work for other guy. That was his game. That was him and that woman.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
He had years to practice that. You just it's like it's in him, but it'll be on you.
Mm. Mm.
That's why a lot of things don't be working out for people. But there are some things that could work out for you based on what somebody says. But it wouldn't be game, man. It doesn't, or how to deal with women. Like you got too many years, you got 10, 20 years ahead of yourself, and this person trying to change their life overnight, just be like, fam, you missed so many pivotal moments that it ain't even go click to you the way it need to. You really won't be able to read her like you think you can. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I tell you, when I deal with chicks, I'll be one or two times, well, not one or two. I'm gonna say 2, 3 times after I done, met up with her, kicked it with her, even probably done slept with her, just be like, you know what? Yeah, this ain't gonna go nowhere. this
Mm.
this gonna be the end right here, fam, because it ain't gonna be no growth. And some people just don't have growth. And you
Mm.
just gotta let them people be who they are. You can kick it with them though. I had a chick that I knew from Chicago. Mind you, she 41. Well, I think she older than me. She 42, right? And we was kicking it, go to our house or whatever. I take her out. We was sleeping together. So we had end up talking, and she's telling me she didn't want no more kids. Man, I didn't see her for like a year almost. The next time I seen her, which was on Instagram, I opened up Instagram. She made a post. She has a kid now. You feel what I'm saying? In her 40s. So that's what she told me. But the dude she had a kid with, that's who she wanted to have a kid with, which, I ain't stepping in it or nothing like that. I ain't trying to save her. But you just gotta respect the game, bro. I wouldn't want a kid with her anyway. Like, I know the way she think. So, no, I ain't going for it, man. I ain't going for it. Shorty can't finesse me out of that. I got a kid. It's already challenging with her mom. I try to respect the game, but the disrespect go be there. But whatever, do you? I ain't gotta partake in it on yo. Like, I don't have to be angry about it. I can just be aware. So you gotta let them cook, man, if you can.
Mm.
It's never worth your freedom or. Then it goes with anybody. The friendship is never worth your freedom, man. Because what you gotta, I mean, what you don't have to learn, but what you should learn is that, man, somebody that rock with you, bro, they're not gonna deliberately try to give you bad information, bro. But a person that don't rock with you, man, they'll have you doing all kind of goofy stuff, bro.
Yeah, but you
And
gotta
I'm
learn. But you gotta learn from that.
hopefully you learn.
Well, but you got to. You don't have a choice. So I'm saying, if a person is sending you out, you gotta learn that that person's sending you out. You know, just like you said, like a jail. If you go to a jailhouse and it's a dude in there, when you first get in there claiming to help, but know you realize that he really not trying to help. You have to learn so you can mature. So then, you know what? Once you realize what he's about, he's gonna look at you different, and he's gonna leave you alone. You know, now whatever you do behind that, you may go after him later, but I'm just saying at that moment, he has a new understanding that you are not to be taken advantage of. that he didn't have before.
Yeah.
And in a survival spirit, you got to figure that out. You got to see it. You can't expect somebody to save you all the time. You got to save yourself.
Yeah, fam. And hopefully the earlier you can learn it, the better. Cause when you learn it, when you learn it later, like up here, like we be talking about certain things, it's like I learned something from a friend, right? And to be honest with you, it was the flat Earth thing. It was the dude that I'm telling you about, the military dude, because we sit down and we smoke and we drink, and he started talking to me about certain things. And fam, I put on, or I took off some glasses that I can never put back on based on how I see everybody, including him. Like, and it was the things he said, but it took him to say. Only he could have said it to me, based on how long we knew each other. And I look at everything different, bro. Everything. And people, my mom, my sisters, let a person get me out a couple dollars and just be like, you know what? It cost me a couple dollars to realize who you are, and I'm cool with that. It'll never be what it was with us ever again because of that. And it only took $100. You know
Hmm.
what I'm saying? But back in the day, me losing $100, it would have been, I could say, stressful. Now it's just like, you know what? I'm gonna make that back. Whatever. But I know never to loan you no bread. You ain't got to worry about it. You ain't got to ever
I
ask me
done,
for no money.
I done fell out with people I've known 20 years over $20 because they didn't want to pay me back.
Bruh.
Hold on. They never said, "Hey, can I get this, man? I'm going through it. I'll get you back when I can." No, no, no. It was, "Can I hold that 20? I'll pay you back next week."
That's the truth,
And
bro.
so you say, "Wait a minute, you said you'll pay me back next week." And now they don't do it. So yeah, you call them 5, 6, 7 times. They don't return your call. And then you say, "Well, man, ain't we cool?" Well, man or woman, right? You be like, ain't we cool? Like, for real, you gonna do this to me? Like, for real? Yeah, I fell out with motherfuckers I've known for 20 years over $20. They wouldn't pay me back the $20. That shit crazy, but it's the truth.
It you saying that it was a situation like maybe 2019, right, with the homeboy that I'm telling you about. I've always kicked it around him. I started to get on my bread, and I was doing like a photography shoot. Then paid for the camera. I got the spot. I'm gonna pay for the food. I had some kids from high school come through. I had a parent come through. All the parents knew me. I had probably at least like maybe 10 kids, bro. Got the t-shirts made up because I pressed the shirts myself. And I was doing some things for my site. And the dude was supposed to bring his like niece and nephew through from the sisters that I knew from back in the day, right? They end up not coming. But mind you, I gave him the money that I told him I was gonna pay him to bring the kids anyway. He never showed up with the kids. I stopped talking to him for 5 years, bro, just based on that situation. When I went back around, it was some other things that went on. But lately, like last year, he asked me for $100, right? Maybe like June of last year or May. I gave him the 100, right? Um, he was supposed to pay me back the next week. Man, I kid you not. Last night at 11 o'clock, homie asked me for some money, bro. Same dude. I looked at the message and closed it out. Like, yeah, fam, we ain't gonna have no conversations. I don't want to talk to you about it. Like, you'll get the message, yeah, fam. You can never get nothing out of me, fam. Yeah, so that's a 25-year relationship, I would say. Not even 25. We talking about almost 30 years, bro. Yeah, I'm cool on that, bro. Because at this point, I know I can meet a random stranger and I can be well, not even so cool with them, but I can be cool enough to get some information that can change my life, bro. If I'm accepting to it. That's how I move now. That's me knowing what I know and me taking the time. If I feel like if somebody is giving me some information, that's the universe trying to change my mind on something that, or trying to give me insight on something that I was inquiring about but didn't know how to get to the information, and it was given to me for free. So I need to act on it, and that's how things come about. I value stuff like that personally.
I got you, brother. And we're gonna have to come to a conclusion over here, man.
That's a bet,
It
big
seems
dog.
that the Knicks won the chip. I'm trying to think. I was thinking Knicks. I was thinking Knicks, and I think they what the Spurs. They got the Spurs, and so Knicks have done it, man. We on our way to football. We on our way to the NFL. We on our way.
The Knicks won the finals.
Yeah, Knicks 1 and 4 and
New
5. My
York,
fault. Knicks 1 and 5.
that New York about to cut up. I should have put some money on that game. I said the Bulls was gonna take it this year, bro. And I don't even watch sports, but I am a betting man, bro. Damn, bro. That's a bet, man. I appreciate you, Platt, bro. Until next
Okay.
time.
All right. And we out of here, man. We appreciate you guys. Like, share, support, subscribe to the channel. We talked about Charleston White. He's turned on a Metcalf. No, he's turned on the Anthony family. He's throwing them under the bus. He said that uh, Anthony's father is weak and he don't support weak people. He used other words than I did. This is Charleston White. We know Charleston White. Is he clout chasing? Is he using that death to clout chase? And what does he want? What does he want? What I mean, like, what's his end game? What's his end game? We know he's highly critical of blacks. A lot of people say Charleston White's a racist toward black people. Yet all of a sudden now he's at this new line of thinking, and he flip flops, and you don't know what he wants to do. Um, who knows, man? We got Mauve. Hey, Mauve. If I'm saying your name right, her name's Mauve. Mauve. I think Charleston loves the little power he gets, but I don't. I'm not. I don't mess with it. But okay, if he broken, I have to be taken care of above himself. That's reasonable. I don't know what you mean by that though, Mauve. Black woman named Mauve or whatever, or mixed woman. Her name is Mauve. Bro, that's something, man. Out here, bro, you meeting these people, they names, you be like, huh? What's your name? they,
Damn.
they name be something else, man. You be like, what's your name? What's your name? Your name Mauves. Mauves. Okay. He's like, okay. All right. Okay. Ain't nothing wrong with that though, man. Like the stream, man. Support the platform. We got the join link posted, man. We've been going almost all night, man. Hold up. I wonder if Maul, come up here and tell me how to say your name. How do you say your name, Maul? And a lot of times when you have a name like that, you know who know you. No, I'm being for real. You know who know you because they say your name right. And you can tell when somebody don't know you because they say your name fucked up. Because they be saying your name, be mispronouncing your name. He said, "I don't know me." You say you looking for who? Nah, he ain't looking for me. Yogi. Yeah, I see a lot of women like named Yogi. Not my thing. I don't know what that is, but a lot of them they do be named Yogi, man. Be like, what? Your name Yogi. And we finna get out of here, man. We appreciate you, bro. And it's gonna be a hot summer too, bro. Y'all niggas who got them big ones, it's gonna be a hot summer. Y'all niggas got these big girls. I hope y'all happy, bro. And we out of here, bro.